Good morning. I'm going to call to order this Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday, October 17th at 9:30. Good morning, Rhonda. Let's begin with a roll call.
Good morning. Supervisor Arenas? Absent. Supervisor Chavez? Here. Supervisor Smidian? Here. Vice President Lee?
Present.
President Ellenberg?
I'm here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lee, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you.
And Supervisor Arenas has joined us.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before I call up our invocator this morning, I want to ask for a moment of silence in memory of and in sympathy with all of the civilian victims in Israel and Gaza. The horrific terrorist-led violence that began with the slaughter of more than 1,000 innocent civilians, including infants, teenagers at a music festival, entire families, older adults, and people with disabilities, should repel every single person. And violence is begetting more violence. And here we are experiencing significant increases in anti-Semitism and in Islamophobia. Just this morning, a landlord entered his tenant's apartment, his Muslim tenant's apartment, and evidently radicalized by Fox News, attacked the family, stabbed the 6-year-old child. This is no joke. And this is not new. But the extent and the depth of the hate that goes far beyond geopolitics, governmental decisions, is terrifying. And I feel, and I stand always with any victims of violence, of terror, of discrimination, or of hate. And as a Jewish American, I am feeling this so viscerally and so deeply. And while Jews do not have a monopoly on acts of hate against us, and we certainly see that against so many other groups, I am frightened because the world doesn't feel safe. And it doesn't feel protected. I think I will stop there and ask us to hold in our hearts everyone who has been affected by this horrible violence. Thank you so much. And now, in a world that contains both horror and beauty. On this lovely fall morning, I am honored to invite Jessica Pasadillos to present an invocation today in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. Jessica is the daughter of immigrant parents from Mexico and El Salvador. She was born and raised in East Oakland and knows firsthand the impact that arts and culture can have to build pride, preserve heritage, and fuel community and economic development. Jessica has dedicated her career to the public sector, working for organizations like the ACLU and Somos Mayfair, where she helped to double the organization's budget. She leads the School of Arts and Culture at the Mexican Heritage Plaza, a vibrant cultural institution in East San Jose. She is called a beacon of light for the Hispanic community in our county. And I want to just personally thank you for your friendship, for teaching me more about not only Hispanic culture, but about the importance of wealth building, independence, self-advocacy, and self-determination. It is so important, and I am delighted to hear from you this morning.
Thank you, Board President Ellenberg, and good morning, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Jessica Pasadillos. I'm the co-executive director alongside my partner in crime, Vanessa Shi, at the School of Arts and Culture at the Mexican Heritage Plaza. Today, I am honored to share a few words to kick off your meeting. And given that we are at the tail end of Hispanic Heritage Month, I would be remiss not to center the stories of those whose backs this country was built on, stories like those of my mother. But first, history demands that we acknowledge some hard truths. America is a nation of immigrants, founded on stolen land gained by the genocide of indigenous communities, financed through the enslavement of Black men, women, and children, cementing its superpower through manifest destiny, buying half the territory of Mexico for a mere $15 million, and making Mexican Americans second-class citizens. America who meddles in foreign countries like El Salvador, where my mother at the age of 18 was forced to flee a country at war, without money, without papers, and in search of the American dream. My mother made it to Oakland, California, where she worked multiple jobs as a waiter and janitor to earn enough money to bring her siblings to the United States. The United States, who in its best moments provided my mother with a safety net that helped to ensure her children, put food on the table, and provide shelter. The United States, who in its worst moments brought my mother to her knees. Imagine experiencing food insecurity because the welfare office lost your application again. Imagine being diagnosed with ovarian cancer, having no insurance. Imagine having a Section 8 voucher, but still becoming homeless because who would want to rent to a single mother with 3 teenagers? Her story is the experience of many families the Mexican Heritage Plaza and the Si Se Puede Collective work with. Her story is the experience of many who receive your services. They are our essential workers, the backbone of Silicon Valley, Latinos who contribute $3 trillion to the US GDP. And here in California, almost $700 billion. The decisions that are made in this building matter. And because I know change moves at a glacial speed, and I have the responsibility to express urgency, I leave you, our supervisors, county executives, and staff with the following. Politics is a contact sport. I recently heard this attributed to a woman many, including myself, admire. Politics is a contact sport. You may experience a metaphorical death when you lose. But if you want, You get back up, dust yourself off, and keep it moving. Poverty is also a contact sport. But if you lose, you don't come back from death. Poverty is a contact sport with fatal consequences. Remember that when you are asked to make decisions for our most vulnerable community members, most of whom do not reside in your districts, and that was by design. You wield tremendous power to the tune of $11 billion. It is your moral responsibility to remember and take action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessica. We don't have scheduled adjournments or commendations on the regular calendar this morning, but I believe Supervisor Simidian has a request to move something from the consent calendar in advance of our consideration of item 7.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little bit of a procedural glitch, but I think if there is no objection, I would like to take this opportunity to bring item 74AL forward so that we could, on my motion, which I now make, adopt the commendation for, and a second from Supervisor Chavez, for which I say thank you, adopt a commendation for Connie Martinez as she retires from her position as Chief Executive Officer for SV Creates. And I would like to take the opportunity to present it in just a moment.
Just a procedural question then. Do we vote to approve the commendation before it's presented? That would seem to make sense. Although, Connie, I'm sure it's not in doubt.
You can certainly do that, yes.
All right, let's take a vote, please, Rhonda.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee? President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
You may now appropriately present the commendation.
Unanimously, I might add. Thank you all, colleagues. Thank you all and good morning. I'm County Supervisor Joe Simidian. I represent the 5th District, but as you heard, we had a countywide unanimous vote just now to express our thanks and appreciation to Connie Martinez. And for those of you who have somehow managed to go through life without ever interacting with Connie, knowing who she is, knowing of her good works, let me just tell you that I've had the privilege and pleasure of knowing her for 30 years now in a variety of roles, everything from ALF, where she is a senior fellow in the American Leadership Forum today, to joint venture Silicon Valley, where Connie was back in the 90s, part of the organization's early days, and it has, of course, continued to do good work even unto this day. And if I look over my shoulder at Madam President, I believe you are still the co-chair of Joint Venture Silicon Valley.
I am indeed.
So we see the good work continued, and the threads of that good work continue to sort of play a key role in our valley. But most recently, and most significantly for purposes of today's recognition, I want to call out, in the best way, want to call out Connie's good work with SV Creates for a decade now. We take too much for granted, including a vibrant arts scene. And that vibrant arts scene doesn't just happen. It needs nurturing, it needs support, it needs leadership. And for this last decade, Connie has been, and longer, Connie has been at the forefront of that effort, leading SV Creates. Coincidentally, among other designations, October is National Arts and Humanities Month. I wish I could say I had the foresight to plan today's recognition with that in mind. I did not. It is a happy coincidence, though, because it reminds us of the importance of the arts in our work. Through her work at SV Creates, Connie has helped create a network of leaders. Sometimes we refer to this as our arts ecosystem, that there really is a system of folks out there working with our county, and I know Supervisor Chavez, you played a key role in working with the transient occupancy tax to make sure that there are resources there that have been particularly important to smaller arts groups who frankly need that little bit of a lift up to find their presence. Some of them are underrepresented voices in the arts, and SV Creates has always been sensitive to their importance as well. You will sometimes hear the phrase, if you work in certain circles, venture culturalists as opposed to venture capitalists. I am told that that phrase is attributed to Connie. If not, she has certainly popularized it. And I think it's an important way for us to think about how we promote and sustain a cultural community here in the county. And again, I want to convey thanks to Connie for all that. As we heard just a little bit earlier, this is a diverse county, a diverse community, and I think one of the things we can take pride in and continue to put our efforts and resources behind is making sure that Connie's good work over these past 10 years, which will be picked up by Alexandra Urbanowski, as I understand it, continues to provide for a diversity of expression in terms of the multiplicity of communities within our larger county community. And for all of that, as Connie steps down from her role as CEO and goes on to do goodness knows what new and exciting things, no pressure, but new and exciting things, please join me in welcoming and thanking Connie Martinez for her leadership. Right there. If you go ahead.
No,
come
come
on
in.
ahead. My gift to Connie is that I will not read to you all the whereases and therefore be it resolves. I will, however, present it. We'll do a photo in a moment, and forgive us as we turn our backs to you when that happens. But Connie, I'd like to give you an opportunity to share a thought or two with us if you would like.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. What a journey it has been. I'm honored. I'm actually starting to choke up.
Good.
Thank you. The county has been such an incredible partner for us. And I feel like we are in such alignment, not only with our priorities for the smaller arts organizations and the multicultural community that we live in, but I feel that the supervisors, Joe, Cindy, the only one Sylvia, I don't know you as well, but you're going to know us. Cindy, you've been such a great thought leader and partner over the years. Otto, you've always been there when we needed you. Susan, I love your passion for children and arts education. James, I don't know you, wish I could have. Who have I forgotten? And then Joe, you said ALF, can I say? Class 10.
The best class.
We're in class 10 together. So anyway, pardon?
I said you're about to start a rowdy thing here between the classes, but go ahead.
Okay, there we go. But anyway, it's been such an incredible honor, and I couldn't be more excited and more comforted by the fact that Alexandra's taking the helm. The other person I need to recognize is Sylvia Gallegos. Where are you, Sylvia? There she is. She's incredible, okay? I think you guys know that. She's incredible, James. Okay. So, and the kind of respect that I believe the county and our team has for the arts community and for the work that you support, we couldn't do it without you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Connie, and let me ask my colleagues to come down for this photo.
And as we're walking down, I just wanted to add one thing. I wanted to say thank you to Sylvia too, but Connie helped reshape the way we look at the arts here in the county, and that matters so, so much. And it really touches people's lives, and you have touched many lives. Congratulations.
Connie, this is
Okay, so I'm supposed to.
you're in the middle. I'll stand by your side.
Is this way.
Great. Okay, we're official.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. Item 6 on our agenda today is public comment. This is the portion of the agenda set aside for members of the public wishing to address the Board of Supervisors on any matter not on today's agenda, but within the purview of the board. As is our practice, we will take speakers in chambers first, followed by speakers on Zoom. If you are intending to speak on public comment, please be sure that you take a yellow card from the back of the room. That will be delivered to the clerk. The in-person queue will close when the first person begins speaking. So again, we'll give a moment or two for anyone else that wants to fill out a yellow card before the queue closes. And for those of you who are on Zoom desiring to speak during public comment, please raise your virtual hand at this time. The Zoom queue will remain open until the first speaker begins speaking, and then that queue will close. With all of that, Rhonda, do we have speakers in chambers and/or on Zoom?
We do. I do see another card or two coming forward. Not sure if it's on this item, but I do currently have 10 in chambers and 9 on Zoom.
So at 19 speakers and counting, each public speaker will be afforded 1 minute to speak. Let's wait. Again, and if cards are on their way, we'll make sure you've got them all. Are any more en route, Rhonda, or are we?
I'm now up to 18 and 10.
Okay, and are any more yellow cards coming down, or are we ready to roll?
It looks
Okay.
like no more yellow cards are coming down.
One more's coming, okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
looks like we got one more.
All right, so again, when the first person begins speaking, the queue will close, so we won't take more yellow cards for public comment in person.
All right, if we could get the first 5 speakers to line up, that would be Robert, Alice Cow, Susan Hinton, Alex Eulenberg, and Javier Arita. Just at the beginning here.
Welcome, come on, right down to the mic, please, or to the podium. The mic is embedded.
Incredibly moving words in the beginning of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Javier Iridia. I'm representing the Victory Village neighborhood in Sunnyvale, part of Adeli's District 3. 4 months ago, a small encampment started to grow on county land on Central Expressway between Fair Oaks and Wolf Road. It has now ballooned to 15 to 20 people. Some of the behaviors that we have witnessed have been defecation, nudity, drug use, methamphetamine use, intimidating behavior to our neighborhood, cars screeching, they're blocking the road, people yelling at people in our neighborhood, trash, and every day there's trash. It's really, the graffiti has started to grow, the rat population has been growing, and most importantly and most disturbingly, a week ago, we've had children walking down our street home from school, and we can hear people having sex.
Thank you so much. The time has ended. So we're ready for the next speaker. I want to make sure to give everyone the same amount of time. Thank you.
But I'd like that to be on public record. Thank you.
Next speaker,
Excuse
please.
me, Madam Chair, through the chair. I think it may be helpful, as I noticed that folks come up with printed remarks, they can submit those to our clerk. And I'm not sure everyone is aware of that, and I just wanted to give that opportunity to folks so that the material becomes of record and is available to the entire board.
I would certainly appreciate the opportunity.
Great. Just
Sorry for the interruption.
thank you. If you leave it on the table, the clerk will make copies for the Board of Supervisors, so we will have your entire statement. Yes.
It's like, all right, good. I'm Alice. I was shocked to discover in 2022 primary that our ROV was suspending and manually adjudicating any ballots that have races that were not voted. Even worse, in school board, races, even though the instruction clearly said vote no, vote more than 3, the tabulator was set up to kick out any ballot that have voted less than 3 and manually adjudicating. Okay, so since Board of Supervisors are the only one ultimately responsible to ensure our election is run properly, I'm presenting 386 new signed demand letter demands Santa Clara County to stop adjudicating undervotes in all the future elections. Okay, and the California voting standard are clear about voting's right to undervote. The county's practice violate many election code. Okay. The law does not grant Santa Clara County the right to peek into voters' ballot before counting their vote and reinterpret their intent when the intent is clear. Okay.
Next speaker, come on down.
Good morning. I'm Susan Hinton, and this morning I'm speaking on behalf of Sierra Club's Loma Prieta chapter. The Board of Supervisors may not be familiar with Bill 676, Local Ordinances and Regulations, Drought-Tolerant Landscaping, which is now signed into law. This new law amends and fixes part of the state government code that removed the ability of local government, including Santa Clara County, from banning artificial turf on residential property, allowing grass retailers to move into the residential landscaping at warp speed. Of course, plastic is plastic. It's a petroleum product that fades and cracks as it wears, allowing small bits of plastic to flow into our storm drains, watersheds, and into the ocean. Japanese researchers have even found microplastic particles in cloud matter on top of Mount Fuji. Plastic is piling up, filling landfills, and being repurposed as a way to cover the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, you're welcome to leave your full statement if you want that to be included in the
I would
record.
like to.
Next speaker, please. Good morning.
Okay, I'm Robert. Let me see, bring right to my point. Have been an observer in the last several elections. In the 2020-22 general election, nearly half of the ballots in the general election were set aside and submitted by review by individuals in the ROV. Individuals who had the access to the entire ballot page, regardless of which races were actually in question. Over 90% of those were reviewed due to undervote, which is voting for not voting on one or more races, which is actually an explicit right of the voter. It is also an explicit right of the voter to be assured their ballots are kept secret and not subject to any tampering or manipulation. Even opening the possibility of manipulation is an election code 191101. Subparagraph B, section 2, and paragraph 3. Had to cut it down.
Thank
to a
you.
minute.
Next speaker.
If we could get our next 5 speakers lining up, that would be Zai, Sean Ben, Robert Hobbs, Mark Trout, and King Surrender.
Please begin.
Alex Eulenberg, Santa Clara County homeowner and property tax payer since 1998. I like it here, but I do not want my taxes to fund employment discrimination. Santa Clara County currently requires every new hire contractor or even volunteer to be vaccinated for COVID-19. This is a matter of medical and religious discrimination. No state or federal health agency recommends excluding unvaccinated people from the workforce. The Biden administration has withdrawn all its employee requirements for vaccination. The time for the county executive to rescind this unfair and prejudicial, discriminatory requirement is long overdue. It's now time for the Board of Supervisors to put on the agenda direction to the county executive to rescind this policy. Everyone should be allowed to work for the county, volunteer, regardless of vaccination status.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The public records request from the ROV of the last 2 years shows extremely high percentage of adjudication of ballots during the election ballot processing, and 96% of those are due to the undervotes. We have the data right there. So the issue is, other than the election codes governs how we should have a safe vote process, it's also because when ballots are being suspended and adjudicated, votes and vote tallies are revealed. With a large percentage of ballots exposed in the system that are statistically significant, it opens the possibility of nefarious activities towards the election. We brought the question to ROV. We were giving the answer because we need to manually in event of ambiguous marks. However, that's not true, because ambiguous marks, as you can see, are actually captured by the machines. For the security of elections, Santa Clara County voters are not okay with this practice. As a citizen and immigrant, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, come on down, please.
My comment is my deep concern about observing registered voter adjudicating the undervote and overvote from the vote center where people vote in person. In vote center, the voter can cast their own ballot, scan their own ballot right away without touch by any other's hand. While the voters scan the ballot to the ballot scanner, there is a review function to detect overvote, undervote, and ambiguous mark. Then they will ask the voter to confirm it with no mistake and then cast it as it is. Return it for revision. The voter intent has been clearly confirmed, and the ballot has been cast and counted after scanned through the ballot scanner in the vote center. However, we observed in 2022, the registered voter pulled out the ballot from the vote center to do the manual adjudication on November 17, which was 10 days after election day, November 8, 2022. Even though voter already confirmed the choices, according to the voting system standard section 3.2.2.3.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, yeah, my name is Robert Hobbs, and I'm here to talk fiscal matters on the elections. In the 22-23 total budget for Santa Clara County, it was $629,840,708 of revenue short from the budget. Cost to the ROV to perform the 22 primary election was $1,079. Cost to perform the ROV general election was $39,691,733. Total cost for the primaries and general election was $62,107,912. If 1% of this total cost was for adjudication, it would have been $621,079.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Surinder Sangha. On January 5th of 2019, I met a very handsome man who had a PhD from Berkeley. He's half Russian and half Israeli. He's a brilliant mathematician and an expert on cybersecurity and machine learning. On February 24th, 2022, Russian troops launched a wide-ranging attack on Ukraine. President Putin said, "Consequences you have never seen before if anyone interferes." The USA is guilty of many human rights violations. A capitalist society of more has created a mental health crisis. But no worries, there's a pill for anxiety and depression. You feel moody? Let's label you bipolar. We have a pill for that too. Don't worry about payment. Your employer's insurance will cover the costs. You think it's a conspiracy? You must be schizophrenic. We have pills for that too. Worried about getting cancer? Get some turmeric from Costco in a pill form.
Yeah, get Peter Bregan's book on toxic psychiatry.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
If we could get our next 5 speakers lining up, that would be Antoinette, Sandy, Leroy, Catherine, and Michael.
Don't run off, ma'am. I want to talk with you after, okay?
Am I on?
If I was to say to you, the Father judges no man, but has committed all judgment to Mark, that all men should honor Mark, even as they honor the Father, he that honors not Mark honors not the Father that sent him. That would be egotistical, right? But Jesus actually said in John chapter 5, okay, the Father judges no man, but has committed all judgment to the Son. So all men should honor the Son, even as they honor the Father. He that honors not the Son honors not the Father that sent him. Now at Caesarea Philippi, he gave a great revelation of himself and how he was going to die on the cross for our sins and be raised from the dead. And Peter rebuked him and said, "Far be it from thee, this shall not be so." And he rebuked Peter and said, "Get thee behind me, Satan, for thou savorest not the things that be of men, but the things that be of God."
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Antoinette, and I want to address the issue for Home First Sunnyvale Shelter for Discrimination. I was terminated for yelling at somebody. I still don't know when that happened or who I yelled at. And it's an ongoing thing. It's discrimination at Home First with African Americans.
Good morning. My name is Sandy Perry. I'm with Affordable Housing Network, and we're here to support the Sunnyvale workers and residents at the shelter there. But it's actually a larger problem. We have a larger problem with service providers, not only in shelters, but in permanent supportive housing, tenants that we've been in contact with, and some of them from Hillview are going to be testifying a little later. We support permanent supportive housing 100%. We commend the board for leading the movement to pass and implement Measure A and expand it, especially when you're under attack from both locally and nationally. But we have to do better. Our poor service providers are creating multiple issues for residents and also for the neighbors that live around these properties. So I think we need to start coming up with solutions and looking at possibly direct county services or something, but the service program isn't working right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm here for the Home First shelter. I was a victim of a crime there. I was fired there after I was a victim of a crime. I have no write-ups, no nothing that would terminate me from the job. And I would like for you guys to really look into it. And it's really been a bad outgoing over there at the Home First building in Sunnyvale. But like I was saying, I was a victim of a crime. 3 people attacked me while I was at work. I was doing the job for Home First, and they just attacked me, the clients have. And they fired me 3 weeks later. Why? What does misconduct mean? I don't know. Can you tell me?
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Catherine Hedges. I am a member of SURGE and the Affordable Housing Network. I'm here to support the employees unjustly fired from Home First. And the NAACP is looking into it because all the employees are fired black, and there's very few left, and they're worried. And I'm also here with my concerns about the lack of support in permanent supportive housing. The contractors for the county are not living up to the contracts that they sign. I live at Donner Lofts. I've reviewed the contract for the services they're supposed to provide there to the PSH tenants. They're not meeting the terms of that contract, not even close. I've talked to tenants at other buildings who say things like, they're just throwing us all in this building and not providing services, and people talk down to us, people traumatize us. That's not how PSH is supposed to work. The county should provide direct services. Thank you.
And if we could get our final 4 speakers ready, that would be Gary, Derek, Sean, and Ursula.
First, I'd like to give honor to God. My name is Michael Love. I was asked to work for Home First, and I was in the shelter at the time, and so I had to stay 2 years out of the shelter, so that made me homeless. Then I completed that program. Then I got hired, and then once I got hired, I can't even ask where I got fired for, and now I got housed under the same people. How can I don't have a job now, so how am I supposed to pay my rent? I can't even pay my rent. So I'm in a struggle right now, you know what I'm saying, because I lost my job. For what reason? I do not know. I go to work, and I'm saying, to go get my work list. And that's it. You fire me. And I'm still looking, I'm falling behind it, and I'm saying I'm getting sick behind it, you know what I'm saying? I'm 60 years old. Who's going to hire me at 60 years old again? You know what I'm saying? So I was looking to retire at this job. So you guys could please look into this, you know what I'm saying, this matter right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Gary Martin. I'm a former client at the North County Shelter. I rise this morning in support of the employees you just heard from and urge you to use whatever investigative powers you may have to look into what's going on at Home First. I don't know what's going on there, but the employees are largely African American that have been dismissed, except for the director of the shelter, who is a 24-year employee of Home First and has created one of the most outstanding shelters in the county, if not the region. Like I said, there's something going on there. It just doesn't pass the smell test. Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Derek. I am a worker first and foremost, and I also organize among vulnerable communities, including folks who are formerly and currently unhoused. Shelters, homeless outreach, PSH sites, EIH sites, these are all the tools that we're using to serve the most vulnerable people in our community. And while I am really proud that we are stepping out, we need to finish the job. We still have a lot of things that we need to understand about how some of these systems work, and under who they're managed and how they're managed. And I implore you to listen to the wisdom of the workers and the clients who have come to you today, and to talk to them personally, because I fear that they may face more retaliation.
Home First executive leadership and vice presidents include no Black people. COO Rene Ramirez has been clear that he wanted Kelsey, the Sunnyvale shelter manager, gone. He was also clear that he didn't like Teresa Beasley, who is being denied a position she's had for 2 years. Once Kelsey was placed on leave, Rene brought in his protege, B. Ramos, Vice President, Emergency Housing Division, to oversee the shelter, and she brought in former outreach worker Priscilla Laredo, who started clearing house with B. Priscilla treats clients with disdain and talks down to them. She seems incredibly heartless to the plight and appears to have no knowledge of trauma-informed care. She is rude to staff who are completely terrified she's going to fire them next, and has ridiculous edicts like forbidding anyone from speaking Kelsey's name. Kelsey, Kelsey, Kelsey. Renee B. and Priscilla seem hell-bent on turning the crown jewel of Sunnyvale into Little Torture North, and they're starting by firing all the Black people. It's not a good look for Home First for being a company with failing outreach and housing metrics. We implore you to create an oversight committee made up of former clients, former staff, advocates, and professionals.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Ursula. I didn't know that I was going to be a speaker. I thought it was just going to be presented. That beep, it beeps in this thing and it's very loud. The assisted hearing, it hurts my ears a little bit, just to let you know. I wanted to talk to, I guess, all of you and ask about a contract that was that was offered to me. And it kind of ruined my life working to be contracted to use anything that I could use to work from home and just keep a simple job. Like I make sandwiches. I used to make sandwiches. I don't know what kind of life is offered any longer, but I don't know how to like go about doing anything at all in regards to fixing that for myself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our in-person speakers.
Thank you. And how many speakers do we have on Zoom, please?
We currently have 12 speakers on Zoom. It's been fluctuating a minute, so
let me just make that announcement again, that the Zoom queue will close when the first speaker begins speaking. So if your hand was going up and down and you want it to be up, now is the time. We'll give that a few seconds, and then the queue will close with the number of speakers that are visible at that time. All right, Rhonda, thank you.
all right. Our first speaker is Ken Horowitz. Ken, I'm asking you to unmute. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
Yes, this is Commissioner Ken Horowitz from the Health Advisory Commission. And I just want to extend an invitation to the board, and especially the board health policy aides, to attend our next Health Advisory Commission meeting, which will be on November 15th. It's a Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. Those who are members of the public can participate online. And our discussion will be about dental care. We have approximately 450,000 Medi-Cal recipients who are receiving, who are supposed to get dental care through either the Family Health Plan or Anthem Blue Cross. And we currently find that this has been a real problem. And so we've invited speakers, including the Department of Healthcare Services, San Mateo Health Plan, Santa Clara Dental Foundation, to look at things that we can do as a county to improve dental care and make recommendations to you, the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian. Brian, I've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Hello.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. I would like to recognize our Registrar of Voters, Shannon Bechet, and with a great deal of respect for the job that she's doing, the transparency, the openness, the access to observers. However, I'm really disappointed that she's not being served by both internal and external stakeholders. For example, we have a voting system vendor that is not compliant with state election code. They are supposed to serve as the subject matter expert. It appears they're failing to do so. And you heard issues reported earlier about adjudication matters. We have a chief information security officer who has published misinformation on the county's website. He appears not to be fulfilling his obligations. We have the county counsel's office that is supposed to be providing vendor oversight. It appears that's not happening at all. I ask that you use your investigative powers to have
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael. Michael, I've asked you to unmute.
Thank you. I am concerned about the current access to Uvis Canyon County Park via Croy Road. The current route uses country back roads on a narrow, winding, 4-mile dead-end road, and the park is at the very end. The entrance primarily benefits South County residents, which is just a small portion of the county's total population. There is viable alternative access to Uvis Canyon County Park via Summit Road from Highway 17. The park land has increased over the years and now abuts Summit Road in 3 places, which could be used for access to the park property. Access from Summit Road would meet several goals of Santa Clara County and the park. Number 1, greater safety. This is a box canyon, which is extremely dangerous if there's a fire or other disaster. Number 2, access for more people via Highway 17. The main population of Santa Clara County comes from that area instead of South County. It's also a good investment of county funds and will increase revenue, and it's certainly a better protection for the environment to keep people through the canyon.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Sollins. Jessica, I've asked you to unmute.
The Palestinian people are right now experiencing genocidal conditions and war crimes from the settler colonial apartheid state of Israel. White phosphorus, forced displacement, cutting off civilian electricity, food, water, and medical supplies are war crimes. This is a terrifying escalation of a 75-year elongated Nakba on the Palestinian people. This body must call on Israel for an immediate ceasefire. This body must call for the end of Israel's 75-year occupation on the Palestinian people. Please write to your congressional reps to support this resolution, cease fire now. Palestine must and will be free. The United States is complicit in these actions, funding Israel a huge military at $3.8 billion a year. The military-industrial complex of the United States is the most well-funded body in our country. We must end war. We must call on a ceasefire now. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kristen.
As a visitor of Uvis Canyon County Park, I have noticed a lack of evacuation plan for the park in the event of a fire. The park is in a box canyon at the end of a 4-mile road. There are no signs informing park users what to do if trapped in the park, and there is a lack of personnel for guidance. I do want to indicate I appraise in this county, very well aware of the roads and do a lot of rural appraising. Discussion with the fire marshal and the planning department in Santa Clara County indicated that under the Public Resource Code 4290, a dead-end road longer than a mile in the area of parcels larger than 20 acres, which is what is on Croy Road, would require an additional road for ingress and egress. That road is up on Summit Road and would provide safety for the area so we don't have a Maui or
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rose.
Rose. Just want to talk about the home first employee. I see for a long time since Armory Shelter about 20 years ago. In Kelsey's defense, I would like to vouch how well she managed the shelter all the years I've known her. During her time, staff were happy and even will go a mile to help clients in accordance to their job descriptions. Clients were well served, and there were so many volunteers who were involved in helping with their needs. The atmosphere at the shelter is so pleasant that more volunteers love to help and clients love to stay at the shelter. Everything was so great with very minimal problems. Kelsey supported me and other advocates and organizations in convincing the county to open another shelter when they closed the Armory. Kelsey was a huge part in opening and success in opening another shelter, which is now Hamlin. She valued and formed relationship with our clients and joined in convincing the clients, join us in convincing the county and the city in opening another shelter. The clients themselves spoke at the Board of Supervisors meeting and
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Stewart.
Good morning. My name is Liz Stewart. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm on the Sunnyvale Housing and Human Services Commission. I'm here today not as a commissioner, but as an advocate for people who are Black and is for people who are homeless. As an advocate for people who are Black, I'm really concerned to hear that so many Black people are being fired from Home First. One person who was fired depended on their job to keep them out of homelessness, and they will surely return to homelessness now. As an advocate for people who are homeless, I'm concerned to hear that Home First is firing so many people because it'll negatively impact the care of the people in the shelters. Their website lists 41 openings, so that makes me think that they were understaffed already. Additionally, a person was fired, Kelsey Fleming, who Rose just referred to, who is very sympathetic and accommodating, and I'm worried about how the employees and clients will fare without her. I'm here to ask for an oversight committee for the shelter that includes former staff, former clients, and people who are trained in best practices for management. I feel it's in the interest of all the people of our county to take the effort to have such a committee.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Reeve.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm here first to speak as a Hillview resident on the consent calendar issue that's coming up with Hillview. They are selling you guys a bill of goods like they sell you all the time. Things that they put on these propositions and papers are not happening on the ground level. They're asking for more security. In the memo, it says that they're stating that they need a fence, that they're going to have gated access to the building. That is not true. The fence is only going to go between us and the office building next door. It's not, they're making it sound like it's going to gate the whole community and make it safer for the residents. The security company is our third security company who has employees that party with the tenants on their off time and have been actually told to quiet down in the building. And I need to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicole Lee.
Hello, good evening, and thank you, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Nicole, and I'm part of the Saratoga High School Environmental Action Club. I live in Saratoga, and I'm a rising junior at Saratoga High School. According to the EPA, the most potent source of water pollution is urban runoff. Artificial turf is a major contributor to this problem, polluting waterways with PFAS and hundreds of tons of microplastics shedding per year per field. In most plastic turf, not only are the blades itself made of plastic, but so are the little pebbles that are spread out beneath its plastic blades. These pebbles are actually cut up pellets of rubber tires, which are non-biodegradable. This is just one of many reasons why action has already been taken in Westport, Connecticut, Boston, and Millbrae to address this issue. Now that SB Senate Bill 676 allows cities and counties to prohibit the installation of artificial turf, we ask you to prohibit its installation in any public county lands, including the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aiden Chin.
Hello. Good morning, Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Aiden, and I'm a junior at Saratoga High School. I'm here with my school's Environmental Action Club to address artificial turf in Santa Clara. In my public comment, I'll talk about immediate risks to those that use the turf, such as increased risk of injuries and infections. First, on the increase in physical injuries, many students and athletes claim that artificial turf is harder and causes more injuries. These anecdotes are backed by scientific evidence. The letter cites the 2019 study from letter from Santa Clara County Medical Association, cites a study from Case Western Reserve University and University Hospital Sports Medicine Institute, which analyzed data collected with 26 high school athletic trainers during the 2017-2018 athletic seasons. The others found athletes were 58% more likely to sustain an injury during athletic activity on artificial turf, and lower extremity, upper extremity, and torso injuries are also found to occur with a higher incidence on artificial turf. Artificial turf also spreads diseases. The latter states methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus has been recognized as a significant skin infection in the athletic population.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Isna Khanna.
Good morning, and thank you, Honorable Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. My name is Isna Khanna, and I'm a sophomore at Saratoga High School, as well as a member of the Environmental Action Club. Today, I want to confront a methodical change that most schools, universities, parks, and various public and private properties have made increasingly over the past few years: artificial turf. I remember when I was just in third grade when I first witnessed workers constructing gates around my school's soccer field in which my friends and I would play in every day. Though the artificial turf installation was my school's pride and joy at the time, little did I know what this would cause with the numerous toxic chemicals like PFAS. PFAS, or forever chemicals, are long-lasting, widely used chemicals that have been recorded to contain several toxic health effects to humans and other various species. From fields in my schools to turfs and vets, all containing the same hazardous chemicals linked to altered immune and thyroid functions, testicular cancer, and numerous diseases, all going to show how much we need to confront the issue and take action. To prioritize our safety, we must prohibit the installation of artificial turf in both private and public properties.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leanne McAuliffe.
Hi, I'm a resident of Santa Clara County. As mentioned earlier, SB 676 was recently passed, and it adjusts California with new language specifically stating that drought-tolerant landscaping shall no longer include artificial turf. Cities and counties once again are able to ban the use of artificial turf on properties as they see fit. I would like to suggest that the county enact an ordinance prohibiting the installation of artificial turf on all county property, public and private, including the fairgrounds. Also, that when existing artificial turf is replaced, it be replaced with drought-tolerant landscaping as defined in the amended government code. There are many environmental and public health problems with plastics, and global public health experts recommend stopping using plastic in places where there's no need. Artificial turf has no need. There are many drought-tolerant options and drought-tolerant grasses that can replace artificial turf. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker for this item is phone number ending in 050. Phone number ending in 050. I've asked you to unmute. There they go. Go ahead and speak.
For this opportunity, I'm an employee at Home First, and I stand with Sunnyvale. Thank you.
Okay, that was the final comment?
That was our final comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 7 this morning is to approve the consent calendar.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, apologies.
Forgive the interruption. I know that by virtue of the Brown Act, we are precluded from taking substantive action or engaging in significant discussion on items raised during public comment. I did, however, want to take this opportunity to offer both a comment and a question. There were a couple of comments about artificial turf, which is an issue that has been raised with me in my office by folks in the community. I raised that issue at our most recent Health and Hospital Committee meeting. I think Supervisor Lee, you will recall, this item was referred to our Public Health Department. We were asked for a off-agenda but public report on issues related to artificial turf. So I wanted the callers to know that that issue was already being considered by professional staff. And also for the other folks who spoke, in the absence of any comment from us this morning, I did want to just turn to the county executive and say that we're sort of at least 3 or 4 different areas of concern that were expressed. Can we ask you to assure folks who spoke that your office at the highest levels will review those various items and take whatever action you think is necessary and appropriate?
We will do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for that, but I didn't want folks to go away unawares of what would happen next. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Supervisor Lee, did you want to add something as well?
Yes, on the consent calendar, we'd like to pull item number 61, please.
Sorry, we haven't gotten there
Okay,
yet. We're going to have the clerk read the consent calendar first. Go ahead, Radha.
All right, we're going to start with a statement. Items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act as indicated in the language on the published agenda. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure. So request from Supervisor Smidian to present item 74AL during item number 5. We did vote on that. We'll move on. Request from Supervisor Arenas to hold item number 18 to November 7th, 2023. Item number 18 is to consider recommendations relating to the use of a staff alert safety system for Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. There's a request from Vice President Lee to add item number 19 to the consent calendar. Item number 19 is to consider recommendations relating to the proposed request for proposals for the 2025 garbage, recycling, and organics franchise agreements for residential and commercial accounts in unincorporated Santa Clara County. There's a request from Supervisor Smidian to hold item number 20 to November 7th, 2023. Item number 20 is to receive a report relating to efforts to facilitate compliance with the Levine Act and maximize public access to related information. Request from Vice President Lee to add item number 22 to the consent calendar. Item number 22 is to receive report relating to a county pay equity work plan, including information regarding the county's pay equity policy for contractors. There's a request from administration to hold item number 23 to December 5th, 2023. Item number 23 is to receive a report relating to the progress of generating revenue and extension of funding for the Blackbird House Peer Respite Program. There's a request from Supervisor Chavez to remove item 31 from the consent calendar. Item 31 is to approve request for appropriation modification number 79 for $2,225,000, increasing revenue and expenditures in the Public Health Department budget and transferring $58,038 from the Opioid Settlement Trust Fund in the Behavioral Health Services Department budget to the Public Health Department budget, relating to the addition of positions and receipt of grant funding from the Centers for Health Disease and Control Prevention for the Overdose Data to Action, limiting overdose through collaborative actions in localities. Correction to item number 32. The item should read as follows. Item number 32, adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.24.28, and ordinance amending Santa Clara County Salary Ordinance number NS-5.24 relating to compensation of employees, adding one community outreach specialist position, one health education associate position, one health education specialist or health education associate position, one medical social worker 2 or medical social worker 1 position, one program manager 2 position, one prevention program analyst 2 or prevention program analyst 1 position, and one senior research and evaluation specialist or research and evaluation specialist or associate research and evaluation specialist position in the Public Health Department. It's a request from President Ellenberg to remove item 51 from the consent calendar to be considered after item number 11. Item number 11 is to receive the report relating to the status of the jail reform efforts. Item number 51 is to receive a report relating to a custodial facility condition assessment. There's a request from Supervisor Chavez to remove items number 57 and 58 from the consent calendar. Item number 57 is to approve request for appropriation modification number 92 for $1,396,958, increasing revenue and expenditures in the Office of Supportive Housing budget and transferring $243,221 from the Santa Clara Valley Health Care budget to the Office of Supportive Housing budget relating to expansion of the client engagement team. Item number 58 is adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.24.29, adding 4 mental health community worker positions, 1 program manager 1 position, and 10 rehabilitation counselor positions in the Office of Supportive Housing. There's a request from Supervisor Chavez to delete item number 74J. Item number 74J is to adopt a commendation for Momentum for Health for celebrating its 25th annual Shining Stars Garden Party. There's a correction to item number 83. The item should read as follows. Approve agreement with the Los Altos Hills County Fire District relating to the purchase and operation of a fire truck apparatus in an amount not to exceed $1,959,134 for period October 17th, 2023 through the expiration or termination of the master services agreement between the parties that has been reviewed and approved by County Council as to form and legality. And that concludes the consent calendar update.
Thank you very much. I'll now look to my colleagues for any additional changes, and we'll start with Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I'd like to place item 19 back on regular agenda as I have some comments.
Okay. Anything else? No, thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Chavez?
Thank you. I too want to place, let me just make sure, item 19 is the RFP for the garbage and recycling contract? Yes, thank you. I'd like to also place that back on for discussion. I'd also like to ask that we leave item 12 on for discussion, and this is the pay equity work plan. And then item 31.
Sorry,
and-
let me just check. That's not item,
Oh, I apologize,
item
22.
22.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So 22 on regular.
Yes, thank you. On item 31, this is the opioid funding that's tied to item 32, which is the ordinance for the staffing positions on addressing opioids. And I will put it back, item 31, back on consent with the following direction to staff. And that is that when the next report for behavioral health comes to the board, which I understand is in November, that the staff be prepared to present all resources and roles and concrete outcomes and actions to assist us in addressing the issues related to both fentanyl, and I also recognize this item addresses meth as well, methamphetamines, that we are able to understand the resources that will go into addiction services, communication, prevention, and the disposition of things like tools like naloxone into the community. And I'm going to look to Greta, because I want to make sure that aligns with the reporting time frame that the SUTS issues will also be coming to the board.
And I'll just note, if Supervisor Chavez's direction is fine, that's great. If it's something that you want to discuss or have concerns about, let's keep the item on the regular calendar. Go ahead.
I think it's fine for us to hear the feedback on what you'd like to see come back as part of our planned November report, where we're going to be providing much more detailed information and timelines on a number of activities related to expansion of substance use treatment services. So we'll take those comments into consideration in formulating that proposal, and of course happy to discuss that further on the regular agenda if the board would like. But I did hear the comments, and I think we can incorporate that into our plan to bring forward a report to the board in November.
Would you prefer it be on the regular agenda, Greta?
No.
Oh, okay. You were leaning in a different, okay, so, and really, colleagues, what I'm trying to understand is how we're integrating services, using the money, setting goals, and who's in charge. That might have been clearer to start there. Okay, so
Understood.
that's item
Thank you.
31 and 32. I'm going to go to items 57 and 58. These two items I pulled, this is a client engagement team and adding the Office of Supportive Housing staffing positions. Similarly, what I am asking for is to have a report come back to the board in December that would examine or present the programmatic activities and current funding levels toward our efforts to fulfill the community plan to end homelessness. And this should include information on our current providers conducting housing management, case management, and service providers. That would be number one. Number two, accomplishments stemming from our previous plan. And number three, our plan moving forward to end homelessness and an update on that. And that is something I did discuss with staff as well.
Okay, then that's 57 back on consent with that direction.
57 and 58.
And 58 back on consent.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam President. And I think I'll begin just with a brief comment on my request to hold item number 20, which is the Levine Act item. I believe this is the second time I've made that request, and it may be a little bit ironic given the fact that I've been one of the board members leaning in most frequently to try and engage on this topic, but it is precisely for that reason that I've made the request to hold it. I want to make sure we take the conversation up at the board level when we have ample time to give it robust consideration. So I just wanted to explain all that. And then, as has been my custom and practice, I want to indicate at this time that we have been advised that certain items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language in our published agenda. Specifically, we've been advised that items 28, 29, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 53, 56, 60, 61, 62, 64, 71, 80, 81, and 84 on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And I would also ask that if any employee of the County Counsel's office or of the Clerk of the Board's office or any other member of the county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to pull item number 61 relating to the Hillview Court Apartments financing. Thank you.
Item 61 pulled. Okay. For myself, I did note on the consent calendar that was published, but we'll just repeat for clarity that I'd like to remove item 51, the custodial facility condition assessment from consent to be heard as part of the jail study, time certain, no earlier than 1 p.m., and to hear that right after item 11. And consistent with my past vote on item 88, the district attorney's military equipment use policy, I will register an abstention vote. So what I have...
President Ellenberg?
Yes, sir.
Administration would like to hold item number 21 to a date uncertain. I understand there's further working conversations that need to happen with Salvation Army.
Okay. All right. So for review, we have item 51 that will come after item 11. We are keeping item 19 on the regular agenda. We are holding item 21. I'm just reading changes from what was published on the consent calendar. We are keeping item 22 on the regular calendar. Item 31 has been moved back to consent. Items 57 and 58 have been moved back to consent, and item 61 has been removed from the consent calendar. Oh, what did you just tell me was held, James? Did I not say that? Item 21, held to date uncertain. Did I get that right?
You did.
Rhonda? Okay. All right. Do we have public speakers on the consent calendar?
Yes, ma'am. I currently have 7 public speakers.
In person?
In person. Not currently anybody online, but we'll check in on that again.
Okay, let me just note, if anybody else is planning to speak on the consent calendar, now is the time to have your yellow card in. The queue for in-person speakers will close when the first person begins speaking. So I'm not seeing anybody dash back to the yellow cards. So we will hold at 7 speakers for 2 minutes each, and then we will look to the Zoom queue, and I would ask folks on Zoom, if you're intending to speak on the consent calendar, now is an excellent time to raise your virtual hand. Up to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The first 7 speakers will have 2 minutes as well, but if we have a total of more than 15 speakers, we'll then switch to 1 minute.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and call the first 5 speakers up. That's going to be Michael, Sean, T, Catherine Hedges, and Sandy Perry.
Hello. My name is Sandy Perry with Affordable Housing Network, and I'm speaking in support of the Hillview tenants who, one of them testified a little earlier during public comment, and this has to do with the conditions and the level of services that are provided in permanent supportive housing and in Hillview Court in particular. We have been meeting with residents of permanent supportive housing in numerous locations, including Second Street Studios, Renaissance, Lee Avenue, Villas on the Park, and Donner Lofts. And virtually all of them have serious problems obtaining the services. Now, the way Housing First works, services are voluntary. They're not required for people to receive services. However, it's kind of difficult for people to actually get the services. There was one example that was given to me at Hillview. They had one service employee, a case manager, who actually came out, stayed in the lobby, met with people, encouraged people to get services, and was extremely effective. But the majority of service providers, according to this report, would stay in their office behind closed doors, require people to make appointments, and actually make it very difficult to obtain the services. So what happens is people don't access services, and a lot of times if people don't access services, especially mental health services, people end up in crisis, and that creates a lot of security issues. It creates issues for other tenants, and it creates issues for the neighbors. So we really want the county to look into what can be done to improve the services at the permanent supportive housing, because they're just not working right now. Thank you.
I would like to ask the speaker if you would contact my office on this one. I want to have follow-up conversation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Hedges. I'm also with the Affordable Housing Network. Good morning, supervisors. I'm a resident of District 2. And I have everything that Sandy said, and I'm a tenant at a building that has 20% permanent supportive housing. And based on the difficulty my neighbors have getting services from Abode, I believe everything Lisa says about Sure Stay and the tenants at the other buildings that have trouble. As I said earlier, Abode's not following the terms of their contract. I have a tenant who's recently been asking me what he can do because, actually I've had two tenants, one doesn't live there anymore, he's at Hillview, who haven't been able to get services from Abode, or they'll have a caseworker and then they'll quit after a month. And currently we have a tenant who's being bullied and harassed by other tenants. Abode won't help, they won't provide the services he needs, whatever they are, he hasn't disclosed that. And I see a lot of people in crisis who are not being supported by Abode. Abode is not sharing information about services that are available to people, such as respite at Blackbird House that was pulled from the agenda. Nobody knows about trust. Nobody knows about 988. We have people calling 911 and getting the police in the building for no reason. And there's just so much going on. And if they were actually getting the wraparound services that are promised with permanent supportive housing, these things would not be happening. And it's tragic for these people because they come off the street, they think they're going to turn their life around, and it's just the same old, only a different place. Thanks very much. Please get the county involved directly in providing support.
Catherine really nailed it with everything that she said. I mean, the stories that we hear from Lisa all the time, it's like if Lisa wasn't there to give people Narcan that are overdosing literally outside her front door, I mean, we'd have a lot less people. And that is just ridiculous. And that security just stands there and watches people overdose. They're not calling 911, they're not providing Narcan. It's ridiculous. And that place, the PSH is supposed to have a lot of S, and it doesn't, just like all the other PSHs. The support is really lacking. There's just, it seems like people are in and out for staff. There's just, I don't know if we don't need to pay people more, but the support in this PSH is just not there. And what we're asking for is an oversight committee. There should be an oversight committee for every single PSH and for every shelter. And the oversight committee should be made up of former clients, current clients, former staff, advocates, and a professional in the field. I'm going to throw her name out, but somebody like Jackie Morales-Frand, who knows all the players in the field and knows what's going on and doesn't have a stake in anything. But an oversight committee is really needed. And we implore you to investigate. If there was an oversight committee at Sunnyvale, these things wouldn't be happening at Sunnyvale. We implore you to investigate Home First. Please audit HR policies. Please investigate what's going on at Sunnyvale. Please stop giving contracts to an underperforming contractor that's own homepage seems to show a distinct lack of Black people all the way down to their board of directors. Lastly, I want to say her name for each of the 24 years she was there, creating the only shelter I would recommend, the only one people felt safe in, but that would be a bit much. When she got fired, the Sunnyvale shelter we all know, love, and would recommend died, and that is the most egregious thing Home First has done. Take away the only large, safe shelter people had refuge in. Shame on Home First.
Thank you. We still have 4 speaker cards: T, Michael, Antoinette, and Leroy.
Good morning. I have concerns about what we hear at Hillview Court regarding the treatment of clients, managers, and security. It's because of this I support the oversight committee. And if we had an oversight committee at Sunnyvale, which I am currently employed there, I believe that they would see things that are actually going on as far as like them firing African Americans and other daily things I see. There's a lot of stuff going on there, and it should be investigated. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Michael Love. We talk about oversight again. I was an employee there, and if we had an oversight for people to, someone to actually see what's actually going on, then a lot of things that was happening there, you know what I'm saying, wouldn't happen. If we can get to someone that can be appointed to there, you know what I'm saying, that would be fine, because there's certain things that happen there, like one, putting American Most Wanted as me, as a Black man, I'm saying, on a piece of paper and post it, you know what I'm saying, and my face is on there. So if we had an oversight, that stuff would never happen. And I'd like to end it with that. Thank you very much, and have a blessed day.
I'm going to just stop for a moment for some comments by our county council. I want to make sure that folks aren't speaking twice on the same issue, and that the comments right now are in line with the consent calendar agenda, but help me do that properly.
Yes, President Ellenberg. So any comments related to an item that is not on the agenda should have been made on item 6, which is public comment. This item is specifically for a consent calendar, so any comments made on this item should be focused on items that are on the consent calendar.
And with my apologies for not catching that with the first several speakers, I don't want to appear that I'm creating different rules. I just didn't move fast enough. So for the remaining speakers, please connect your comments to an item on the consent calendar, and please be sure that you're not speaking on the same topic that you spoke on during the open public comment. Thank you. Are there more speakers that want to come down with those caveats?
I do still have cards for T and Michael, but it doesn't appear they've come forward. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Leroy was the other card I had.
No.
All right.
Okay.
So
Do
we'll
we have-
move on. I do not have any public speakers on Zoom.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you to all of you who came and shared your comments. We're going to take a vote on the consent calendar.
She's not on Zoom. I don't have any hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. We're going to vote on this item.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Sumedian.
Aye.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Items 8, 9, and 10 have been agendized for time certain, no earlier than 10 a.m. Not a problem, it's 11 a.m. Before we hear staff's report and presentation on item 8, I want to just take a moment to outline how we will approach each of these items sequentially on the agenda. Item 8 is an EIR, and we'll proceed as we do with all regular agenda items. It doesn't include a formal public hearing, though of course we will take public comment, have a discussion, look for a motion and a vote. After we vote on item 8, we'll move on to items 9 and 10 in sequence. For item 9, we'll first hear staff's presentation. I will then entertain clarifying questions and brief comments from my colleagues before opening the public hearing. As is our practice, when I open the public hearing, if there are fewer than 15 public speakers, each speaker will be afforded 2 minutes to speak. If there are 15 or more, the speaking time will be limited to 1 minute per person. After the final speaker concludes their comments, I'll close the public hearing and return to my colleagues for discussion and motions. We'll then vote on item 9, move to item 10, which will follow the same format. My intention and hope is that items 8, 9, and 10 will conclude at or before 12:30 so that we can take a lunch break and then begin our next time certain items at 1 o'clock in consideration of staff and members of the public who are waiting to hear and speak on those and other items on the agenda. Hopefully that was clearer than mud, and I will look to staff to begin with item 8.
Good morning. Good morning, President Ellenberg, board members, Jacqueline Anshano, Director of Planning and Development. Thank you for this opportunity to present on the environmental impact report for the Stanford University Community Plan and the 2023-2031 Housing Element Update. This presentation is a result of a collaborative work from county staff, Office of the County Executive, Department of Planning and Development, County Council's Office, Office of Supportive Housing, our M-Group Consultant Management Team, our environmental and legal consultants working for and contracted with the county. The county team presenting on the Environmental Impact Report is Lisa McKyle, Deputy Director of Planning Services, Michael Meehan, Principal Planner overseeing the EIR and the Housing Element, and County Counsel Liz Ann Reynolds. I'll turn the presentation over to Michael Meehan.
Good morning, President Ellenberg, members of the board. My name is Michael Meehan, Principal Planner with the department. And if it pleases the board, I'll be providing a brief overview of the Programmatic Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, for the 2 items that will follow. Updates to the Stanford Community Plan and to the Housing Element, which are both extensions of our county's general plan. Together, these 2 items make up the proposed project for this program EIR. So under CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, the county is obliged to conduct environmental analyses for any project prior to its approval. For this reason, this EIR comes to the board in advance of the subsequent 2 items with further detail on the Stanford Community Plan and the Housing Element updates. For CEQA purposes, this is what is referred to as a program EIR because it provides environmental analyses and coverage at a higher policy level rather than at the level of a specific development proposal. The draft EIR was published on June 9th of this year and was presented to the Planning Commission for their review and public comment during the meeting held on June 22nd. The 45-day public review and comment period ended on July 24th, and 6 comment letters were received. The final EIR with revisions and responses to these comments was published on September 18th of this year. 2 of the 6 EIR comments were submitted by agencies, and 4 of the comments were submitted by organizations or individuals. 4 of the 6 commenters addressed the Stanford sites and the SCP. 1 commenter addressed overall transportation analysis in the EIR, and 1 commenter represented the desire of a property owner to have their specific parcel rezoned as a housing opportunity site and analyzed within the EIR. Several of the letters presented the commenters' opposition to or preferences for how the project is conceived and implemented, but these comments did not address the sufficiency of the environmental analysis, and pursuant to CEQA, no additional analysis or response is required in the IR for this type of comment. However, responses to all comments were prepared and included in the final EIR for this project. The primary focus of the EIR was potential for impacts resulting from the development of the housing opportunity sites, which included the 3 sites on Stanford campus and covered by the Stanford Community Plan update. The EIR found the potential to impact multiple environmental resources directly and/or indirectly. However, only 6 of the potential impacts cannot be avoided or mitigated to less than significant levels, with all of the feasible mitigation measures and alternatives considered. These 6 potential impacts fall within 4 categories, which are air quality, cultural resources, noise, and transportation. As a result of the potential for significant and unavoidable impacts, the board is required to adopt a statement of overriding considerations in order to certify this program EIR. Importantly, please note that the EIR analyzes the full potential of development on these housing opportunity sites in order to ensure that the EIR adequately provides coverage to all potential impacts of the proposed project. To conclude, staff's recommendation here is that the board adopt a resolution to certify the EIR, make the required CEQA findings, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the proposed project. This concludes staff's presentation on the EIR. I believe we will now pause to consider this item before moving on to the separate items for the Stanford Community Plan and then the housing element.
Thank you. And what I'll do is look for brief clarifying questions or comments, public comment, and then expansive comments, as you like.
Question for, is it Mr. Meehan? Do I have the name correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. The overriding considerations you indicated are required because, overriding considerations are required because there are unavoidable impacts. Did I get that part right?
That's correct. There's the potential for significant and unavoidable impacts.
And as I looked at the EIR, it was my impression that those were largely a function of the state-mandated requirement for housing construction. Did I discern that correctly, or do you want to feel free to correct away if I misunderstood?
That's correct.
All right. Well, I'll comment a bit later, but I thought it was important to highlight that conundrum, which is we try to address environmental impacts, but there are some unavoidable impacts here which are unavoidable by virtue of a state mandate. If I understood it correctly, yes. One last time, Mr. Mann? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mann.
Thank you very much. I don't see additional lights on, so we're going to go to public comment from this item, as is our practice. We'll hear speakers first in the chambers and then on Zoom. And this is item 8, the Stanford Community Plan and Housing Element Environmental Impact Report.
Thank you. We currently have no speakers, either in chambers or online, for item number 8.
All right, then I will return to my colleagues for additional comments and a motion. Supervisor Simidian.
I want to confirm before offering the motion with County Council that having reviewed the comments that were received on the EIR, and as Mr. Meehan indicated, responding to those comments in the EIR as part of the EIR process, that County Council is in fact advising our board that the document is legally sufficient.
I'll turn to Assistant County Counsel Elizabeth Pianka to address that question, Supervisor.
Thank you. Elizabeth Pianka, Assistant County Counsel. Yes, based on our review of the document, the comments and the responses to comments.
Thank you. Then, Madam Chair and colleagues, looking at packet page 29 for item number 8, which is the first page of the staff report, it indicates that the recommended action is to adopt a resolution certifying an environmental impact report, making the required CEQA findings, and adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the housing element update, Stanford University Community Plan update, and related rezonings, location, countywide, supervisorial districts, all, Department of Planning and Development. I move the recommended action as contained in our published agenda.
Second. Chavez.
Motion by Samiti and second by Chavez. Additional comments? Seeing none, let's vote on item 8.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Sumedian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to item 9, which includes a public hearing to consider the Stanford University Community Plan update. We'll begin with a presentation. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning again. Jacqueline Unshano, Director of Planning and Development. We now move into the Stanford Community Plan update. We have with us today Sylvia Gallegos, our Deputy of the County Office of the County Executive, Brittany Bendex, Principal Planner with M Group Consulting, and Jeff Bratley, President of M Group Consulting and Project Manager over the Stanford Community Plan. I'll turn the presentation over to Ms. Gallegos.
Good morning. Before staff begins our formal presentation, I wanted to offer a preamble to provide historical and policy context for the policy document that we're submitting to you today. Stanford University is an important community institution that serves many purposes beyond its role as a top-flight research and teaching university. It's a vibrant cultural and social hub with lectures, art galleries, and performing arts, including music, dance, theater. It provides open space, wildlife habitat, miles of trails, including the Dish Trail that is enjoyed by thousands of residents. It is a center of innovation with deep roots in the local tech ecosystem. But Stanford also employs 25,000 faculty and staff, enrolls over 17,000 students on property encompassing over 8,000 acres. It is a unique land use in the unincorporated county in that its 4,000 acres that are under our jurisdiction constitutes an integrated community that is owned by one property owner and that is held in perpetual trust for educational purposes while also serving a role as a major employer and provider of housing. So it's not unexpected that Stanford University would have an outsized impact on surrounding communities and the larger region. In 1985, the county, Stanford, and the city of Palo Alto entered into an agreement that set forth that Stanford's lands dedicated to academic uses would remain under the county's jurisdiction. And importantly, it sets forth that Stanford is subject to our general plan and zoning ordinance. In 2000, county staff prepared the first Stanford Community Plan. The goal was to create a comprehensive planning document that would provide us with a policy framework by which to guide development on Stanford campus. At that time, we introduced pioneering policies on housing and circulation, and because of Stanford's unique circumstances as an integrated community, and its commitment to innovation, it introduced transportation demand management strategies and other approaches that enabled the university to successfully rise up to meet the challenge. Today, we are submitting the first comprehensive update of the plan in 23 years. As in 2000, we are introducing pioneering policies that build on the 2000 plan. This plan is the outcome of 6 years of work We are in regular communication with university officials throughout this time. We receive hundreds of written and oral input at dozens of forums from university stakeholders and external stakeholders. The policies contained in this plan work together to provide a policy framework that carefully and thoughtfully balances emerging and competing policy priorities, reflect the input that we have received, and endeavors to fully mitigate the impacts that emanate from development on the campus. As in 2000, we believe that Stanford University has the know-how and the commitment to once again rise up to meet this new challenge. With that, I'm going to turn over the presentation to Brittany Bendix.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Brittany Bendix, Consulting Deputy Project Manager for the Stanford Community Plan Update. I'm joined by my colleagues, Jeff Bradley, Consulting Project Manager, and Associate Planners Maria Matteo and Sean Manalo. We're grateful for this opportunity to present to you today. One moment while I adjust the slides. Thank you. First, we will begin with a little background of the Stanford Community Plan, which we commonly refer to as the SCP. And then we will review major policy proposals in the SCP update and conclude with the recommended action, questions, and comments. The SCP contains 7 chapters that address various land use topics that you can see listed here. The contents of the community plan are very similar to what you would expect in a general plan, just focused on a specific geographic area. The SCP was adopted in 2000, and over the past 23 years has only received 3 minor amendments in 2013, 2015, and 2016. In 2016, Stanford University applied for a new general use permit known as the 2019 General Use Permit, or GUP. During the review and processing of the Stanford 2019 GUP, the county concurrently worked to provide a robust update to the SCP. On November 1st, 2019, Stanford withdrew their GUP application. However, the Board of Supervisors recognized the extensive work that had been performed and the need to continue to move forward with the SCP updates. At a meeting in February 2020, the board directed staff to complete this effort. The SCP update presented to you today is a county-initiated and county-led effort with specific focus on policy concerns and issues that were raised during the processing of the 2019 GUP application. These relate to housing, circulation, and open space. Since February 2020, the county has conducted ongoing and robust engagement with the public, various stakeholders, student groups, surrounding jurisdictions, county commissions, community groups, and Stanford University staff. At a December 2022 board meeting, staff presented final recommended updates to the SCP. In response, the board declared the recommendations as the proposed project and directed the Department of Planning and Development to complete the environmental impact report. The project team has refined the SCP update to further reflect feedback from the Board of Supervisors, Stanford University, and community stakeholders. On June 29th, 2023, the project team provided an update to the Hewlett Committee, where the committee requested that the department to perform several actions that involve further outreach to the City of Palo Alto, the Palo Alto Unified School District, and the County of San Mateo, and to refine specific areas of the SCP that relate to housing imbalances, circulation in the College Terrace neighborhood, and the transparency of permit streamlining, as well as the availability of mental and behavioral health data. The department has pursued these and has updated the SCP accordingly. And now I'll turn the presentation to my colleague, Jeff Bradley, to highlight the major policy updates to the SCP.
Thank you, Brittany. Through the processing of the 2019 GUP, which was actually submitted in 2016 by Stanford, 3 main topics of community concern and discussion have emerged. These topics are ensuring that housing needs of Stanford affiliates are met in a manner that does not deplete housing options for the general public in the surrounding communities, or reduce the tax base that fund much-needed public resources. Secondly, managing the circulation of future development to support successful congestion management strategies while still providing an opportunity for the university to grow into the future. And thirdly, protecting existing open space through preservation of the campus's academic growth boundary, or AGB. Because members of the community, numerous stakeholders, as well as neighboring jurisdictions have raised these topics both repeatedly and consistently throughout this process, the remainder of the presentation on the SCP update focuses on these three important policy considerations. So we'll begin with housing. And the housing policy is pretty simple. We really have three main points summarizing the recommended housing approach in the community plan. The first is to simply provide all needed new housing on campus or in contiguous Stanford lands in Palo Alto. Secondly, housing must be provided across all income levels, both affordable and market rate. And thirdly, all affordable units must be actually provided and built by Stanford. This means that Stanford cannot pay in lieu fees in replacement of constructing affordable units. This is an important distinction because under the current 2000 general use permit, the existing fee program has assisted in the construction or rehabilitation of hundreds of units over 6 projects. However, these fees have provided only 12.5% of the necessary funding on average per project. To develop these policies, we looked at where the faculty and staff live. This map shows the distribution of faculty, staff, and postdocs throughout the region. It shows us that up to 93% of these Stanford employees live off campus throughout the Bay Area. The major focus of the SCP housing policy update is to accommodate future university growth by requiring both market rate and affordable housing to be provided on campus. This approach improves the distribution of housing units both within the larger region and also helps reduce the need for long commutes. When considering the SCP's housing policy, it's important to keep in mind the pioneering legacy of the community plan's housing linkage policy that was established in the 2000 community plan over 20 years ago and is being carried over into this update. The housing linkage policy requires that housing is developed concurrent with or prior to new academic development on campus. Its inclusion in the 2000 community plan points to a local and decades-long concern regarding the area's job and housing imbalance. To facilitate the development of housing for Stanford affiliates, the community plan update requires that a minimum of 70% of the housing required by a nexus study must be on campus, the area in green here above the dashed line, which represents the academic growth boundary, and provide some flexibility for the university to provide a maximum of 30% on Stanford land-grant lands in Palo Alto, shown here in the areas in yellow. This policy also facilitates a reduction in competition for off-campus housing, thereby reducing the price pressures in the surrounding areas and providing much-needed affordable housing on and very close to campus. It also helps address the issue nearby jurisdictions have raised about a Stanford acquiring land in their cities that takes these properties off the tax rolls when it is used for rental housing for employees. These are issues that have been consistently raised by members of the public and neighboring jurisdictions since 2016. Although this housing policy does not address the housing needs for existing Stanford employees, Stanford may still choose in the future to pursue housing developments outside of these required areas under the housing linkage policy. The linkage policy in the community plan does not prohibit Stanford in any way from building or acquiring housing elsewhere. Moving into circulation. Of course, the academic campus of the university does not exist in a vacuum. As on Stanford land alone, there are over 70,000 jobs and students. This includes the Stanford Linear Accelerator, Stanford Hospital, Stanford Shopping Center, the Research Park, as well as the academic campus itself. Nearby downtown, Palo Alto also has thousands of jobs and residents. Any transportation policy update to curb congestion and reduce vehicle miles traveled must, by definition, take an area-wide approach by combining trip reduction with transportation system improvements. The county has repeatedly heard serious concerns relative to local traffic congestion. To address this, the recommended circulation policy approach is to both build on what is working and by adding to it. The recommended transportation approach includes the following measures: maintaining the longstanding no net new commute trip standard, adding the 3-hour peak period performance standards in both the morning and afternoon, adding a reverse trip standard, adding vehicle miles traveled or VMT performance standard and supportive policies, and maintaining trip credits to encourage area-wide bicycle pedestrian improvements. The housing policies and circulation policies reviewed today will work together, provided all needed housing on and near campus will help Stanford meet these transportation-related goals. Increasing housing on and near campus and providing support services and overall improvement of bike, walking, and transit facilities will decrease VMT, commute trips, reverse commute trips, and other traffic impacts of future development. Together, these additional standards will allow the university an opportunity to grow and evolve as long as they're able to reduce and mitigate future increases in traffic and local congestion. The Growth and Development chapter is home to the policies that support the retention of the community plan's academic growth boundary, or AGB, addressing the important open space issues we mentioned earlier. The AGB is shown as the hatched line bisecting the campus in the figure on the left, dividing the academic campus, approximately 1,700 acres, shown in orange, and the foothills, nearly 2,300 acres, shown in green. The 2000 community plan established the AGB location for a period of 25 years, a major milestone at the time. And pursuant to the 2000 plan, modification of the AGB requires a supermajority, or a 4/5 vote of the board. There has been strong public support for the effort to extend the AGB to 99 years, and we want to recognize that input by highlighting the 2018 Sustainable Development Study, or supplement, which informed this direction. This study assessed the long-term development capacity of the Stanford campus based on benchmark data from other similar universities and actual development strategies being utilized on the Stanford campus. The sustainability study provides intensification strategies for infill on-campus development within the AGB and concludes with these intensification strategies, Stanford could accommodate continued development within the AGB area at the historic rate of academic and housing development for 100 years or more. This would equate to nearly tripling the current amount of development on campus. We're not proposing that, but that's what the study showed. The findings of this sustainability study directly informed growth and development policy that extends the AGB for a period of 99 years. Now moving into a discussion of the Planning Commission recommendation. At their September 28th meeting in this room, the Planning Commission hearing, additional policy modifications were raised for consideration. This included modification of policy HI3 to clarify that Stanford may offer any housing units required by the community plan and located in the off-campus land grant areas in the city of Palo Alto to the general public. This policy was recommended by staff based on discussions with the city of Palo Alto and discussed with Stanford. The commission also considered the addition of a new circulation policy to provide advance notification to neighbors of development applications submitted for housing opportunity sites. The commission included this policy as part of the recommendation to the board and has been added to the draft as policy C21. This policy was originally directed by the board at its December 2022 meeting. And lastly, the commissioners recommended to remove metrics around financial information and staffing levels from the municipal services reporting table, and these changes have also been incorporated into the SCP for your review. Going to the next slide. The public comment at the Planning Commission also raised a number of policy considerations that were discussed. This included a request from the city of Palo Alto to increase the on-campus housing requirement something higher than the 70% currently. Bird safe design guidelines and anticipation of when they may become applicable to the university. Dark sky policies that may facilitate a reduction in light pollution, and preservation of ancient oak trees, trees that are 150 years or older. These were public comments. And finally, after considering the policy topics raised, the Planning Commission did recommend that the board adopt the plan with the exception of a change to accept the recommendation from staff with modifications to reduce the 30% allowance for housing on land grant Stanford lands in Palo Alto to 20% and enable the remaining 10% to be satisfied through the payment of in lieu fees. Staff continues to recommend that Stanford provide all required market rate and affordable housing units consistent with the 70%, 30% ratio and construct all required housing. As previously noted, the intent of this policy is to ensure that Stanford provides all types of housing necessary to accommodate any future growth. This includes requiring the production of actual affordable housing units, which has not historically been accommodated through the Affordable Housing Fund. The department finds that even with an increased fee structure, insufficient units would likely result due to challenges with securing land and increasing housing costs. And finally, staff recommends that the board adopt a resolution amending the Santa Clara County General Plan relating to the Stanford University Community Plan and amend related provisions as necessary of the county's general plan. Thank you, and that concludes the presentation on this part of your agenda item.
Thank you very much. I'll go to my colleagues for brief clarifying questions, and then I'll open the public hearing. Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing and look to our clerk. Do we have speakers on this item?
We definitely do. We have 14 in chambers currently, and we have 4 online, but it may be rising.
All right, which means that a minimum we have 15 speakers. So the speaking time is going to be limited to 1 minute. And Rhonda, I'll leave it to you.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
Forgive me, but given the significance of the item, it's 7 years in reaching us, and the complexity and multiplicity of topics. I'd like to ask that we accommodate speakers of all points of view with 2 minutes, if that's agreeable to my colleagues.
Let me just turn, I don't have an issue with that. I want to make sure that since that's not our practice for all items, is there, and not my intention to do that for the remainder of items today.
There's no issue as long as there's consistency within this item, President.
Within the item. Excellent. All right, then we will set the clock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you,
Supervisors Meeting's request to 2 minutes per speaker.
Thank you. We'll start by calling up the first 5. We have Bharat Singh, Julian Lake, Peter Dreckmeyer, Eric Vilseth, and Nancy Kropp.
President Ellenberg and members of the board, my name is Bharat Singh. I am the Planning Services Manager at San Mateo County, and I'm here to make a statement on behalf of Michael Galgi, the County Executive Officer of San Mateo County. San Mateo County Administration acknowledges the SCP's effort on the shared objectives amongst our counties to reduce the impact of growth of the university that the university has on the surrounding communities, particularly the impacts on housing and congestion. The administration is in support of the specific housing and circulation policies and programs in the SCP that will help achieve these objectives, particularly the policies encouraging housing to be built on existing Stanford land grant lands within the academic growth boundary and in the city of Palo Alto, limiting existing and new housing being removed from county tax rolls. San Mateo County administration understands that the SCP does not limit Stanford from acquiring land within San Mateo County for housing and development purposes, removing those properties from the county tax rolls, and impacting the public service capacities of the county. Therefore, San Mateo County would like to take this opportunity to encourage Santa Clara County and the university to work with us to develop a compensation framework wherein the loss of tax revenues as Stanford acquires and builds housing and facilities in San Mateo County are paid for, ensuring public services are maintained to the expected county standards. As a full disclosure, I was until last year an employee of the County of Santa Clara's Department of Planning and Development, and have worked on the SCP and the housing element that is in front of you today. I would like to take this opportunity to commend county staff on the efforts in a personal capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board. The Bay Area Council has consistently supported adding more housing throughout the region to address our significant housing crisis. We champion smart growth opportunities that help create a more diverse, equitable, sustainable, and vibrant Bay Area. Throughout its entire history, Stanford has been a leader in addressing regional housing challenges through its extraordinary commitment to housing a large share of its students, faculty, and staff. The university has over 18,000 housing units in its portfolio, more than any other university in the country and far exceeding any other higher educational institution in the region. Stanford's commitment to building sustainable and equitable housing on campus in the surrounding area translates to less competition for units in the larger community. As a Santa Clara County resident, I urge the board to please support Stanford's continued progress on housing by removing unnecessary barriers like constraining where off-campus housing can be built, prioritizing instead nearby locations where there is demand and access to public transit. Removal of complex trip counts that make developing housing practically infeasible will also aid this effort. Most academic institutions in the Bay Area are struggling with how to house their students and staff. Stanford has taken on this challenge and has shown great success. Let us not hinder their ability to be a valued housing partner in this region. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm a former mayor of Palo Alto, former director of the Stanford Open Space Alliance, and a current member of the Stanford Community Resource Group. I want to commend and thank staff and the consultants for doing a really great job on this process. The Stanford campus is very densely developed, which makes sense. That's smart growth. We want to have employees, staff, faculty, students close to jobs and services and public transportation. But any other landowner would have had to enter into a transfer of development rights to get that much density on campus. They would have had to give up the right to develop in the foothills in exchange for higher density. Stanford is not zoned. There's no maximum build out there. And this 99-year extension of the academic growth boundary is a great deal for Stanford. It's not permanent protection, although it should be. The 70-30 split on housing will result in fewer housing units in the region rather than if all 100% were on campus. This is future need. And Palo Alto already has a very severe jobs housing imbalance, 3-to-1. And tens of thousands of those jobs are on Stanford lands in the research park, the hospital, and the shopping center. But there's very, very little housing. Palo Alto needs those sites to address the current crisis. If 100% is on campus, the county gets those RENA numbers. Palo Alto will get its either way. In-lieu fees are a really bad idea. You heard they resulted only 12.5% of what was needed. So we had 1/8 of the housing that we should have had. At the Planning Commission meeting, they acknowledged that the fees should probably cover the cost. At 1 unit needed for 1,000 square feet of academic, using that, if a unit costs $500,000, it'd be $500 per square foot. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Eric Filseth, former council member and mayor of the city of Palo Alto. I was involved in general use permit discussions with Stanford, and I want to thank the county for its intelligent and thoughtful work and leadership on this matter these past several years. Stanford's academic, commercial, and healthcare operations span both unincorporated county land and city land, including in Palo Alto. However, our Bay Area is now so dense that expansions like Stanford's carry public impacts well beyond just the particular land they sit on, especially impacts around environmental and social welfare concerns. Addressing these concerns today requires much more attention than in the past, and the county's policy of full mitigation is essential for all of us for public sustainability in the urban 21st century. Please therefore approve the staff recommendations for the three major elements proposed today. First, place a 99-year moratorium on construction in the protected foothills. If we don't protect our environment, we won't have it. Second, expand the no net new car trips hours to account for modern commute patterns. And third, please try to avoid substituting in lieu fees for actual housing. Stanford's expansion will create real housing demand at many income levels, but with in lieu fees, there's no certainty if, when, or arguably where that housing will ever actually be built. Finally, I urge the county to keep sharp focus on the tax issue. Stanford University has a $41 billion endowment and thousands of employees, yet pays almost no property tax. Stanford housing purchased off campus removes those properties from public tax rolls, even though their occupants still consume public services that cities and counties must provide. Moreover, research universities like Stanford now push the concept of nonprofit to begin with. So please continue to hold Stanford carefully to its tax obligations and consider pursuing alternative compensation models as some other communities have already done. Thank you.
Through the chair, I wonder if we could ask the clerk to make the volume just a little bit louder, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If we could call get our next 5 speakers ready, that's going to be Nadia Naik, David, T, John Carl Frederick, and Alice Kaufman.
Good morning. I'm Nancy Kropp. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I've also, for the past decade, although I'm not here in that current capacity, but I have been very active in advocacy for our schools, both in Palo Alto and in the county. And I would like to first thank staff for asking for full mitigation. It's essential for the well-being of our community. And secondly, I want to specifically address housing. And I want to put a human face on what happens with the housing situation, because currently since 2000, as we know, Stanford has removed 1,900 homes in our communities. They have purchased 1,900 homes. I want to put a human face on that just so you know, as far as fully mitigating this. Who pays the cost of that? Number one, the children in our community, because Stanford pays no property taxes and our schools depend on property taxes. So we have hundreds, literally hundreds of volunteers that I work with to bring art, to bring music, to bring counselors, to bring science, technology. We're fundraising like crazy every year because we don't have property taxes coming in from every single home that Stanford removes from our community. And our children are paying that price if we can't raise the difference. Secondly, I want to bring up the other human face critical to this housing situation, which is our adults. We have huge housing shortages because we have candidates that we can't fill spots for because they don't want to commute hours to work in Palo Alto. I would love to give a human face. I spoke with a landscaper who literally kisses his sleeping children goodbye at 4 in the morning to get to work at 6, and he comes home just in time to kiss them goodnight with a bedtime story. We cannot lose more housing to Stanford. Stanford has the land, they can treble their size, and they have the money. They have the land and the money. For full mitigation, I would push that 70 up to 100%. I know it's a fantasy, but that's what full mitigation looks like. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nadia Naik, and I'm a transportation advocate. I've been working on the Stanford GUP issue for a while as well, and I wanted to thank the county for staying tenacious in this process. I support the staff report, and I have 3 main points. Please continue the no net new trips policy, allow trip credits for expanding the Marguerite shuttle service to places like East Palo Alto, and allow trip credits for transit passes given to non-affiliates. The no net new trips sounds archaic, but counting the cars ensures clear measurement of the effectiveness of their TDM program at reducing local congestion. That's basically what spurred their very fantastic program that they have now, and expanding that is going to help. Expanding the number of trips to peak hour and peak period incentivizes Stanford to further expand their TDM program and reduce their VMT. If Stanford can provide transit passes for spouses living on campus, they should be allowed trip credits for that. Whenever possible, as you guys at the county, I'd ask for you to think to yourselves, how can we get more transit passes in the community? We've done transit-oriented development for years, but just being next to transit doesn't get people on transit. Transit passes does. So anytime we can get Stanford to spread more passes into the community, whether it's immediately adjacent or in places like East Palo Alto with those service workers, that's a good thing. And lastly, I think I've lost my spot. Oh, transit ridership. The more people who take passes, have transit passes, take ridership, the more successful those specific routes are, more investments happen. It's a positive transit loop. We usually talk about a transit death loop. This is a positive loop that you guys can do. So please support those further refinements on this plan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David, and I live in College Terrace in Palo Alto. Over the last few years, Stanford has been buying properties in our neighborhood. We feel a little bit threatened and feel a bit uneasy about this. I think the numbers are something like Stanford has now 40 and we have about 700 to go. What I'm asking here is can we ask Stanford to say explicitly how many properties they intend to buy in our area and over what period of time? I think this is fair for the neighborhood. And I think it also would give the City of Palo Alto a better idea, because what happens is every house that is bought in College Terrace now is a property that Palo Alto has to make up for that's been lost out of the general pool. So I think it's quite reasonable to get a real fact on this rather than this kind of a vague idea that they're going to buy houses in the area. That's my question, my statement. Thank you.
If we could get our next 5 speakers queued up, Danny Scullis, Sophia Trexler, Betsy Nash, and Celia Taylor, Priya Graves, and Kristen Brown.
Good morning, President Ellenberg and Supervisors. My name is Alice Kaufman, and I am the Policy and Advocacy Director with Green Foothills. And I brought a visual aid to share with you today. This is a representation of the more than 1,200 people who have signed Green Foothills petition saying that I support protecting the Stanford foothills. I urge you to make the supermajority vote requirement to allow any development in the Stanford foothills a permanent requirement. Unfortunately, that is not what you're going to be voting on today, unless you decide to change your mind. Green Foothills does support the staff recommendation for the 99-year extension of the supermajority vote requirement. And I want to make clear what that is and is not, because I think that there is maybe a little bit of misconception from some people thinking that it is a total ban on any development in the foothills for 99 years. That's not at all what it is. It's just simply an extension of the supermajority vote requirement, the 4/5 vote requirement for 99 years. So let's be clear. This board could vote at your very next meeting to change the academic growth boundary as long as 4 of you voted for that. So this is not an unreasonable burden to be put on Stanford's use of their land. It's merely a procedural barrier. And I should also emphasize, again, I wish this wasn't the case, but because this is part of the community plan, which is in your general plan, which can always be modified by a simple majority vote, 3 of you actually could vote at your next board meeting to then change that supermajority vote requirement. Again, wish it wasn't the case, but this is the reality. I don't want to repeat too much about what we've already said in our letter and what has been sent to you in emails from other folks as well as from the staff meeting. So I'll just emphasize this is not an unreasonable requirement. Please protect the foothills in this very modest way. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, President Ellenberg, honorable supervisors. My name is Kristen Brown, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, or SVLG. We're a dynamic business association that represents some of the most respected employers throughout Silicon Valley. On behalf of SVLG, we express our sincere gratitude to the board for the opportunity to share our comments about some key aspects of the zoning amendments in the Stanford Community Plan. Stanford University is an invaluable asset, providing world-class education, innovation, and economic vitality. As they expand academic facilities, it's essential to establish a robust policy framework to support this growth. SVLG has recognized the need for more housing throughout the region. Stanford uniquely contributes to housing development alongside academic expansion. However, the proposed housing policies within this community plan could hinder the ability to create new housing. Restricting housing development to specific areas does not align with the broader housing demand in the region. We urge the county to collaborate with Stanford to develop a framework that meets housing needs effectively. We also see the value in maintaining the in lieu housing impact fee option, as it provides critical funding for much-needed housing projects. Stanford has made substantial investments in reducing single occupancy vehicle rates and promoting sustainable transit alternatives. They've set the standard for other employers in the region. We ask for collaborative efforts between the county and Stanford to find alternative ways to reduce traffic without blocking future development. Lastly, we appreciate the importance of open space, but believe that the 99-year restriction on development outside of the academic growth boundary is excessively long. We suggest considering a planning horizon that accounts for changing community needs. In closing, we respectfully request continued dialogue between the county and Stanford to align policies that benefit all stakeholders, particularly as it concerns housing and transportation considerations. Thank you for your consideration today.
Hello, my name is Danny Salas. I am a current Stanford student and a member of Students for Workers' Rights and the Student Coalition for Planning an Equitable 2035. I would like to start by indicating support for some key features of these amendments in the Stanford Community Plan update. We are happy to see the plan for 70% of housing to be on campus, while we would prefer 100% and are opposed to in lieu fees. Stanford has the ability to house all workers on campus and can minimize its impact on housing in the surrounding area. Amidst the current Bay Area housing crisis, this is a great way to ensure employees are housed while housing outside remains usable for our neighbors. I would also like to indicate support for the amendment protecting the foothills for 99 years, especially considering that it's not difficult to change this if a need arises. This is very feasible. Once the Stanford Community Plan is passed, it becomes even more critical to work directly with Stanford service workers and others impacted by Stanford's land use to ensure that their needs are met. Both directly hired and subcontracted workers should have their voices heard and input considered. Projects such as expanding the shuttle vans from East Bay to campus can be used to confront the major issues of housing and transportation. I hope to see other community members and organizations in the space of affordable housing and transportation included in this process as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ophia Trexler. I'm a current Stanford student and a member of Students for Workers' Rights and Stanford Coalition for Planning an Equitable 2035. We support amendments that hold Stanford accountable to creating housing on their land that meets the needs of the jobs housing imbalance created as a result of Stanford's presence in the South Bay, but we encourage units to be built on campus to the maximum extent possible. We wanted to iterate that there's a need not just for housing units, for permanent housing, but for infrastructure to accommodate the massive supercommuter workforce at Stanford who are left to sleep in their cars or their vans along El Camino, rent hotel rooms, stay with families, and otherwise be separated from their families and their homes as a result of their employment here at Stanford. We conducted a survey of SEIU 2007 workers. The responses we got were horrifying, mainly workers complaining about the time that is being spent away from their family, the money that they have to spend to accommodate sleeping away from home, stories about people sleeping in their car. One worker even shared that they had to lower the custody of their children because the commute is so burdensome. When we're talking about housing, it's not just permanent supportive units for our workers, which we absolutely support, but also this, infrastructure that allows people to temporarily stay overnight. It's not just, a moral issue of people shouldn't sleep in their cars. It's a safety issue, ensuring that workers are well rested, ensuring that Stanford as a university is taking care of its workers. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Betsy Nash, and I serve on the Menlo Park City Council, and I am a current member of the Stanford Community Resources Group. My main message to you today is this: please don't allow Stanford to use Menlo Park or surrounding cities to solve Stanford's housing problems. Menlo Park, like other cities surrounding Stanford, continues to struggle with unaffordable housing, insufficient housing stock, choking traffic congestion, and overburdened infrastructure, including emergency services, recreational facilities, schools, and childcare. Stanford should meet its housing needs on Stanford campus and should not spill over into surrounding cities. When Stanford buys land, homes, and apartment complexes in other communities, it intensifies the pressure on local housing markets, increases traffic problems, and weakens the local property tax base. Please don't let Stanford fulfill its housing commitments at Menlo Park's expense. Our challenges are tough enough as it is. I'm a Stanford graduate, so is my husband. We are proud of our alma mater, and we appreciate the benefits of living near it. We also appreciate that Stanford is an enormous economic player with its own interests and priorities. In conclusion, I fully support all of Santa Clara County's staff's policy recommendations for the Stanford Community Plan update, requiring Stanford to fully mitigate the impacts of its activities on all the neighboring communities in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties, including housing, traffic, and open space. Thank you.
Good day, Board President and Supervisors. My name is Cecilia Taylor. I am currently the Vice Mayor of Menlo Park. My community, the Bellhaven neighborhood, is isolated from the rest of the city. We are bound by Highway 84, Willow Road, the Bayfront Expressway, the connection to the Dumbarton Bridge, and the 101 freeway. We are surrounded by weekday traffic, locked in our neighborhoods in the morning and locked out in the evening. I believe equitable development is necessary and achievable. I believe equitable strategy that ensures everyone participates in and benefits from economic transformation. It requires an intentional and thoughtful focus on eliminating inequities and barriers. Good governance in land use, good governance in zoning, good governance in policy and programs provide a healthy and safe and inclusive guideline moving forward. And it gives opportunities for communities and neighborhoods to grow in a way that improves quality of life. Equitable development can reverse patterns of segregation. Equitable development can reverse disinvestment. Equitable development can prevent displacement and promote revitalization throughout our communities. That means full mitigations for Stanford workers, full mitigations for housing, full mitigations for environmental impacts, full mitigations for traffic and transportation, and full mitigations for public education. Our children should come first. We, the City of Menlo Park, are united with San Mateo County, along with cities, East Palo Alto, Redwood City, Atherton, Palo Alto, Portola Valley, and Woodside. Please require Stanford to fully mitigate the impacts of its development activities on all of our neighboring communities in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties. Thank you.
At this time, if we could have all of our speakers up. Our final speakers are Priya Graves, Forrest Peterson, T. John Carl Frederick, and Sally Lieber.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Priya Graves. I'm a longtime resident of the College Terrace neighborhood surrounded on three sides by Stanford. So we are definitely impacted by their presence. I want to thank staff for doing a great job on this community plan update, and I encourage you to adopt it. In particular, among the most important inclusions are the 99-year extension of the academic growth boundary. Keeping the foothills open is so important, and we need to take care of our environment. Secondly, the requirement that there be no net new car trips in or out of Stanford during peak hour and peak period commute times. Living in College Terrace, the traffic around our neighborhood is still really bad in spite of Stanford's efforts, and adding additional outbound traffic is only going to make that worse. In particular, some people think that because we've had some traffic calming done in College Terrace, that we somehow are all fixed. We're not. There are still cars coming and going to Stanford that zoom through our neighborhood, making unsafe corner turns and so forth. And so it is really important to us that we continue to work to reduce Stanford's traffic impact on our neighborhood. Finally, the provision of adequate housing, including affordable housing, is so important. That's an absolute must for full mitigation of Stanford's impact on the surrounding community. As the previous speaker mentioned, they've been buying up houses in our neighborhood, and that is, we love the people that come and live there, but we don't want Stanford to own all of it. Thank you.
Hello, Honorable Supervisors. My name is Dr. Forrest Peterson. I have a PhD in civil engineering. So I speak today as chair of the Flood Protection Subcommittee of the Santa Clara County Independent Monitoring Committee at the Water District. So the Water District and the associated joint districts have not been adequately included in the discussion with the campus plan, which if you look at the flood protection, it reflects that. So there's a bridge for the railroad that runs over San Francisco Creek that is scouring out, it's in danger of collapsing. They're talking about if, with the current winter, if they're gonna drop boulders, I don't know, by helicopter or crane or bulldozer into the creek to save the bridge. As a civil engineer, this is a fairly more alarming situation than I think that description gives. You know. So when you look at flood protection, a lot of it starts upstream. And if you go upstream from that bridge, it's Stanford land, which means that Stanford is essentially solely responsible for the water that flows down to that creek, the amount of water. And so talking with some members of the Water District and other concerned interests, the recommendation is that the plan should include that ecosystem conservation and habitat restoration are the only true means to protect communities from floods. And there's several letters in the public comment relating to this issue, and I refer to those. Thank you.
My name is Sally Lieber. I'm a resident of Mountain View, and I'd like to start out my comments by first complimenting staff on all the hard work over many, many years. I know it hasn't been an easy process, and the board members as well, in particular Supervisor Smidian, for really staying on this for the very long term. And reaching out to the cities and San Mateo County as well. That's been a really vital part of the process. I'm appreciative of staff's recommendation to retain the supermajority vote. I do wish it was a necessity to have the vote of the District 5 supervisor as the immediate representative of folks there as one of the votes in that supermajority. It is just a speed bump, as was pointed out by Alice Kaufman, but it's a very important speed bump because it gives the community the opportunity to weigh in. I do wish the 70-30 split were higher in terms of the housing provided on campus. As folks are aware, and in particular Supervisor Smidian, this part of the community has always been more diverse and more affordable in terms of both sides of El Camino than the community overall. And so having Stanford buy up what is there just leaves the local city on the hamster wheel of trying to provide that housing, which is very, very difficult. I hope that they can do more affordable housing and childcare on campus. We shouldn't have the graduate students, the postgrads, the interns.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that you hold to the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Final call for T or John Carl Frederick, who have submitted cards in chambers. It no longer looks like they are here. I currently have 7 people on Zoom.
All right, the queue for speaking will close when the first speaker begins speaking. So if anyone is on Zoom that desires to speak who doesn't have their virtual hand up, right now is the moment to do that.
All right, looks like we're holding steady. So our first speaker is Dashiell Leeds. We've asked you to unmute.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I've also been asked to speak tonight on behalf of Shanique Linehouse from the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Thank you, Supervisors Simidian, for giving us an extra minute. Since 2019, in joint letters sent to the county in May and September of 2019, the Loma Prieta chapter and the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society have requested the inclusion of 3 provisions in the Stanford University Community Plan Update, those being bird safe design and dark sky policies, and policies to protect old oak trees. Regarding bird safe design and dark sky, those policies are not currently included in the plan update, but during the discussion of this item in the September 28th Planning Commission meeting, staff noted that the county still has a bird safe design and dark sky ordinance on its work plan. This has been on the work plan for some years and it's not been developed yet. So we asked the board tonight to include in your motion direction to expedite the creation of a countywide ordinance for bird safe design and dark sky policies. We do also hope you include in your motion a requirement to preserve all valley and live oak trees older than 140 years old, older than Stanford itself. Stanford should not be removing any trees that are older than the university, especially those that provide crucial habitat. Regarding mitigation proposed by staff, we support the position that Stanford should undertake full mitigation for its future environmental footprint in the 3 core areas of land use, expansion, transportation, and housing. So we support the measure to retain the location of the academic growth boundary for a 99-year period and to modify only upon a 4/5 vote of the Board of Supervisors. We're in favor of expanding the performance standard of no new net commute trips to include the reverse commute direction and specify monitoring during morning and evening peak hours and the 3-hour peak periods. And we also support the inclusion.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim McKenzie. Tim, I've asked you to unmute.
Hi, all. I'm Tim McKenzie. He, him pronouns, live in Mountain View, and I worked at Stanford for a decade. I've been involved in this since way back into GUP days, so it's amazing to actually see it coming together. And there's just 1 or 2 specific things that I'd like to highlight or call attention to. Specifically with regards to affordable housing, I love to see all the provisions in there, but I would really like to see specifically that the affordable housing must be affordable to the people that the housing is for. You may remember about a year ago, Stanford bought almost 800 units in Oak Creek that were supposed to be just for postdocs at Stanford. And when postdocs making the minimum salary went to apply to the housing now owned by Stanford, they were told, you don't make enough money. The fact that Stanford can rent out to non-Stanford affiliates if there aren't Stanford affiliates taking it makes me see a little bit of a loophole of they can charge the rent too high for anyone to afford and then go take the money from people in the local cities. So I would really like to see a linkage between the affordable housing and the salary for the people that housing is intended for. And additionally, on the commute trips, having services near campus, I'd love to see affordable and accessible childcare services as part of the requirements or a suggestion within that umbrella. There's kind of a childcare crisis across the whole Silicon Valley, the Bay Area, and you have an opportunity to set strong goals that Stanford can help reach that can then be a model for our local cities and other businesses like Mountain View with Google. Love to see all the things that have come together, so thank you so much for the work, and I hope that those changes.
Forgive me, colleagues, I had distracted our clerk.
I'm back. Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron Effner.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Erin Effner, Associate Vice President of Stanford's Land Use and Environmental Planning Group. My statement reflects what we have consistently stated in letters we have submitted throughout this process. We believe Stanford and the county have shared goals, namely to ensure Stanford remains a preeminent academic institution that can gradually evolve its research and teaching facilities while also building housing to support academic growth, adopting sustainable transportation, and protecting open space. We have been working with county staff and decision makers for 3 years to accomplish these goals, attempting to arrive at a set of mutually beneficial policies in the Stanford Community Plan. The set of policies before you today do not meet our collective goals. The policy framework creates barriers to new housing construction due to overly restrictive requirements and infeasible transportation conditions. These barriers to housing in turn create barriers for the creation of new academic facilities designed to support the education of students and advance research into some of the most pressing challenges of our time. Finally, we acknowledge that we are at the final approval stage of the SCP. Thus, we request that the board provide direction to staff to continue working with Stanford following the approval of the SCP to refine the few remaining policies that are most problematic to reaching our mutual goals and report back to the board as necessary. We have a Stanford team available both by Zoom and in the chamber should any questions come up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I, Rebecca Eisenberg, serve as the Director of Santa Clara County Valley Water District, representing District 7, which includes Palo Alto, Los Altos Hills, and much of Stanford. I also serve as a director on the San Francisco JPA, but I speak in my individual capacity, not on behalf of either of those boards. I support the staff recommendations, but I urge this board to go further to ensure full mitigations, which this plan falls short of. Quick points. 1, housing. Stanford, including in the previous statement, Stanford acknowledges that it continues to expand, building research centers and other centers by taking multi-billion-dollar donations, sometimes from billionaires, sometimes from oil and gas companies, to create new centers such as the poorly named Dorr School of Sustainability. With these centers, Stanford creates more opportunities for students, but also creates many jobs, including numerous low-income jobs. And Stanford, as shown by the previous comment, refuses to even acknowledge any obligation to house these low-income workers. That is a moral and ethical failure, if not a legal one. Stanford needs to house low-income workers so that these workers can live on campus and not in nearby communities as they do now. And by living in nearby communities, I mean that many of them live out of their cars and campers. Stanford must house every single low-income worker whose job it creates to serve the higher-income staff, the higher-income professors, and the high-income students it seeks to serve. In housing, Stanford also needs to remember what was said in hearings several years ago with the cry for child care and the cry for additional public transit, like expanding the Marguerite. I hope you recognize the urgent need for Stanford to do this on Stanford land.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Messervy.
Hello, I'm speaking on behalf of Parents in Academia, which represents Stanford graduate and postdoc families. Affordable childcare federally is defined as 7% of household income. But for me and many other graduate students, on-campus childcare costs exceed my salary. Childcare affordability is the #1 concern I hear from student families. Stanford needs to provide more substantial childcare subsidies both on and off campus for graduate students. This heavy burden disproportionately affects student mothers who do not have full-time childcare spouses, and childcare is necessary for them to continue their education. 2, campus plans should include necessities for Stanford graduate and postdoc families with school-age children. This includes vouchers for extraneous school costs, such as semi-mandatory donations, tutoring, and support with school procedures. Thirdly, the campus plan must include mandated testing of lead levels in soil surrounding on-campus family residences, which have previously been contaminated with dust from lead paint exposed by construction. We ask that these 3 provisions are included in the motion for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jordan Grimes.
Yes, good afternoon, Supervisors. Jordan Grimes, South Bay Resilience Manager with Greenbelt Alliance. I want to echo others in calling on the board to remove regulatory barriers in order to increase housing growth at Stanford and in the surrounding area. The growth boundary expansion issue discussed today can largely be addressed and dealt with by removing existing constraints, which is, in fact, a requirement of the county as part of the housing element process, by making it possible to build dense infill housing in existing areas where it makes sense to do so instead of in the foothills. We do want to see Stanford build a significant amount of new housing on campus as they have in the past, but the reality we live in is one where the entire peninsula and South Bay have a housing crisis and jobs housing imbalance. We need housing wherever we can get it. On the in lieu fee concerns, I'd respectfully submit that these fees, when applied correctly, combined with the expertise of local affordable housing developers and low-income housing tax credits, can in fact potentially result in far more units than the alternative. This is a topic that should not be dismissed out of hand. And then finally, on the discussion around trip counts, I do hope the board will consider a broader focus and a more regional view of VMT reduction. That means building a lot more housing at Stanford and nearby to allow the university's employees, both current and future, to live at and around Stanford and in the surrounding community rather than commute in from afar. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Our final speaker today is Henry Eskovitz.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Oak Creek. A year ago, our community was acquired by Stanford University. Most of us are in favor of that acquisition. But as part of it, we want to see some of the basic principles of our community maintained. We had a focus group in which residents strongly expressed, both Stanford students and seniors, that our basic principle of a multi-generation community be maintained. So that would mean continuing to allow non-Stanford people to live in Oak Creek. How can we do this and still expand Stanford's housing, which needs not just mitigation, but beyond mitigation to make up for past deficits? To do this, several Oak Creeks need to be built on Stanford. The shopping center, parking lots, should be made multiple dwelling units. We need to think of going high over the shopping center and other built areas to house not just Stanford, but also people from the surrounding communities. Many universities are now moving to the model of integrating students with non-students, seniors with faculty and other employees. Stanford should consider moving and following these models, as well as the models of making payments in lieu of taxes, as its peers like Yale University does. A much broader expansion of Stanford's money and talent needs to be put to use to house not only its community, but the past deficit of housing that it has created by not acting.
That concludes our public speakers.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Simidian's light is on. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few questions now, having heard from the community, for staff and consultants and county council, and will then be prepared to offer a motion What I've done in an effort to be transparent, both with colleagues and the public, is drafted some language with a few holes in it, because I wanted to hear from folks today and make some decisions based on what they shared, both, again, staff and consultants, and also the community members. So I'll go to those questions, then offer a motion, and hope for a second. So questions. There was a question about, and forgive me, I'm going to just pop out with different questions. The first one is for County Council and has three parts. If I remember correctly, we were sued by the university as a county on the issue of our housing requirements. What's the status of that lawsuit?
Elizabeth Pianca, Assistant County Counsel. Following the board's adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance for Stanford University in 2018, a writ was filed against the county, and it was settled in early 2021, resulting in adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance that is countywide now.
And so has the case been dismissed?
Yes.
Thank you. Then, more recently, there was litigation filed by the university against the county in connection with property tax assessment practices. What's the status of that case, if I may ask?
That is a pending matter in Santa Clara County Superior Court.
Okay, so that case is still live.
Correct.
Thank you. And through the chair, Ms. Bianca, I think, if I may, respectfully, I think you will recall in December of 2019, the university, through its legal counsel, filed a rather extensive CPRA, California Public Records Act, request for documents and emails. What's the status of responding to that CPRA request?
Ongoing.
Okay, so some has been shared, and we're continuing to dig out more information to respond to the request. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a large
thank you.
request.
Let me go to the planning staff and to the consultants. There was some conversation, comment, I should say, by Ms. Nyack about transit passes. I am my assumption, which is always the most dangerous thing you can say, my assumption is that the specificity at that level of transit pass use is something that you anticipate will come later as the university figures out how to meet the no net new trips standard if it's adopted by the board. Is that a correct assumption on my part?
That's correct, Supervisor.
Thank you. And I think it was former Mayor Dreckmeyer who referenced the information that we have on page 7 of your staff report about fees covering only 12.5% of the actual funding necessary for affordable units. So the GUP, existing GUP, the general use permit, which was passed in the year 2000, has been operative since that time. How many non-student, meaning faculty and staff, housing units have been built on the Stanford campus in the subsequent 23 years?
69 units on campus.
Please say that number again.
69 within 2 projects, the Cabrillo Dolores subdivision and Olmsted Terrace.
Thank you. And Ms. Gallegos, earlier you referenced, I think in your remarks, it may have been Mr. Bradley, I rarely confuse the two of you, but one of you, I think, referenced the 4,000 acres of Stanford land that is within the county's jurisdiction. Just want to confirm that there are 5 other jurisdictions containing Stanford land grant lands: Palo Alto, Menlo Park, Woodside, Portola Valley, and unincorporated San Mateo County, and that comprises another 4,000 acres of Stanford land that is part of the initial grant, with which, you know, there's obviously some interaction, notwithstanding the fact it's not under our jurisdiction. Do I have my numbers right, roughly?
That's correct.
Okay. because we got a letter about it from a member of the Palo Alto Unified School District Governing Board of Trustees, I just think we need to be clear about what is and isn't before us and what we can and can't do. There was some, I believe, some reference in the community plan to payment in lieu of taxes, sometimes referred to as pilot, sometimes referred to as PILT. I will simply call it payment in lieu of taxes to avoid any confusion. My recollection is that the language in the, or the proposed language in the proposed plan encourages that but does not require it, because presumably that's not something we can require legally.
That's correct. The policy GDI 14 encourages the county, Stanford, and the Palo Alto Unified School District to work together to identify any possibilities for payments of so-called pilot payments in lieu of property taxes.
Got it. There was reference on one of the speakers who came over Zoom, I guess, to lead issues. Is that something you all have been exploring or looking at? It's not been a topic of conversation much in my recollection over these last 7 years now.
Some of the older graduate student housing within the West Campus area is, West Campus, in the proximity where the large Escondido Village graduate student residences were built. Some of those older properties were known to have lead and required specialized lead abatement during removal of the buildings.
Okay. Thank you. I may have another question or two along the way, but Madam President, here's my take, and I think it's a classic on the one hand, on the other hand. On the one hand, as I think you heard today, and as Ms. Gallegos referenced in her introductory comments, and as representatives of the university have, I think, quite legitimately claimed, Stanford University is an extraordinary asset to our region. I think there is no denying that. Its impact almost cannot be overstated. That being said, I think, notwithstanding its unique circumstance, as Ms. Gallegos described, it's truly the only unincorporated complete community in our county, and it's the only one that's allowed because we appropriately, with smart growth principles, push development into the 15 cities and towns. I don't think any of us want to be making university decisions about what their future requires. I think we all can agree we want them to continue to be a source of strength to the region and, a academic and economic asset, of extraordinary consequence. That being said, as Ms. Gallegos also said, any future growth and development is going to have impacts. And here's what it comes down to, and I finally got this concise, I know that's a happy thing, after we spent 3 years on the GUP. There will be impacts. We've talked about some of the key ones today: housing, traffic, open space. There will be impacts. One of three things will happen. The university will be obliged to accept responsibility for mitigating its own impacts, or surrounding communities will pick up the cost of mitigating those impacts, or those impacts will not be mitigated, and traffic and housing and open space challenges will grow worse rather than better. Given those three possibilities, let things get worse, make somebody else pay, or expect the creator of the impacts to fully mitigate those impacts, I land squarely on that latter option. And I think that's the needle that staff has so artfully threaded. So I want to say thank you to the staff, and thank you to the university for working with the staff to get us to this place. On the issue of, and when I say thread the needle, I mean that not quite literally, but almost. On the issue of open space, you heard there are folks who wish we could simply protect it permanently. There are folks who wish we had a 99-year moratorium. Staff has come back and said, let's go with a supermajority, the one that has served us well over the last 23, 24 years now. But with a 99-year time horizon, I think that 99-year time horizon is a reasonable one, and I support it. I think it was, I can't remember which speaker, might have been Mr. Dreckmeyer said, it's not a prohibition, it's not a moratorium. It means you got to come in here and really make the case, which I think somebody should, given the fact, as the M Group, I think it was Mr. Bradley, spoke to the fact that we have a sustainability study that says the university could, using smart growth principles, nearly triple its size by staying in the flats. So why on earth wouldn't we want to send a clear message that that is the direction that we expect the university to pursue with respect to future land use? And as we say, if somebody can get 4 votes, so be it. As was pointed out, actually, if you can get 3 votes to overturn the 4-vote requirement, that's what it is. I think it is a reasonable compromise and one that I would support. On the transportation issues, I think what we know is that the university, to its credit, if given clear definition of what the expectation is in terms of no net new trips, the university will do what it needs to do to realize those goals. So I think you have, again, found a way to thread the needle, and I support the staff recommendation in that regard. Colleagues, it is a more rigorous standard than the one we adopted 23 years ago. I think we've seen what's happened to transportation and traffic in the last 23 years, and it hasn't gotten better. It's gotten worse. And essentially what the proposed plan amendments do, as I read them, and Mr. Bradley or Ms. Gallegos or anyone else on the team, essentially it says, let's acknowledge that there's really a 3-hour commute period now in the morning and the afternoon, and let's acknowledge that commutes go both ways, both in and out. And I think that's just sort of the real world, and that's what it reflects. On the issue of housing, I want to probe a little bit here. I think this jobs housing imbalance is a question we've been wrestling with for a very long time in our region. And I don't know if Mr. Filseth is still here. If he is, yes, he is. Mr. Filseth has talked a lot about that over the course of his service as a locally elected official in Palo Alto. In fact, if I can tease him just a little on the side, Madam Chair, I remember going to a campaign kickoff event for his reelection in a city park where flip charts were being used to explain the jobs housing imbalance to supporters and potential supporters. And I remember thinking that was a bit of a first. But just to help colleagues understand the extent of the challenge, I am looking at an article that ran in the Mercury News, the Bay Area News Group, in 2019, November 4th, literally just a few days after the prior GUP application was withdrawn. And this was a piece that was part of a concerted effort by a multiplicity of local news organizations. So there were a lot of resources put into it. Looking, it was not only the Mercury News, but the East Bay Times, NBC Bay Area, KQED, Renaissance Journalism, Center for Investigative Reporting, Telemundo. And the language that popped out at me as I was, in addition to a great picture of Supervisor Chavez weighing in, was that Palo Alto had 3.54 jobs for every housing unit as of 2017, according to the most recent census data available. I'm reading verbatim. That compares to 1.98 jobs per housing unit in Cupertino, so less of a problem, 1.72 in Sunnyvale, and shout out to San Jose, 1.25 in San Jose, so much closer to a jobs housing balance or equilibrium. Then, the last sentence of the paragraph, the unincorporated area of Stanford has the worst ratio of all, 5.38 jobs per housing unit. That's what we're talking about today, and that's what the proposal would remedy. So I support the staff recommendation. I think there is an understandable and legitimate debate about 70-30. I know Ms. Gallegos and Mr. Bradley and team, and Ms. Anshano, forgive me, I'm lights in my eyes. At the Planning Commission, you discussed a range of possibilities, as I understand it. Is there any reason we couldn't tweak it just ever so slightly, and I know it's just a tweak, but to say 75-25? I know the university would like more flexibility, and some folks in the community have said they'd like less flexibility, but given the concerns that we've raised and the limited amount of staff housing,
it's certainly within the board's prerogative to do so. We had the discussion, as you noted, at Planning Commission. Certainly, there was extensive discussion. Staff did land on 70-30. I think originally we were contemplating 100%, but based on comments from Stanford, and we really tried to work in good faith to address their concerns about flexibility, we landed on 70-30. And as you saw in the presentation, it was really trying to reverse the previous practice where we saw the majority off campus and then about 30% on campus. But to answer your question, you certainly have the prerogative to do so.
thank you. I'm just going to quote one more piece of this 2019 Mercury News report where they're talking about the housing challenges that campus workers are facing. And it says, as a result, and again, this is a direct quote, as a result of the 1,273 members of SEI Local 2007, the union that represents Stanford service workers, fewer than a dozen live in Stanford housing, said union spokesman Richard Petrone. Many of the rest can't afford to live on the peninsula at all and instead commute from Tracy or beyond, which obviously works a hardship on them, obviously creates further pressure on our housing market, and obviously is not terribly sound from a sustainability standpoint. So I think I'm going to say judgment call. I thought staff got pretty close where I ended up landing. I think I'm going to go with 75-25. And that addresses all of the issues I wanted to speak to. So I'm going to put a motion on the floor with your permission, Madam Chair. And then I'm going to hand it to the clerk and ask if we can get a written copy so people know what the motion is. And I'll also ask County Council and staff if there's anything that I've either left out or have inartfully proposed. I move we adopt a resolution amending the Santa Clara County General Plan relating to the Stanford University Community Plan and amend related provisions of the Santa Clara County General Plan. Want to affirm, the motion affirms the addition of the new policy in Chapter 4, Circulation, to facilitate the identification of traffic concerns and preferred mitigation approaches upon receipt and initial processing of any application for development on a housing opportunity site within the Stanford Community Plan. The county shall mail notices to all property owners of any parcel located within 1,000 feet, not 300, because I think if we're talking about traffic moves and 300 feet's not enough, of the boundaries of the subject property. The motion also affirms the removal of metrics around financial information and staffing levels from the municipal services reporting table. My understanding is this is an issue where the university had expressed some concerns. Staff thought the concerns were legitimate, and so I am acknowledging that we would address those concerns, largely around privacy, as I understand it. Fourth part is to add new language to implementation measure SCP HI3. All required housing, both affordable and market rate, is required to be located on campus or on contiguous original Stanford land grants Stanford lands. A minimum of, I'm going to say, 75% of the housing shall be on campus, and up to 25% may be off campus on original land grant Stanford lands in Palo Alto, contiguous to the community plan area. And then the clarification that staff referenced earlier, which I know is important to some of the folks in adjacent communities, on that off-campus land in the city of Palo Alto, Stanford may offer any housing unit required by the SCP that is not utilized by Stanford affiliates to the general public. I believe that's what you were looking for. Then, direct the Department of Planning and Development to recommend policy language applicable to the unincorporated area on light pollution with consideration of dark sky policies and bird-safe design guidelines that are scaled appropriately to development intensity by end of calendar year 2024. Madam Chair, I know the bird-safe design guidelines was referenced more than 3 years ago in the Planning Commission conversations. It's time to figure that one out. No direction here as to what they should be, but just let's get her done, whatever it is, and bring it back to our board sometime before the end of next year. Direct the Department of Planning and Development and County Council to review the county's current tree preservation and removal ordinance and recommend to the Board of Supervisors additional amendments, if any, which may be appropriate related to the protection of ancient oak trees that are 150 years or older, again by the end of calendar year 2024. An amendment to the 70-30 split on campus versus university lands in Palo Alto contiguous campus shall be 75-25. Request, because that's what we can do given the independent nature of the independently elected sheriff, request the sheriff's office to report back no later than April 30th, 2024, with a revised memorandum of understanding between the county and Stanford University governing the performance of law enforcement duties on Stanford's campus that responds to the recommendation of the OIR Group's 2022 Stanford University Department of Public Safety Evaluation of Policing Practices and Recommendations on the Provision of Police Services for the County of Santa Clara study, as well as a timeline and process to incorporate any remaining recommendations in the study. And colleagues, if you wonder what on earth I'm talking about, in the course of this conversation, we discerned that OIR Group, pursuant to our request, did in fact come up with some recommendations. They are still in draft form, as I understand it. They're still being worked through. To the Sheriff's Department's credit, they have already begun, as I understand it, to implement some of these recommendations, but it's time to finalize the report, bring it to all of us here, and make sure that we know what is and isn't happening, and that we're making progress. Also, next item is to direct County Council, in collaboration with the Sheriff's Office, to report back at the first meeting in 2024 with information relating to how the California Public Records Act applies to Stanford's Department of Public Safety. And this is just a transparency issue that we've wrestled with before, to the extent that pursuant to the 1985 Tri-Party Agreement, there is an expectation of municipal services being provided by the university, and in this instance we're talking about law enforcement, then there are just some very legitimate legal questions about, okay, so does that mean that the California Public Records Act does or does not apply to the university's public safety department, which on the one hand is clearly operating with police powers granted by our sheriff. On the other hand, it's the university's staff. So question there and a request for some information. And finally, and I think this was obvious today, and this is why I wanted to hold off on finalizing the motion, there are a few issues that I think need to be revisited when appropriate. When the county receives a new GUP application from the university or enters in discussions about the tri-party agreement, or at such other time as may be appropriate, direct staff to consider, and there's quite a bit of flexibility there about when and through what conversational vehicle, but consider schools and payment payment in lieu of taxes, the manner by which low income and very low income, by which very low income and extremely low income, so VLI and ELI housing may be built, and direct that future housing nexus linkage policy studies examine the economic service circumstances of graduate students and postdocs. Also, and forgive my handwriting, everybody, continued consideration of childcare needs for graduate students and postdocs and support for families with school-aged children. And I've just added lead paint issues just because I think, as we've discussed in other forums, this is an area that always needs to be pursued vigorously.
Second.
Thank you. I knew if I took a breath,
Motion
somebody would jump in.
by Chavez, second, by Simidian, second by Chavez. I neglected to close the public hearing before Supervisor Simidian began speaking. The public hearing is so closed, and Supervisor Simidian. If you have concluded your comments, I'll turn to Supervisor Chavez and then Lee.
Thank you. I wanted to just say how much I appreciate that rather lengthy but inclusive motion, because I think it both sets the stage and sort of puts this phase of our partnership with Stanford to rest in terms of where we are today, but also creates opportunities for us to continue to work with the Stanford community and Stanford in general and the neighbors around that area. I particularly wanted to just say to the staff and to the M group how much I have appreciated having your very thoughtful approach to how we look at these issues, because I think it's not only influenced the approach we've taken with Stanford University, but really helped us think more broadly about the approaches we want to take relative to housing, especially affordable housing. I think that one point I just wanted to highlight was, and I appreciated Supervisor Simidian asking the question about the number of units that had been built on campus that were not student or faculty housing. And to be frank with you, that's an alarming number, and that only 69 over that period of time. And I would just say to our partners at Stanford that making sure that people who can live on campus, who work on campus of all income levels is going to be very critical, I think, to the future boards and my own thinking about this. So thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to thank my colleague, Supervisor Simidian, for your decades-long efforts on working with the Stanford plan, which is certainly not easy. As you can see how thick it is in our binder, this is a lot of hard work to review, but of course, the hard work of all that also comes from our Department of Planning and Development's team right here. And really want to say thank you, staff, for all these amazing work you put together for the Stanford Community Plan update. Just want to confirm, we're talking about minimum of 75%, right? So is me correct? Yeah, and then the maximum will be 25% there. That's what those percentages means, and that probably could be adjusted in the future when it comes back in your memo that you mentioned. One thing I just wanted to mention, a couple of items as to mention. Number one is the issue of in lieu fees. As we've learned, in lieu fees only pay about 1/8 of the real cost of developing housing. It's really a cheap way to pretend you're building affordable housing and getting out of it by just not doing the hard work. So I have never been a great fan of that even though it sounds like it's good flexibility. So I'm glad that we're not doing that in this case. As for the 99 years, look, none of us will be around in 99 years in this room. But this. Okay, I'm sorry, maybe. But, you know, it really is a statement of intent to not develop those areas. And if this needs to be changed, we just need 3 votes on this board to amend, as we mentioned. So it's really not as permanent and flexible as it sounds. Couple of things I also want to mention as well. In developing all this, I hope that we were able to preserve our oak trees, as beautiful ancient oak trees on Stanford campus. And the other issue I want to mention is that every year in the United States, nearly 1 billion birds fatally collide with glass, which can be easily mitigated. Light pollution disrupts the natural patterns of wildlife, contributes to CO2 emissions, and also disrupting human sleep. So I would like to ask the maker motion to see if we might add this as a potential policy until the county-wide ordinance is developed, and the fact that is a dark sky policy that would, 1, limit the light pollution and use of fixtures for blue light components of the spectrum, and 2, requiring a lights-out program for bird mitigation seasons, and the bird-safe design policy to protect birds from harm caused by collision with new and modeled buildings and structures. Yes?
Is the request to incorporate that today?
Oh, no, for the future plan when we come through with the policy.
Is the request for consideration of
Yes,
those issues?
consideration of policy.
That's what
That's what I'm saying.
That's why if I looked puzzled or paused, that was the issue. Yes, it is my intent in the making of the motion, and I think staff understood this to be the case, that the issues that you just articulated more fulsomely than I did would be the issues that were considered pursuant to Part 10.
Yes.
I think, no, forgive me, it's earlier. Consistent with my motion, yes, is that those are the issues that will be considered. I don't prejudge what they'll come back with. I don't prejudge what this board will decide to do. But yes, those are the issues that I think we're past due, frankly, on saying, what do we think about this and reaching a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion on the floor. Although I would have been a little more open in terms of the percentage of the housing on campus and the percentage off campus, but contiguous to the community plan area.
Could you move a little closer to your mic, please?
So sorry, of course. My kids never say they can't hear me. Never. So I don't worry about it, but. So one of the things that I observed, as you know, the cities are meant to grow and develop their lands primarily, and at the city of San Jose, that's what we spent most of the time doing as a council member. And so one of the things that I had a chance to appreciate is that over the span of 6 years, really, there wasn't very many projects that built affordable housing on site. And when they did, they had to bend over backwards and twist themselves into a pretzel to ensure that they all penciled out, and that all the buildings looked like each other, and if they kind of married some of those different sources of revenue, that they could be compatible with one another, but it was very rare. And so I see this option as an option that I actually really prefer. I think when we are asking not just only an educational institution, but now a developer to mitigate on site, I think this is the right path to take. Otherwise, it would take us, I don't know how many more years in order to have enough development. And as you all know, we don't have enough land, unincorporated land, to collect a pot of funds that would be significant and that would actually answer the call for affordable housing. So I really like this option. I'll support my colleague and and take his lead in what he wants to do in respect to this. And I also want to just thank you for also considering and including childcare needs. That is something that I know that is really important, not only to you, but to the rest of us on the board, and so I appreciate that. And other than that, I think that it was really helpful to hear from the neighboring municipalities, their impact, as we are all neighbors of each other, and what we do is going to impact our neighbors. With that, I know that I'm the only other district that has the largest unincorporated land available, aside from yours, Supervisor Simidian. And I know that the target for Arena Goals is bound to my district. So this isn't lost on me that we need to make sure that everybody mitigates and everybody takes on a level of responsibility for affordable housing on site, and to make sure that we mitigate whatever impact that we're going to have in those areas. And so I look forward to seeing how this all plays out for Pleasant Hills. Just kidding, I'm not looking forward to that. But I am, because it's part of how we are going to answer the question about this housing crisis. And so with that, just congratulations, Supervisor Simidian, for taking this to where it is at this point. Thank you.
Thank you to all of my colleagues. Are we ready to vote on this item?
One quick, I should take yes for an answer, but I do need to add my own thanks, because this really has been 7 years. We thought it was going to be 3 years after the GUP. The GUP got withdrawn. That meant we had to pivot, move toward a different process. So I want to thank the county staff. I will not call out names because I would forget someone. I want to thank County Council as well. I want to thank the M Group in particular. Mr. Bradley, you and your team have just been an extraordinary resource. Planning has hung in there with us. The County Executive's Office has hung in there with us. County Council has hung in there with us. But I also want to thank the community members and the surrounding communities, because it's tough, as we all know, to keep people engaged in comprehensive plan amendment conversations over the course of 7 years. And it's, I don't want to be too highfalutin here, but it's the price of democracy. When our friends, to the point that was made, from Menlo Park show up, when our friends from San Mateo County are here in person and by letter, when folks from Palo Alto, Los Altos Hills, Mountain View are all part of the process, when the environmental community steps up again and again and again and again, it means that we have an engaged community that is determined to make our democratic process work. And so if I sound a little emotional, it's because to me it's not just the culmination of a long haul on a land use matter, but it is proof positive that when there are good people with good values and good hearts and are willing to work in good faith, we can make this clunky system of ours work, and it has done. And my one last pitch is I look forward to working with the university to make all this happen. I think there was real concern, indeed skepticism, 23 years ago about whether or not the first GUP could work. And I see Ms. Gallegos nodding because she was here then too. And you know what? It wasn't perfect, but it sent us off in a much better direction, both for the university and for the larger community. And I am confident that an aye vote on today's amendments to the plan will do just that once again. Thank you, colleagues, for the additional time for the community. I think it was time well spent hearing from and learning about the community.
Thank you. Rhonda, let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Sumedian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes. Thank you
Motion
very much.
carries.
We have one more item to hear in this sequence. I don't want to break us for lunch. I know that there are folks still waiting for this item. So we're now going to go to item 10, which is a public hearing to consider the Santa Clara County 2023 housing to 2023 to 2031 housing element. And as a reminder, department staff will present the report. I'll look for any quick clarifying questions. I'll open the public hearing. I will remember to close the public hearing probably, and then we'll go back to colleagues for comments. Ready to roll?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, board members. Jacqueline Anchano, Director of Planning and Development. We are now pivoting to the 2023-2031 Housing Element Update, and I will turn the presentation over to Robert Kane, Principal Planner. Oh, Senior, sorry, Senior Planner.
Thank you, Director Anchano. Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, members of the Board of Supervisors. The county is required by state law to update its housing element every 8 years. We last updated our housing element in 2014 for the planning period starting in 2015 to 2023. The Bay Area is currently in the 6th cycle of the housing element, which covers a planning period of January 31st, 2023 to January 31st, 2031. Our housing element covers a wide range of housing issues, but there are 6 issues in particular that the state is focused on during this housing element cycle. These include increasing overall supply of housing, creating affordability of housing for all income levels, generating proper balance between housing and employment opportunity sites, promoting fair housing for all, ending homelessness, and prioritizing infill development. Our housing element proposes to meet the county's share of regional housing need in the unincorporated areas, as well as showcase the excellent work that the county has done and will continue to do in the realm of housing. The housing element update includes our housing need for the region, objectives, strategies, and policies, which will help maintain, improve, and develop housing, as well as the existing capacity and the general plan and the zoning ordinance for housing. It also includes a series of programs to be enacted through 2031 to help with our housing needs. Since 2019, there's been a series of housing laws that have come into effect that impact our housing element. We're in a much different landscape than we were in 2014, the last time the board adopted a housing element update. This began with the 2019 declaration by the state that we are in a housing supply and affordability crisis, sometimes referred to as the housing crisis for short. In 2018, California ranked 49th out of 50 states for housing units per capita. This housing crisis is created in part because of barriers that have been erected by local communities that impede the supply of housing. During the housing crisis, Californians have experienced worsening poverty and homelessness, discrimination against low-income earners and minority households, housing located at far distances from employment opportunities, which stifles the economic opportunities for both workers and businesses, as well as contravenes the state's environmental and climate objectives. These laws set the tone for the state and local jurisdictions to aggressively confront the housing crisis. Our housing element update proposes to not only help increase the supply of housing in the unincorporated county, but effectively address these societal issues. Some of the new state laws that have passed since 2019 have added additional requirements to the housing element, but the state has also increased the requirement for net new housing units that need to be produced throughout the state. In the Bay Area, for example, the 101 cities and 9 counties on average saw an increase of 135% of required units over the previous planning cycle. This increase in units, combined with a new methodology by our local regional governing body, the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG, which saw our county receive over 1,000% increase in our RHNA allocation over the previous planning period. This new methodology is driven by the identification that many of our unincorporated urban islands are in close proximity to job opportunities and to transit, and are therefore prime sites for development of new housing. As the board may recall, the county appealed the RHNA allocation to ABAG on the grounds that most of these that our longstanding policies for these unincorporated urban islands is to have them first annex into the cities and then follow the city's general plan and zoning requirements. That appeal was denied. The board also offered a delegation of authority to the county staff to try to reach an agreement with the city of San Jose to transfer some of our RHNA assignment to the city of San Jose. But those negotiations did not conclude before the state mandated deadline to get such a transfer done. As a result, the county must accommodate its unprecedented share of RHNA units, while also trying to balance the long-held development policies that we've had in place for 50 years. Those policies have done an excellent job of preserving large areas of our county for farming, ranching, and for habitat for protected species. But they're even more valuable today. Those policies allow us to combat climate change and also minimize the risk from natural disasters such as drought, flood, fire, and earthquakes. After the denial of the appeal to ABAG for our arena units, county staff moved forward with how to address the full amount of units throughout the county. We were left with considering sites on Stanford University, sites in the unincorporated urban islands, as well as sites outside of Gilroy and Morgan Hill in rural areas that are not part of the urban service area and would not be allowed to be annexed without a lengthy process, including LAFCO approval. These sites, rural sites, also present other challenges in addition to being against our long-held planning policies. Many of them don't have access to sewers, and some don't have access to water either, or other required services. There's also the possibility of loss of farmland or other natural resources, adding to the urban sprawl or to traffic congestion, as well as some of these sites being not in proximity to needed amenities and services. Fortunately, a new site opened up late in last year at the Pleasant Hills Golf Course, which is a 114-acre site in East San Jose. This site is now available due to changes that the City of San Jose made to their development policies. And it's a site that has been identified by the owner as wanting to be developed for housing. Development on large sites such as Pleasant Hills and the Hofstadter VTA site in East San Jose, the Valley Medical Campus in Fruitdale, and Stanford University, as well as smaller sites located throughout the San Jose urban service areas, will allow the county to meet its RHNA requirements over the next 8-year period. In addition to the housing element update itself, staff is proposing some other changes to other sections of the general plan that are designed to facilitate the county's goals and missions to meet obligations under state law, to allow the county to bring development to these areas in the urban unincorporated islands if they are not annexed, and to move forward with providing housing and making sure that these areas are not left behind as the region moves forward. At a future date, staff will also bring to the board amendments to the zoning ordinance and to the zoning maps. Those ordinances are required by state law to be adopted no later than January 31st, 2024, and will be the mechanism by which these proposals in the housing element are effectuated on the 24 sites that are selected in Chapter 2 of the housing element. These amendments are designed to conform with state law, but more importantly, will help advocate the policies that the county holds valuable for housing, including streamlining the development of multifamily housing. Since the county began working on the 2023 update to the housing element, we've hosted over 50 different meetings open to the community to discuss various high-level policies as well as the specifics that are included in the plan before you today. All housing elements require certification by the state, by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. On August 2nd, the county received its first feedback letter from HCD describing additional information that they wish to see in from our first draft of the housing element. This included analysis of programs from the previous planning period, clarification of previously provided information, including housing development constraints and programs to reduce those constraints, and a standalone assessment of fair housing and how the county is going to affirmatively further fair housing and how it compares to the rest of the region in regards to fair housing. The county had anticipated many of these comments due to conversations we had with HCD throughout the review period. We also proactively hired consulting staff to help us draft a brand-new standalone fair housing assessment. All of the comments from HCD's letter have been addressed in the current draft of the housing element update before you. Once the board adopts the housing element update, staff will return it to HCD for review and continue to work with them during their next review process to achieve certification. It is possible that HCD may issue additional comments. We've noticed from our neighboring jurisdictions that many of them have received additional comment letters, especially when there's been a change in their reviewer. But we would like to say that we're extremely proud of the document before you. We think that it meets or exceeds all of the state requirements for certification, but it also advances important planning principles, including increasing the housing supply, facilitating multifamily housing, focusing on affordability of housing for all, prioritizing populations with special needs, and affirmatively furthering fair housing by lifting barriers that restrict access to housing. On September 28th, the Planning Commission recommended unanimously a favorable recommendation to the board to adopt the housing element with minor text changes that have been incorporated to the version before you today. Staff asks that the board adopt the resolution regarding the housing element and related general plan amendments. And this concludes our presentation. We're happy for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any brief clarifying questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers in chambers or on Zoom?
I currently have one speaker in chambers, and it looks like 3 on Zoom.
All right, if anyone else is in chambers who intends to speak, now is the time to scurry your yellow card to the clerk. The queue for in-chamber speaking will close when that first person begins speaking. For those of you who are on Zoom, that queue will remain open until the first person on Zoom begins speaking. With a total of 5, we are at 2 minutes per speaker.
All right, our first speaker is Diana Odell.
Sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but the clock didn't start, and also I can't hear you, so.
Shoot.
That's okay.
Is this working? Okay, good.
There you go. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Diana Odell. I'm the Director of Land Use with Stanford University. So Stanford and the county do share an important mutual goal to see more housing built in our county. Stanford built 80% of the county's housing target this last RHNA cycle with thousands of student units. We want to continue to build housing, as we have been, for our students, faculty, and staff, both on campus and throughout Santa Clara County. As part of this housing cycle, we have collaborated with staff and volunteered 3 potential housing sites that could yield over half of the required RHNA allocation. We remain concerned about the assumed affordability levels on our site. We understand the challenges of finding sites to meet all levels of affordability. As Stanford campus land must be used to house only Stanford students, postdocs, faculty, and staff, we have specific constraints that other county housing sites don't have. Stanford traditionally subsidizes all of its housing to increase affordability. The 2018 Nexus study that was conducted by the county showed that a majority of Stanford affiliates fall within the moderate income range. We remain concerned about the housing element's assignment of substantial numbers of low and very low income units to our sites and ask that that allocation be reevaluated and aligned with the results of the Nexus study. In addition, we support the Planning Commission's recommendation to add a new implementation measure for our housing element. Due to the compressed 8-year build-out period, we suggest an implementation program that evaluates county housing policies at the 4-year mark to look for ways to facilitate housing if the county is not achieving its targets. Stanford is pleased to continue to partner with the county on our shared goal of providing more housing in our community. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I understand we're moving now to our Zoom speakers.
We are. We currently have 4 Zoom speakers.
All right. Last moment reminder that if anyone else on Zoom desires to speak, please raise your virtual hand now. The queue will close when the first person begins speaking.
All right, we're going to close off with 5 today. Our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, I've asked you to unmute.
Thank you so much. As I said before, I serve on the board of Valley Water and on the San Francisco Creek JPA, but I speak in my individual capacity as a resident of Palo Alto and as a Stanford alum and as an activist for sustainability, including affordable housing. So I support this plan, except for in the directly opposite of what the previous speaker said. I strongly believe that Stanford has not done nearly enough that it needs to do. I was pretty shocked to hear that Stanford claims that the majority of its jobs are middle and higher income workers. That actually goes to show that Stanford seems to be not perceiving the many, many low-income workers that it hires to serve these middle and high-income workers that it selects and it recruits to serve the many, many so-called research institutions and other new institutions that Stanford continues to build. I want to propose what I think should be a very non-controversial idea, and that is that Stanford cannot build more and more of these so-called research institutions, including, of course, the highly controversial Dorr School of Sustainability. Ironically, if Stanford does not commit to housing all of the staff hires there, not just the famous highly paid professors and internationally acclaimed experts that it brings in to teach the Stanford students, but all the workers that feed and create the food for these internationally acclaimed professors, all of the workers that clean the bathrooms of these highly paid staff members and professors, all the workers that clean and otherwise serve the needs of these highly paid staff and professors. Stanford.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sharon Luna. Sharon, I've asked you to unmute.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Sharon Luna, and I am with the San Martin Neighborhood Association. As you discussed this planning proposal, I know that a lot of work has been done by planning. You have talked about housing and protecting the environment, but yet the plan is on increasing over 3,000 homes and or apartments. As a resident of the unincorporated area of San Martin, we had a study, a county-approved study done by Cal Poly students just prior to COVID. It was one of the first studies that I saw that residents truly appreciated. It showed how San Martin could provide housing, agricultural protection, and protecting the environment while providing visitor entertainment. Should you want to see a plan of opportunity to assist in protecting the environment, agriculture, and housing, if you have not read this Cal Poly study, I would suggest that you do. It is an excellent document. San Martin faces numerous issues with water traffic, and while we are rural and we want to protect that rural, we recognize that there are opportunities, and it comes from this Cal Poly study that was sponsored by the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicole Wright.
Hello, my name is Nicole. I'm a housing advocate, and given the HCD requirements for housing elements, I was just really wanting to ask a question of staff or the Board of Supervisors. I'm looking for a little clarity on the timeline for coming into compliance with HCD, given that this is the second submittal. Just looking for more information on compliance timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James.
Yeah, I was going to speak, well, I'm going to speak on this, but after realizing
the importance of this subject. So I used to be dragged on the Stanford campus back in the 50s when my dad was getting his second master's degree there in English. I grew up basically in Palo Alto. Stanford hasn't done its share. They have an 8,000 acre campus. They have probably the third largest endowment of any university in the country, larger than the budgets of some nations on this planet. My Board of Supervisors member, Joe Simidian, has worked extremely hard to get Stanford to do their part. And I also know that Stanford's buying a lot of housing in the city of Palo Alto. And I followed that issue closely. And correct me if I'm wrong, but because they have a nonprofit status, they do not have to pay taxes on the homes that they buy for faculty members. I would, also say that my dear friend Rebecca Eisenberg, supported her for water board, for city council. I would adopt her comments as well about Stanford, but please don't let Stanford off the hook. As far as, you go to Stanford and I just spent 6 days with my son who was in the hospital over there, and there's lots and lots of low-paid workers that drive great distances. And if Stanford says their mission statement, or whatever they call it, doesn't provide the ability for low and very, very low income housing, well, then that needs to be changed. They're an insufferable institution that, they do lots, but they also could do a lot more. They claim to be environmentally sensitive, but then they have their employees, low-wage workers, having to commute from extraordinarily long distances. So don't let Stanford University off the hook. Thank you.
And our final speaker today is Jordan Grimes.
Yes, good afternoon again, Supervisors. Jordan Grimes with Greenbelt Alliance. I was surprised to hear during the staff presentation that the county believes it's compliant with state law, given the highly detailed 16-page letter from the State Department of Housing and Community Development articulating very clearly to the contrary. While we are very relieved that the county is focusing growth at Stanford, the urban pockets, and Pleasant Hills, rather than rural areas and open space, there is still significant work to be done before the element meets state standards. This includes expanded analysis in several different critical areas, particularly around land use and other constraints, as well as affirmatively fair housing requirements and their implementation under AB 686. While there is still much to be done, we believe the county can get there and look forward to working with staff to help develop a plan that will not only meet state standards, but also ensure that we are able to address our housing crisis for those who want to call Santa Clara County home. Thank you so much for your time.
This concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. Returning to my colleagues for comments, questions, and ideally a motion. Supervisor Chavez.
President Ellenberg, if I might,
Of course,
could
please
you close the hearing?
Did I not do it? Thank you. Public hearing closed after my public promise.
To make
Thanks,
sure she
Johnny.
doesn't toss that anywhere. All right. So I will, I'm going to move approval of the housing element, and I just have one question after that.
Second.
Thank you. And really my question is that I know, so let me say a couple things to staff. I think that the fact that you've worked so hard to get this right is really evident. And it's very difficult because HCD is making a lot of changes, and some of them they're iterating as we go along. At least that's been my observation. One thing that I want to ask as to whether or not it can be addressed today or should come back to the board, and that is how we address the fact that we're using sites as described by HCD that we should use, that then mean that we're having challenges with keeping those numbers because by necessity they're being incorporated into cities. And while I don't think that is necessarily the discussion for today, I really want to say to my colleagues that this is both a discussion that I know will go to Hewlett, but really should come to the full board, because if in fact our goal is to protect open space, farmland, and really be disciplined about where we're placing housing. And frankly, given all of the resources the City of San Jose, the County of Santa Clara, and other nonprofit partners like Post and and the Open Space Authority are investing in the preservation of that land, I'm very concerned that the rules are set up to frankly push us into the development of green space. I'm excited to move this today, but that discussion, from my perspective, needs to come back to the board through Hewlett relatively quickly, because I think if they're too decoupled, I think that will create opportunity for conflict and animosity where it may not be necessary.
Thank you. Do we have a second for that motion?
I second.
Second by Arenas. Do we have further? Is your light on?
My light is
Sylvia?
on.
I'm so sorry.
It's always
Yes,
on.
go right ahead, please. It's curled down. When Cindy's is like that, I can't see it either. Go right ahead, please, Supervisor.
Thank you. So you all heard me as I was making comments from the last item. My concern is always the impact of development, especially, of course, in my district. I care about everyone else's district. I do. Except mine had a development policy, specifically with one area of my district had a development policy that limited growth for about eight or 10 years, and that was lifted about 2 years ago because we needed to adhere to VMT transportation policies. And so this particular area where the Pleasant Hills Golf Course is potentially getting developed, these are neighbors that haven't seen significant development in years and years. And so they consider it open land, open space, right? And they're very protective of it. And so I want to make sure that they know when we actually interact with them, that they know that they're not the only ones that are taking the hit for development, but that that we're including all of our county. And so my question is, how are we including the rest of our county to make sure that those unincorporated areas are also providing development? Obviously, we just finished with North, part of our county, and heard how they are going to develop. I know we're not going to develop those other 30 sites that we had initially considered, right? And it's important not to. But how are we going to ensure that we have other unincorporated areas included?
So through the chair, Michael Meehan, Principal Planner, I can respond. There are sites, there are 24 parcels that have been identified in the housing element sites inventory. Those 24 parcels are spread across all 5 districts. The bulk of the units ascribed as a matter of the available land and the size of that land do fall within districts 1 and 5. However, there are 21 sites in unincorporated pockets of San Jose, and that includes districts 2, 3, and 4.
It includes your voice-faded districts.
It includes all 5 districts.
Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. How are we going to ensure that we keep a portion of those arena goals, since this is the purpose of including Pleasant Hills and including, well, really just Pleasant Hills for me right now is what I care about, because it's the biggest development, and how we're going to be able to achieve most of our arena goals. How are we going to negotiate with the city of San Jose, and how much of that credit? I know we talked about this at Hewlett, and that conversation I'm going to assume is ongoing, because nobody really knows what that translates to, and what the conversion rate. I don't know if there's a conversion rate, and who actually decides what that is.
Sylvia Geigas, Deputy County Executive. You're exactly right. This is an ongoing process. The planning director and I did meet with our counterparts at the city of San Jose, and for context, they indicated that they thought it was likely that this was 2 years or more long process. So immediately, the planners that are assigned to the application for the Pleasant Hills parcel have been redirected because, as mentioned by a speaker, the city of San Jose is working on their second submittal to HCD, and they anticipate a very long process for both the environmental impact report and public participation. But we did kick off additional meetings with the city to begin to develop an understanding about how the county could receive credit for units on parcels that will ultimately annex to the city. I will report that they expressed openness to that and acknowledge that their RENA sites are not the ones we've selected. So it's an ongoing process. I expect this to unfold with that particular site over a period of several years. There will be likely other annexed parcels that will precipitate immediately needing to engage them within a 90-day period. I'll say that, and they were very clear about this, and we understand it, that their first priority is to get the second submittal into HCD as soon as possible, and that's where their staff energy is. They're focused on an October 30th date. HCD gets another 60 days. So both our organizations, as well as every jurisdiction in California, is really focused on trying to get their housing elements certified. But to answer your question, it's an ongoing conversation that we're having, and we've already engaged them.
I'm really happy to hear that, and thank you for thinking ahead in terms of how we are going to meet. Thank you for also, lowering your neck here. It's super strange to see people underneath this thing that's in the middle of us. So I really appreciate those conversations. I think those conversations are going to be what is going to allow us to be partners, true partners, in achieving both of our arena goals. And so I'm really happy to hear that they didn't choose the same sites that we did. And that way we're not competing for the same sites, but at the same time we are competing for the same resources because that's staff that gets tied up in other projects. And so I think that we need to ensure that when we are ready, that they have the time and the resources available to us, because as we all know, and I know, our planning department is always lacking and always has some vacancies at the city of San Jose. And so we'll have to gear up ourselves internally and then hopefully coordinate well enough so that our projects are not waiting in the pipeline when the investment is there. As you all know, we only have one crane in downtown San Jose, and that is a sign of just people slowing down, right? They're just slowing down. So I think it's always great when there's a developer that's willing to do the work and committing to affordable housing, as this one seems to be. So thank you so much for continuing to keep that conversation going, for the work that you're doing here in our housing element, and making sure that our county pockets are protected, especially those that are meant to be. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Supervisor Arenas, this is off topic, but I don't know why I didn't mention this earlier. I struggled through that seat for 2 years as well. And if we ask the clerk to take off the podium while we're engaging, that will help. It's not a great line of sight, but I will undoubtedly forget. But if you remember to ask, they can remove that. And 10 months in, I'm a little negligent, but my apologies. We've got a motion by Chavez, a second by Arenas. We are going to vote on this item, and then before we break for lunch, we voted on the consent calendar without a motion or a second, so we need to redo that, and then you will be released for a 30-minute lunch break. So let's vote on item 10, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes. And may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent.
Second, with all comments that were
All right,
included.
we did do public comment on the consent calendar, so let's vote there.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion? Vice President
Aye.
Lee? President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you to staff for all of the excellent presentations this morning, for the public for joining us in these important conversations. We are going to temporarily recess, and we shall return at 2:04. Welcome back. It is 2:04. We are reconvening our Board of Supervisors meeting. Sorry, and Ajane is our clerk for this afternoon. Let's do a roll call, please, to establish the continued presence of a quorum. Oh, your mic. Nope, microphone.
Room is out to lunch.
Hello, thank you. All right, we're back on. Supervisor Arenas, Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Simonian is out of his seat. Vice President Lee.
Good afternoon. Yes,
And
President.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
We are reconvened with 4.
Thank you very much. We are going to begin our second time certain series of items today, and that is item 11, the Jail Reform Efforts Report, which will be followed by item 51, the Custodial Facility Condition Assessment Report, which was moved off of the consent calendar. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Martha Wapensky, Deputy County Executive. This is the semi-annual joint jail reform study session on the jail reform recommendations. With me today at the microphones are Captain Asban and Lieutenant Wynn here to my left. Veronica Marcello to my right, and over at the other microphones, Ponce Bonce from FAF, Deputy County Executive Rocio Luna for Custody Health, as well as Megan Hernandez. Thank you for being here, everybody. There are also staff on Zoom and in the audience who will help with questions at the end of the presentation. Now, in terms of structuring the presentation, if it's okay with you, each department here will present their slides, and then we'll move right after that to verbal comments from Julie Rulin from the Office of Corrections and Law Enforcement Monitoring. She's joining us on Zoom and has a report on their audit of the jail reforms. And so if it's okay with you, we'll go ahead and move to Julie, and then take questions.
We'll give that a try.
Thank you for the slide. So the study session has 3 parts, as you can see. Item 11 is the joint report that you'll hear right now. The next part is OCLM's audit of the progress that departments are making on all the jail reform recommendations. And please note, from the last jail reform study session, the board requested that OCLM take a look at recommendations that are outdated, no longer applicable, or where recommendations have been handled in another way. And so Julie will be helping us walk us through that later. And then item 51 would be next, related to the assessment of the custodial facilities. With that, I'm going to move it to Veronica Marcello for an update on where we're at with our 80 summarized recommendations.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Today I'll be providing a brief update on the jail reform's summarized recommendations. As you may recall, there were originally 623 recommendations that were received from 15 different sources, including the Blue Ribbon Commission. These 623 were consolidated into 80 summarized recommendations. As this table shows, currently, out of the 80 summarized recommendations, there are 18 or 22% that have been forwarded to OCLM as part of the jail reforms audit, meaning that the departments have closed out these recommendations and submitted them to OCLM for their review on the implementation of each recommendation. This has led to a total of 20 summarized recommendations, or 25%, that have been audited and are considered implemented by OCLM. This brings the total to 49, or 61%, of summarized recommendations that have been audited, submitted, or pending submission as part of the jail reforms audit, and 31 recommendations that are currently in process. Thank you. Now I'll hand the presentation over to Captain Asban from the Office of the Sheriff.
Thank you, Veronica, for the introduction. Good afternoon, members of the board. The Sheriff's Office has been working on several jail reform efforts. On August 2nd, the Inmate Advisory Council, also known as IAC, met for the first time since it was stopped in 2020 due to the pandemic. For those unfamiliar with the IAC, it is comprised of incarcerated persons, representatives from various units within the facilities, who meet with jail administration to discuss issues and concerns related to the jail system. The Sheriff's Administration and Facility Administration participated in both meetings. The meeting minutes have been posted to the tablet and are on the Sheriff's website. Our office is currently working to address issues that were brought up during the meeting. On June 27th of this year, the board approved the contract with the Act One group doing business as ATIMS to provide a jail management system for the Sheriff's Office. Since then, the Sheriff's Office has been working with ATIMS on the implementation of the JMS. Tablets were distributed system-wide to our incarcerated population in the fall of 2021. The tablet allows an incarcerated person access to a suite of education and entertainment content. Once a user completes a task or a course, they earn points. These points can be redeemed for entertainment options such as movies, music, and games. Additionally, a user can use tablets to make electronic purchases of commissary, fill out request forms or a grievance, and access information such as the inmate handbook, plus the ability to make phone calls. The Custody Bureau is working with the Procurement Department to enhance the offerings on the tablet by adding upgrades to the tablet system. Planned upgrades, adding video phone calls or video visitation, and paid content. Both of these items were requested during a survey performed following the distribution of the tablets. We also presented enhancement program at the August 2nd IAC meeting, and it was received positively. We also have a current survey for individuals who visit the jails to determine their interest in having video visitation, as well as to identify barriers to using this type of system. The survey is in 3 languages. It can be accessed by a QR code. There are flyers and posters available at both the lobby areas of the main jail and at Elmwood. We expect to come back to the board later this year with a contract extension that includes these planned upgrades. We have been working with the Moss Group on a survey of women's grievances. The survey included focus groups and in-person interviews, as well as client satisfaction surveys. The Sheriff's Office has scheduled a meeting with the Moss Group next week to review the results. However, we have received some preliminary feedback. According to the feedback, individuals in custody have a clear understanding of how to file a grievance and an appeal. Additionally, the answer to the complaint is the most significant change in responses from the prior survey. The agree, strongly agree, swung from 25% to 63%. The grievance unit is always exploring new methods to enhance its efficiency and effectiveness. The unit is continually improving aspects of its process. An example of this is the review of responses provided by business units. The grievance unit's review ensures that the response from the business unit is detailed and responsive to the issue at hand, providing a more effective means of communication. Thank you for your attention. This concludes my presentation.
And we'll go ahead and move on to custody health, please.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg and members of the board. Rocio Luna, Deputy County Executive and Acting Director of Custody Health Services. With me this afternoon is also our Acting Nurse Executive Leader, Megan Hernandez. We also have several leads for the programs we'll highlight today on standby in case you have any questions. Since we last reported in May, there have been quite a few program enhancements and improvements across all areas of custody health, but today we want to highlight a few. The discharge clerk process, as you know, is one way for custody health services to ensure that our patients have continuity of care after they leave leave custody. The discharge program continues to improve our ability to provide our patients with education, information about their medical conditions, prescriptions, and of course, connection to available community resources. This work is facilitated by our medical unit clerks upon release, and wherever possible, we do that face-to-face with everyone that we can, whenever possible. In fiscal year '24, the board approved 2 peer support workers positions to support a pilot program where we would hire 2 positions with lived experience with challenges of mental health or experience in the carceral system. We filled 1 position and are actively recruiting for that second one. And of course, this program also has the same aim as our discharge program, which is to ensure that we're connecting our patients to necessary resources in the community once they leave our custody. The healthcare request sick call process, formerly this was called the White Card program. This is where the healthcare request, it's the healthcare request process for patients in our custody. And folks can reach out for just about anything that they need while they're in our care. Patients can be provided these cards, or they can have a trustee fill it out for them. They can ask an officer to fill it out for them, or also any custody health service person can also fill out the form. These forms are picked up twice daily on every shift, and they're reviewed on a regular basis. And we provide care, hopefully within the 24 hours, depending on the situation. Currently, that system is all manual. Right now, the staff stamp time those cards to make sure that we're reviewing, they're receiving and responding accordingly within the 24 hours that we'd like to respond in. And that system is actually currently being automated through HealthLink, so it'll enable us to run reports and ensure that we have an ability to audit and an ability to categorize and report more appropriately. That build is scheduled for November, and currently right now we're scheduling training for our staff to be able to use that automated process, which is going to be a great improvement for us. With regard to the federal monitor visits, we continue to work closely with our federal monitors that oversee the remedial plans for medical, dental, and the ADA, or Americans with Disability Act requirements. The monitors leave us with a report every 6 months, and of course we work with them to ensure that we're making operational improvements and making progress against the remedial plan requirements. With a growing trend and demand for treatment for opiate and substance abuse treatment throughout the community and within the custodial setting, custody health, the custody health existing medication assistance program now includes 2 rehabilitation counselors and 1 medical social worker that were added in the fiscal year '24 budget to complement the existing medical social worker with programmatic services, patient treatment, and transitions to community care.
In order to improve our staffing shortages and coverages for a 24/7 facility in this challenging clinical environment, we continue to work on providing coverage for those shifts through filling our vacancies, utilizing overtime where needed, and the hiring of per diem and extra health staff as required. Also, in addition to medical and mental health services, Custody Health also provides optometry and dental services. For our dental services, we've been working to provide similar dental equipment, including X-ray imaging devices, at both facilities to cut down on the need to transport from one facility to the other. We are also able to provide an extra help dentist, which helps improve access to dental care. Our full-time optometry position has also increased access to optometry services. In order to augment our communicable diseases program, the carceral setting provides the need for protections, policies, planning, and processes to be in place to prevent and respond for disease outbreaks. In FY24, an additional infection prevention nurse, a lab tech, and 2 clinical nurse positions were added to complement what used to be 1 infection prevent nurse. This team is now dedicated to early surveillance, prevention, education, and response across our sites. And for our recreation therapists for group therapy, Custody Health Services has successfully recruited 4 out of the 6 recreation therapists to enhance patient care. 1 additional hire is in process, and we are currently looking for our final candidate. These dedicated recreation therapists are actively engaged in providing patients with enriching and therapeutic recreational activities outside of their cells. They also facilitate valuable face-to-face interactions, fostering a nurturing environment for staff-patient interaction and engagement. This comprehensive approach aids patients in improving their physical health, mental well-being, and social connectivity.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to FAF.
There you go. Good afternoon. Ponce Vance, Chief of Constructions with Facilities and Fleet. My updates are we've completed 13 ADA suicide prevention projects to date. We're currently working on 3 active ADA suicide prevention in both jails, and the ADA suicide prevention construction project is scheduled to be completed spring of 2024. Next slide. And the following slides are just the projects associated with the 3 projects that are ongoing.
Thank you, Pon. And the final thing I want to mention before we move to Julie Rulin from Oakland to report on their audit is you've seen this website address many times before. This is where we track and make public all of the recommendations and the progress that the departments here are making on the jail reforms. I want to note that under item 51, we are announcing a new website that more comprehensively describes all of the county's criminal justice reform work. On that site, there is written and video content that highlights this work in a kind of a one-stop landing page format. And I want to confirm that the new website will continue to include all the jail reforms work you're hearing about today, so the tracking reporting will continue and not be lost. And with that, I'll go ahead and move to Julie Rulin on Zoom.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg and members of the board.
Go right ahead, we hear you.
Okay, great. I wasn't sure. We have submitted our 5th report on this auditing project of the jail reform recommendations. And in this report, we cover 3 of the summarized recommendations and a total of 80 of the master list recommendations. Following the board's direction, we've looked not just at the summarized recommendations, we look at each one of the master list recommendations and confirm that that has been completed or in some other way has been addressed by the various departments. This report is broken down basically into 3 categories, and the first addresses 3 of the summarized recommendations that have been completed. And I want to note, we only report out on summarized recommendations, and when we call them completed, we are only reporting on them once we have found them to be fully completed. That is, each of the master list recommendations that is encompassed within that summarized recommendation has been completed. So, for example, we had initially thought we might include an additional 2 summarized recommendations with this report, but then we found that there were 1 or more of the master list recommendations that were included in those summarized recommendations that had not been fully completed. And so we pulled those out of this report. So we are only reporting on things when we can say with confidence that they have been fully completed. So we have 3 summarized recommendations here. And then the next 2 categories in this report cover master list recommendations that are either outdated, they have been addressed in some other way. Some of them are very vague and it's hard to know what was intended in 2016, or they're just in some other way not applicable. And we go through that in the table and explain what our reasoning is on each of those. And then the third category are some of the recommendations that we found will be better addressed by our ongoing monitoring, where the goal of the recommendation is something that we are currently in tune to and looking at, and given our access to the sheriff's office, can better monitor on an ongoing basis. So Those handful of recommendations include some of the use of force issues and a couple of the oversight issues. I want to say our next report is going to take a look at, the departments have given us a table that includes upwards of 150 or so of these master list recommendations that have some overlap with the remedial plans. And we are in the process of going through those and sort of getting some alignment between what's being monitored as part of those remedial plans and what is being called for in these master list recommendations. And so our next report is going to include that, as well as any other completed recommendations that we have gotten through. With that, I will be available for questions.
Thank you very much to all of you. I will see if there are clarifying questions, and if not, go to public comment on this item, please. Oh, Supervisor Lee, did you have a clarifying brief question?
Yeah, actually, quite couple of questions, actually not too long. First, I just want to thank the Sheriff's Office and Custody Health staff for responding to our questions that we've asked earlier. Just a couple of follow-up is, I want to confirm that the Sheriff's Office
Can you go closer to your mic,
is going to be submitting an additional 11 of the recommendations remaining, I believe, off the list. Let me try to get rid of some stuff from this computer here, just pop up out of nowhere. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so I just want to confirm in terms of the list of group to be looked at OCLEM, is there 11 more that is going to go to OCLEM soon?
Is that for Julie? Do you want OCLEM to answer that, or it's someone else?
Or being submitted to OCLEM, I thought that was the question.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Lee. We are scheduled to submit a total of 11 in December of 2023 this year.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Yeah, that was my my clarification question, trying to figure out where we're at in terms of making sure that these are still being worked on, and making sure that those obviously is not being forgotten. It's just that sequentially, that's the next step that we're moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian, a clarification?
May I add a clarification, please? So for those 11, it's partly the Sheriff's Office responsibility and partly Custody Health's responsibility. And so they'll be working together on those 11 that you referred to, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you. Ms. Wapensky, you prompted a thought, which is you mentioned the jail reform website as a way to provide information. It occurs to me we're doing other, what I would call justice reform efforts, which may not be either particular to the jail or maybe include the jail, but others. I'm thinking, for example, of military equipment or military style equipment. I'm thinking of use of force. I'm thinking of surveillance. I'm thinking of body cams, which are used both in the jail but also out in community law enforcement. Is that part of the effort? Would that just confuse the effort? Do you want to think about it and get back to us? I just sort of want to make sure some of these other efforts don't get lost in our important focus on the jails.
You do bring up important initiatives that are also going on. Those were not contemplated for the new website, but I know they are some of them are being tracked on the Sheriff's Office website. We could certainly work with the Sheriff's Office and bring you back a report on what would make sense having as part of a website.
Thank you. I'll make that request just as a request and ask the clerk to acknowledge that you were kind enough to say yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment now, please.
Currently, there are no speaker cards in chambers, and I am showing one hand in Zoom.
I'm sorry, you're showing what?
One hand in Zoom.
All right. If anyone else on Zoom desires to speak on this item, right now is the time to raise your virtual hand. We'll give it a second or two, and when the first person begins speaking, the queue will close.
Still holding at one.
All right, go ahead, please.
All right. Aram James, please unmute. You may begin.
Okay, do you know how much time I have?
2 minutes.
My last 3 minutes, if I could, because there's only one speaker, but that would be appreciated. I don't know that I'll need the whole amount. I'm looking at my notes that I had of a conversation back on September 13th that I had with Mike Jananko, who I've known since about 2006 when he became the independent police auditor for Palo Alto. In fact, I talked with him last night, but in reference to the report that he was giving in Palo Alto. But in reference to the 13th, we discussed a couple of things that I thought maybe Julie would be willing to answer, or my Board of Supervisor member Joe Simidian could ask on my behalf. But I talked with Mike about the progress of a robust system for the inmates of the county jail to be able to report their complaints directly to Auckland. And Mike said that apparently that was being worked on, and they wanted to do that so that inmates could directly file their complaints with the project that's, we're paying $7.5 million over a 5-year period of time. So that would be a question I'd like to have asked. And also, when I spoke with Mike, I indicated that I would like to see all reports in reference to the Office of Corrections and Law Enforcement Monitoring go out at the same time they go out to the Board of Supervisors to community organizations like DBUG, the Coalition for Justice and Accountability, and the NAACP. And he seemed open for that possibility. He's not here to speak for himself today, but that was two really critical things that we talked about that. And I know he mentioned in the fall, they're going to be coming up for their 5th year contract, so to speak, and asking for extensions. So that'll be an interesting time as well. So, and we also talked about them having an office on the ground in San Jose where people that have complaints with the Sheriff's Department could file with a real live person.
Thank you. That was our own speaker.
Thank you so much. I'm going to begin on this item with several notes of appreciation and then offer 3 areas in which I'd like to provide direction for this item. And I'll note that my team has previewed these items with each of the applicable departments. Generally speaking, although I believe that incarceration is inherently not an appropriate approach to addressing systemic injustices such as homeless and mental illness, I really am pleased that the county is responsive to the needs of justice-involved individuals who experience mental illnesses and or have a disability. I really want to commend FAF for the significant progress on the capital improvement projects to mitigate suicide risk and enhance accessibility. Thank you for that good work. Additionally, I want to recognize the Sheriff's Grievance Unit for their openness to iterating their processes based on surveys of people in custody, which has already resulted in an increase from 25 to 63% of respondents feeling that staff responses match the concerns expressed in their grievances. 63 means that we still have 27 to go, but I really am impressed and pleased. I also appreciated that the recent Moss Group survey offered incentives that increased survey participation significantly. So with that, a broad thank you to the Sheriff's Office for this commendable work. I will be coordinating with Supervisor Chavez's office to ensure that we hear the Moss Group report at either the Public Safety and Justice Committee meeting or the Reentry Network meeting. And finally, I want to recognize Veronica Marcello in the County Executive's Office for your work on this massive and complex project, your organizational skill in maintaining the list of referrals and requests from the board and meeting monthly with staff to ensure follow-up really is tremendous. So thank you. With regard to direction on the item, as I noted, I have 3 pieces, which I will restate at the end very concisely after I first share with some detail and context. I very much appreciate OCLEM beginning the task of sifting through recommendations that are outdated for potential elimination. Regarding the jail reform recommendation for a report on the status of the Harvey Rose audit, I would request that or direct that rather than remove that recommendation entirely, I would like OCLEM to review Harvey Rose's audit and identify resolutions. OCLEM should incorporate the audit recommendations with existing summarized recommendations, create a new recommendation for the list, or recommend them for elimination if they're no longer applicable. And again, we have spoken with OCLEM to ensure the feasibility of that direction. Second, when the board previously approved an ordinance amendment that moved the Department of Correction functions back to the Sheriff's Office, I made a motion at that time to direct administration to ensure that during the new jail design process, we would revisit conversations around what a meaningful division of responsibilities between the Sheriff's Office and the DOC may look like that would maximize public accountability. So to that end, I'd like to direct that the summarized recommendation oversight 4, as well as any other recommendations OCLEM cited as being tied to the new jail, not be eliminated from county consideration, but instead be considered as part of a new jail conversations. I'm not recommending or prescribing any particular change or any change at all, but want to make sure we have the conversation. Moving mundane jail operations such as laundry, food, and warehouse back to the sheriff's office certainly may have made sense. I'm more interested in exploring whether operations related to rehabilitation, reentry, and county services may be better served under county administration. And third, I very much appreciated the status update on the peer support worker pilot from Custody Health, and I am looking forward to future updates in committee with the goal of eventually expanding that pilot to the 8 workers that were initially envisioned for the program. As the pilot progresses, I'm curious how we might expand the approach of peer support since it's a model that both the ATI work groups as well as court partners have referenced as highly effective. And we've heard from several community groups that would be eager to bring in volunteers who can provide this service. So here I'd be interested in a future report to PSJC from the Sheriff's Office Program Unit regarding how much we are currently utilizing former justice-involved peer mentors in the jails and how we might expand the approach. So to summarize, my motion is to receive the report and number 1, for OCLEM to review Harvey Rose's jail audit recommendations and identify resolutions. 2, for all jail reform recommendations tied to the new jail, transfer those to a list for consideration through the new jail design. And 3, for the Sheriff's Office to report at a future PSJC meeting on programs involving formerly justice-involved peer mentors. And in that motion, I would include Supervisor Simidian's request for follow-up on what other items would be included in a website, and would ask for a second.
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 Actually, I have a couple of questions.
All right, second by Lee, and I'll go to Supervisor Lee and then Supervisor Arenas.
Sure. Have we closed public hearing?
It wasn't a public hearing, it's just public comment.
Oh, comment. Okay. All right. Public comment. Okay. So, thank you. Sure. Just clarifying. Let's see. So, yeah, let me do a better job on moving the mic closer to my. Yeah, here we go. Thank you. So my early question, we talked about we're going to get another 11 recommendations to OCLEM in December 2023. Since we already have another 18 recommendations submitted to OCLEM, so in that case, we actually have another basically 29 recommendations that would need to be reviewed or audited by OCLEM moving forward. Is that correct?
We're checking the numbers, but that's close.
Okay, good. That's fine. As for the JMS, the jail management systems, we are still in the implementation stages. Is there some type of timeline that you could provide? Approximately when do you think we'll get closer to completion? I know it's a big project.
That was on the jail management system?
Yes.
We don't have staff here who could answer that question. There might be Cindy Chen from TSS online. I'm just going to pause for a moment to see if she's there.
Yes, I'm here.
She might be able to give a update on the JMS system. If not, we can certainly report off agenda. Cindy?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, for the jail management system project, we are looking at a fall 2025 timeline in terms of going live with, a release. It may not encompass all of the requirements that have been documented and gone through the RFP process, but it will include some kind of deployment. So that is sort of like that's what we're targeting for the implementation of that particular system.
I guess on the off agenda, if you can provide us the estimated timeline in the future, I certainly appreciate it, just to take a look of the timeline, what that looks like. Thank you.
We can do that.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Also, wanted to get some clarification from CHS about the response time. I'm talking about the question regarding the cards, those health cards, a white card set system that's in place for our inmates to request medical attention. Specifically, the question I have is, in terms of the response times, are they similar for both physical health requests versus the mental health requests?
I think we'll have to come back to you, Supervisor Lee, with an answer. I think there are some differences in the timelines depending on the situation and the status that we're looking at.
Right.
So happy
So
to
I just want to make sure that we want to make sure we treat both physical and mental health requests equally and not one over the other, because as we have seen in various hospital systems, the physical health is being treated far more timely versus the mental health ones are not taken as seriously. So I just want to make sure that we have parity on that type of work. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I have a question around the response rate for the women's grievance survey. I know that the Moss Group had been performing a survey, and I think it was until was it a gift card or an incentive, some kind of incentive that was included into this survey that we got better response. And so on an ongoing basis, I'm wondering, what is that acceptable standard rate of response that we would want from a group who's providing this for us? And for it to be statistically valid, too.
We are working with the Moss Group on that. Definitely that's something to explore with them. We do have a management analyst that does craft our surveys. She has exposure to creating and ensuring that we have a good sampling from the population. When we initially rolled it out, we extended the survey for some time, but it seems like utilizing an incentive base with maybe commissary items or gift cards certainly had worked in the survey with what the Moss Group had laid out. But that is something that I think we can work with the Moss Group and maybe explore as to kind of their expertise for that information. And if we can provide that information to you, Supervisor Arenas, at a later date.
That would be great, because I think that from the recent response rate, which increased from 4% to 12%, yes, from 4% to 12%, I think when I think about it being statistically valid, or that you could actually infer something from this, in which I don't think you could, from a 12%, maybe a 20% would be a minimum. If I'm remembering correctly, not that statistics was my favorite, it was not. But I think 20% is at minimum. But I know it varies in terms of what it is that you want to obtain. And so for me to be able to really look at some of the observations more validly, I would need to see that percentage a lot higher. And I wanted ask you, what is it that you meant when it says the answer to the complaint is the most significant change in response from the prior survey? This agree, strongly agree, swung from 25% to 63%. This says the response, whether they agree with the response or not, or at least answering what they are presenting as an issue.
Yes, Lieutenant Nguyen, sitting to my left, can answer that. He oversees our grievance unit and the day-to-day operations.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisor. We took a look at the 25% rate when the Moss Group first initially reported that number, and we analyzed with our management analysts. And
Wait,
we took
I'm
that-
sorry. You asked them for a 25%?
No, no, no. We observed the 25% reporting on the initial survey, and we took that as a learning opportunity and room for improvement. So we met with all the management analysts in the grievance unit, and we figured out a way to try to improve the quality of the responses for the incarcerated persons, each and every single response. So for every single grievance, we take the complainants, the allegations. We sort that, we parse that out to all the business units and divisions to answer. And then usually what we do is we take that response and provide it back to the inmate, to the incarcerated person. But with that 25%, we've been able to improve that by providing a more comprehensive conclusion to wrap it up. You may complain about this, the business unit provide this answer, and then our management analyst was able to wrap that up as a more detailed disposition for the complainant. So we took that opportunity from the last report to this survey, and then we believe that's the positive outcome of the swung from 25% to 65%.
And what was the purpose of the survey? What were you trying to obtain?
The survey was basically just to give us a baseline of how our grievance system is working and how the incarcerated population is perceiving our processes, and basically give us a opportunity to improve that process.
So based on that, I think you declared that you believe the incarcerated folks are understanding what that process is.
Yes, that is the conclusion that we were able to derive from the upswing of 25 to 65, is whether or not they agree with the disposition, at least they understood and accepted the disposition that we provided back.
But this still comes from a 12%
population?
Right. So even if it's 63% increase of that 12% still doesn't reach a standard for a response rate.
And I think that we noticed that the initial survey that, well, we're independent from the survey, so we don't really see any of the data till after it's been conducted. But Laura, our management analyst who's been administering the survey, she's been trying to increase participation each and every single time, working with the Moss Group to try to bolster the participation rate to give us a more comprehensive participation rate.
Sometimes I think that the easiest thing that we can do is integrate our surveys into what we're already doing, right? I mean, I think you all recognize this because you probably do it internally as well as often as you do surveys, but when you already have a captive audience, say for a class or whatever it is that you're bringing folks in for, you don't have to recruit them, right? At the end of that session, you ask if they would be willing to participate in that survey. And then, of course, you provide that incentive. I would like to see a more valid number here because this does represent a gender group. And I think that we need to make sure that there isn't any level of intimidation or fear in terms of what their response is going to be. I'm not saying that there is, but we really need to make sure that that response rate is, and that participation level is a lot higher. before I think we start interpreting what those responses mean from a very small group. Let me see. I think if we can go to one of my other colleagues while I move on to my next point, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Happy to come back. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. So just a couple things that I wanted to highlight. One is that both Supervisor Lee and I served on the Blue Ribbon Commission Task Force, and I just want to acknowledge how much progress has been made. And I know that we're not to the end of where we need to be, but I would just be remiss if I didn't just acknowledge how much improvement, how much change, and how much leadership has been shown by the organization and by all of you who've been working on this. And I am very supportive of the motion that Supervisor Ellenberg put forward. I have two questions, one that may lead to an addition to the motion that was put forward. One is that as part of the, when we, actually, Martha, I remember you saying, how are we going to look at all of these recommendations? And I was actually very concerned when we were even putting them in 80 discrete buckets, because I was so fearful that the nuance of what people were saying and sharing would be lost. And what I mean by nuance is that some of the recommendations that are being considered not to move forward weren't really recommendations per se around a specific action. They were much broader in terms of how people should be treated, what should our processes be, you know, how are we working together? Which brings me to a question, and I see the sheriff has left. I was actually going to ask him this question, but perhaps I can pivot over to James. But one of the questions that I have is, what changes are we making in our interdepartmental relationship with the sheriff's office in order to be able to address some of these overarching issues that aren't neatly in any one bucket? And I wondered now, and you know, now that the sheriff is relatively new and OCLEM has got its, you know, its feet under it. I'm wondering if that, and James, you've been in charge now for an hour. I'm just wondering if you have thought about that, and if there are changes we can expect to see in terms of how information gets presented to the board, how it's pursued, and the like.
Sure, I can share kind of a few initial thoughts about that. I would say overall, I think that the depth of partnership, collaboration, and coordination between the sheriff's office and the rest of the departments working on supporting our correctional system is really strong and has improved quite significantly. We have a lot of fora where we collaborate closely. I think you'll see on things like, for example, the subsequent item, which was pulled off of consent, related to facility assessment. That's an example of an item where there's been some very direct, close collaboration between the sheriff and sheriff's office leadership, FAF, county executive's office, in a space and on an issue and topic where previously the sheriff's office itself did not weigh in and was not publicly participating. So that's one example. In terms of the relationship with OIR Group, I'll let them speak for themselves, but the information sharing agreement with OCLEM that was in a somewhat stuck situation for a long time has moved forward. The collaboration with TSS on moving forward several of the key information systems, that was a situation that was stuck for a number of years, has moved forward. So, and those are all really significant examples of important work where we're all working together towards, I think, the same objective. And I know that he had to leave, but I believe the sheriff would echo those same comments were he here.
So just as it relates to how we proceed, I do want to request that at a future time, and I don't need this to be part of the motion, but I do think that after the sheriff has been here a bit, and James, as you're thinking about, you know, key areas of work that you're working on, I think there would be a lot of value in being able to present to the board the communication and the strategic structure that we're going to be using to make sure that we're moving more fluidly between the organizations so that it's not quite so distinct what's the, between all the departments that are involved in the jails. And in particular, I think about that as it relates to everything from reentry to the Public Safety and Justice Committee. As a matter of fact, I think the county council and others have said, hey, those could be one committee. And in a way, they probably could be, except that the leaders of the implementation for so many of those different bodies of work are so distinct that it's hard for me to understand how the connective tissue that I think we need to make firm change is actually going to be embedded in all sides of the organization relative to the support of that body of work. So it's not, I don't need it part of the motion, but I would be very interested in having that be some part of a discussion. And it may make sense actually for that to be a little more part of the budget discussion, just because that's an opportunity to look at operations and operational improvements as a presentation. The second issue I wanted to raise is that, and this has a little bit more to do with actually what Supervisor Lee raised around whether it's, for me, the partnership again with TSS, the OIR group and the like. Just as I was listening to folks, I'm really excited that Supervisor Ellenberg, or President Ellenberg, that you kept the other item off, because I think being able to marry the physical infrastructure to the programmatic infrastructure is something that we really, is part of the reason I'm so interested in what this collaborative framework really looks like, and what's the body that is engaging at the highest levels of leadership between all of these institutions to really allow the work now, where I think we've done some really significant changes, but where the fine points really are going to matter as we move forward, in part because the low-hanging fruit's already gone, and now we're really getting deeper into the consent decree, that, understanding who that leadership table is and who that working group is that are really paying attention to what's happening in the jails and in our reentry system is going to be really critical. So to that end, as an example, I was struck that the women's mental health need was pulled out as not necessary because we have so few women. And ironically, it's actually been the problem with the jails all along. It was very difficult to even get the Moss group because so few people even research what's happening to women in custody. And so when President Ellenberg made her recommendation, I assumed that the recommendation relative to women's mental health would be stayed as part of the next phase of work. And I think that's really important, because in a way, dropping it now just seemed, it seemed like we weren't thinking about the future in a very critical way. And I think part of the reason for that is everybody's got a different piece of the pie instead of understanding how that pie is all going to sit together. So those are my high-level comments. And the only other thing I would add, again, I just want to say to the staff a really sincere thank you, all of you, and recognizing that if we aren't able to get people the tools they need through programs like TSS, we're really asking people to do quite a lot without the tools they need to be effective and successful. So thank you, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam President. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Chavez for raising the issue as to the newer collaborations. Let me be blunt. There was no love lost between the last county exec and the last sheriff. That friction has certainly caused a lot of issues of not being moving forward in so many things, and the counties hurts. And certainly our custodial facilities have hurt through that process. Now that we have a new sheriff and now new county exec, I certainly see that so many more things are happening. I'm really excited to see these changes, and I'm really hoping that so much more is going to be implemented as we described here. really at the end of the day, I mean, when our county does not work together as one unit, doesn't help. And then, of course, we also have the whole issue. If you still recall I asked the question when I first joined the board, it's like, why is Dr. Jeff Smith the chief of corrections? It was one of those things that didn't make any sense to anybody. But because of that type of relationship problem we had, which I think a lot of that the sheriff now has taken over, and I can see the improvements of how all that is being implemented as we move forward. So I think that's something I want to highlight as some good news moving forward. I do have one, not so much part of the motion, just a request for staff. Judge Doris Cordell was a former chair of the Blue Ribbon Commission. I'm sure she will appreciate a copy of this report. So if you could send her a copy, I certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I remembered what the other point I wanted to make. Well, actually, it's a comment and a question. On figure 1 on page 11 of the report, it has the status of the 80 summarized recommendations by category. And I was thinking about, how do we know that we've made, that the changes that or the recommendations that we're working on are going to produce the most impact for those who are incarcerated? How are the recommendations prioritized? As we see staff accountability in progress, it's 20%, but the jail culture and environment is 80%, which I would think those two would go hand in hand. So if you could help me understand that.
I can start out and see if the Sheriff's Office of Custody Health wants to add anything. In terms, the original work, we talked about the Blue Ribbon Commission, but there were 15 entities that contributed to the 623 recommendations. The recommendations as they sat were not prioritized in the way that you're asking, but they're all important, and that's why we have OCLM reviewing and auditing each one of the recommendations, all 623. We have monthly work group meetings with all the departments you see assembled here, as well as other ad hoc meetings with OCLM and other bodies to make sure that departments are staying on top of the work, tracking their progress against the jail reform recommendations. And there is the additional layer of progress made on with compliance around the consent decrees also. And so it's a very large, very complex body of work. And as these recommendations get finished, as we mentioned before, the departments put these forward to OCLM for auditing. And it's that partnership, the working together, that allows us to call these recommendations complete as they come forward.
Thank you. As I'm thinking about basics and then maybe some recommendations that would be considered, I don't know if privileged, but maybe above what we would consider just basic care, right? I think there's some that we can qualify as basic care. Like inmate health care, I would say that's a basic care, right? Or staff accountability, if that is not being worked on at the same time that the jail culture and environment is worked on. I'm not sure that what we have to do, we have to walk backwards a bit in order for those two things to pair up. If we don't have inmate health care, how can we expect for the jail culture and environment to change if people are not feeling well, if their behavioral health isn't stabilized? And so I just think about the hierarchy of needs here, and I understand that all 600 of recommendations are as equally as important, but there's a reason why we have hierarchy of needs, because some of the basic needs need to be met first before we move forward with additional. I would like to see how the group is prioritizing these, and I don't know if they necessarily, President Allenberg, you have a very solid motion. But I think that for me, the question is whether the recommendations are being reviewed and audited in a way that is building on, that's scaffolding on the basic, from basic needs higher to higher needs, right? And, you know, my point earlier was how can we work on staff accountability without working on jail culture and environment or use of force, right? We have to work on some of these recommendations in tandem in order for the policies to work. Otherwise, I think we're always going to be taking a step back and saying, well, now we need to update this, now we need to update that. And I get that all 600 are important, but I'd love to see how we can prioritize these and level of importance from basic to whatever we consider more sophisticated.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I think that's precisely the scaffolding that all of this needs to be built on. Very, very much appreciate your comments.
Well, you know what? Now that I said that out loud and that you confirmed that, I think I'll ask you to integrate that into your motion. If we can begin at some point to categorize these, because I was thinking about what you were saying, Supervisor Chavez. You talked about accomplishing significant change. How do we know that we've actually accomplished significant change? Because you talked about like the easy pickings, right? Easy pickings are not necessarily structural or foundational, right? There might be some things that are a bit of a patchwork for us. So it would be wonderful if we could have some process that would allow for the prioritization of the recommendations.
Let me get some input from Greta on this, please.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Supervisor Arenas. I think the way that you're describing it is very much the way staff are thinking about it, in terms of really thinking about what are some of the challenges we're experiencing in our jails that really, if unaddressed, create lots of other really difficult problems and might be more fundamental. We've been very laser focused as of late, including under the consent decree compliance related efforts on really focusing on resourcing custody health in the ways it needs to be resourced to really meet our core imperatives. But appreciate the comments and think that we can give thought to how, when we come back the next time to the board, we can present some of the information that we've long been presenting in a particular format in a way that better facilitates lifting up some of the questions you've asked around how do we see the hierarchy of a whole array of things that we need to work on, but what are the ones that are really top of mind and the ones that we think need to be tackled first because they're so pressing.
And I'd like to see that connected to a best practice or some framework that allows for change in a government agency. I know there's a lot of different ways to approach this, but I'd like to see it attached to a framework that has already been proven to be a best practice or a good approach. And I'll tell you, the last thing I'll say is from all of these, and I think that, you know, I'm not trying to highlight that there isn't any progress. Obviously, there's been plenty of progress and a lot of folks working really hard. And as a person that's stepping in as in the middle of your process, right, I'm trying to gain a level of understanding, of course, of how the process has, where we are now and where we need to go. And I'll be very honest here. It concerns me that staff accountability is at 20% when jail culture and environment is at 80%. I don't know how those two things don't work together. And so part of making sure that something, a project, a service, a program works is making sure that you have the right people on board. I mean, that's very basic. And I think that's part of the question here is, for me at least, is what is that? How are we organizing that to make sure that we have organizational change that will be longstanding and productive, and that will actually lead to some results like a change in jail culture and environment, and potentially to health and the well-being of folks, both on staff and the incarcerated population. So I appreciate you offering to take a look at this and coming back with some thoughts about how to address it. I appreciate that. So it sounds like I don't need to put that in the motion because it'll get done. Thank you.
Excellent tactics, too. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. I'm now reflecting, Supervisor Arenas, on your points, and it has raised a couple of thoughts for me for staff. One is that I think the reason that I feel like there's so much progress is I think it's really a reflection of how very broken we were. And having been around at that time, just recognizing that when you're changing institutions, it takes a long time, and it takes perhaps longer than it should, to be frank with you. But one thing that occurred to me when I was listening to Supervisor Arenas is that there were some areas early on where there was a high level of interest from the board, and from the community. And I think one of those areas was really reflected in the use of force policies that we have. And it occurred to me that in an attempt to frankly try to make sense out of so many priorities, that the bundles of what is under each category is something that's probably worth taking a look at. And the reason I suggest that is that I think the issue about how jail culture is being understood and expressed, and frankly having some even agreement from the board about what are those cultural indices that we're going to look at and say, okay, we're really moving the ball forward. And when there were so many, I think it was very difficult for us to say this is number one and this is number two, because there was just so much we were all trying to accomplish. But I would actually suggest, as part of a next phase of work, that we're doing an assessment of the different categories, and that in the categories that you all would see as the highest priority, and I'll just make an observation about one of them, that we are really pulling out. Indicator 1 would be this, indicator 2 would be that, indicator 3 would be, that we're moving in the right direction. I just want to acknowledge that when we had the discussion and the debate around whether or not we should build a new jail, one of the concerns that I raised, and we'll get to talk about this in a moment, is that how you marry program and culture, like how do you define that enough that the facility you design is reflective of that and not the other way around, right? Because everything we got from our previous designers was, here's what a jail box looks like. When I asked them what are the elements of the design that impact our opportunity to address recidivism and public safety, what are those? We couldn't get a response to that. And I know we're asking questions that are hard to answer, but some of these make a lot of sense based on where we are right now. So what I would just say, and I want to really thank Supervisor Arenas, it's why fresh eyes are so important. But I think, one, that a task should be to reassess what we have in each of these buckets now that we're refining them. And I think, two, I would be very interested in the staff's reflections on, as we look particularly at culture, what are the other, what are those indications, particularly in culture or indices, and what would be the second or third big bucket that you would say, these are how we know that we're making dramatic improvements as we move forward. And I recognize all of what I just said is much easier to say than to do, but I think we're at that place in the process that we have to do this now, or the next significant investments we make will be potentially for naught, because we won't have married up the cultural intent with any of the physical infrastructure that we're trying to build out, or and even that's true relative to service program. And I think the most important thing that President Ellenberg raised a little earlier is even understanding how you staff what depends on what it is you are trying to accomplish and what you're doing. So, I would ask that that be more formal as part of what the staff is thinking about as they bring this forward, which is really the refinement of these different buckets, the reflections on what the staff would prioritize, so that we better understand as we're making financial investments that we're aligning those with the progress we're making. That would be a friendly amendment.
That's fine.
Thank you.
All right, not seeing any further comments. Let's vote on motion by Ellenberg, second by Lee.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
And President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We are moving now to item 51, which is the Comprehensive Custody Facility Assessment and Next Steps. Same
Thank
crew.
you very
Hello
much.
again.
Martha Wapinski, and joining me here today, Assistant Sheriff Dave Sepulveda and Roger Suhu from Facilities and Fleet. I have just a few brief comments, if that's okay, or we can go straight to questions.
I'm happy to hear the brief comments, and then we'll go to questions.
So this is a joint report. Unfortunately, the sheriff had to leave for a commitment. This is a joint report between county administration and the sheriff. As your board knows, some of the jail facilities need to be significantly modified and or replaced in order to ensure a constitutionally compliant environment for our folks incarcerated there. We plan to retain an outside expert to assess all of the county's current custody facilities to identify which facilities need to be renovated and which ones need to be replaced. Then based on that assessment, we'll look at what facility modifications and replacement projects to bring forward, both for community input, for CCLEM input, and for obviously the board input as well. Once potential projects have been identified, the administration, the sheriff will work together to identify the most effective and welcoming method in which to engage the community stakeholders. And so in terms of the timeline, the facility assessment will be conducted in the coming months. Once that assessment's done, that data and information will be used to identify potential capital projects and again, develop that more informed community engagement process. And then early next year, administration, the sheriff will bring a proposed community engagement process forward for input to CCLEM, Public Safety and Justice, and consideration by the board. And with that, I'll go ahead and stop and take questions.
Thank you very much. Let me first see if we have public comment on this item.
There are no cards in chambers, and currently no hands raised in Zoom, one hand raised.
All right, let's give that a second or two. I will remind anyone in chambers, if you're interested in speaking on this item, now is the time to fill out a yellow card. And since it appears that we have no speakers in chamber, we will go right to Zoom. So let me make sure that anyone on Zoom that's intending to speak on public comment raises their virtual hand now. The queue will close when the first speaker begins. So Anjane, let's give that a second or two.
Okay. And we are still holding at one.
All right, our single speaker may have 2 minutes, please.
Okay, Aram James, please accept the unmute. You may begin.
Chair Ellenberg, would it be possible to reserve my comments until after the report? Because I want to be able to say something at least minimally intelligent, and it's hard for me to do that without having heard the report on the report.
I appreciate that, sir, but we've begun public comment, so we're going to hear you right now.
Okay, well then, I just throw the question back to the Sheriff's Department to work with Auckland on my question about whether or not there's going to be a robust reporting system that allows inmates to come to file grievances and complaints directly with Auckland rather than the Sheriff's Department. I also would like to know if future Auckland reports can be directly released to the community organizations that I mentioned during my earlier oral communication. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
That was our only speaker.
Thank you very much. Since this item includes really three distinct pieces, the custodial facility assessment, the community engagement process, and the criminal justice reform website, I'm going to ask my colleagues that if you have comments to make, that you indicate, please, whether you are referencing the custodial facility assessment, the community engagement process, or the judicial or the criminal justice reform website, just so each of us knows what the others are talking about. I'm going to lead on this item as well with just a couple comments in each section. With regard to the custodial facility assessment, very much appreciate, Martha, the next steps update. I understand that there's an existing contract as well with the JFA Institute to conduct a jail population analysis, which of course is going to be a critical piece in helping us understand what kind of facilities, programs, programming, and other investments are needed. That analysis is not included in this item today, but I understand that it will come back alongside the facility assessment early next year. So is that correct?
It'll be used to inform the facility needs assessment.
Great. When that comes, I'd like to direct administration to share the analysis with the board in the same level of detail that JFA provides to the administration.
We can do that.
Excellent, thank you. With regard to community engagement, I am very much looking forward to the proposal that administration and the sheriff's office will bring to PSJC and to CCLEM early next year. Based on the county's experience with past community engagement processes, I have 4 recommendations, and this isn't a motion, and I'm not making this as direction, but recommendations of one supervisor for y'all to think about as you are designing this. First, I would ask that you consider that the new jail design process be directed and overseen by an internal steering committee comprised of representatives from across our system. Second, to allow for maximum flexibility and responsivity to community input, please consider facilitating the engagement process in-house by county staff from administration, the Office of the Sheriff, the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Belonging, consider IGR, and any other departments as administration deems appropriate. Critical messengers who are trusted community members and have connections with system-impacted communities should be contracted to work with the county staff facilitation team, as well as be compensated representatives on any steering committee. And that the flexibility that I'm thinking about is really because of past experiences where we've been told we can't adjust this way, we can't do that because the contractor's contract is limited to particular things. I think if we keep this in-house and bring in our own people, we will be able to be much more responsive to whatever comes along. Third, I'd be interested in seeing targeted community outreach be conducted to justice-involved individuals, families, and victims, residents in the areas around the site of the new jail, jail staff, and service providers who work with the justice-involved population. Finally, I certainly believe that both virtual and in-person engagement opportunities should be offered, and I'd like to see the development of a project website, which should include a clear timeline, updates, and remote opportunities for input and engagement. And for reference, other county capital projects that I see as models for these recommendations would include the Hub, the VASC, and then not in our county, but the borough-based jails plan associated with closing New York City's Rikers Island. So that is all encouragement and food for thought. The third element of this item is the Criminal Justice Reform's website, and here I want to appreciate staff for the hard work in putting together this website, and for anybody who hasn't seen it yet, I know you posted it in your slides earlier, Martha, but I would refer folks to the URL justicereforms.santaclaracounty.gov. our Office of Public Affairs produced a really impressive video highlighting the jail's exemplary college collaborative program, which offers a statewide model with the very ambitious goal of transforming our jails into colleges. And the reason I want to uplift the website is because I think it's so important that we do a better job more broadly of highlighting the progress that we are making relative to justice reforms. I know, and I heard you say that the website is meant to be iterative and a work in progress, so I will look forward to further iterations that really clearly convey the progress that we made. And for comparison, the jail reform website, that may have been what you posted earlier, that explicitly calls out, as we just discussed, how many reforms we've completed, how they've been completed. To Supervisor Arenas' point, I think we're still short on being able to show what the impacts are as opposed to just the output. And I'm hopeful that that is where we will all move together. Just another good example of websites that we've got is the AB 109 10-year timeline report and list of reentry programs and initiatives, which is also really more comprehensive than what's currently available in the new Criminal Justice Reforms website. So all of that to say thank you for the great work. Let's keep going, and let's absolutely maximize this opportunity to do something that is profoundly transformative. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. Do you have a motion there?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Do we need a motion on this one?
Sure, go.
I mean, we do. I'll just want to move to receive the report exactly.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. So start with that, and the first thing I want to confirm from staff is we have talked about doing the RFI earlier, but now we are switching to the RFSQ process. Maybe you can explain to the public what the difference is. Your mic. Your mics.
There, that's better.
There we go.
Thank you. The RFI, the request for information process, would have given us a list of consultants that are eligible to do this work. And while that made sense at the time in terms of the timeline and wanting to get some product back in front of the board, we pivoted to the idea of using an RFSQ instead. That would give us actual eligible consultants that we could then move forward quickly with the work. And so that was the reason for the pivot.
Right, thank you. On the comprehensive custody facility assessment portion, this will be sent forward to the CCLAM to get the community input. Have you considered putting that before OCLAM as well?
So I presented to CCLEM in September on this plan, components of this plan. OCLAM is there staffing the meeting as well. We do stay in constant contact with OCLAM, and so they're aware as each step of this progresses. We do plan on bringing this discussion that the board's having today back to CCLEM later this month for their awareness, and OCLAM will be there as well.
Great, thank you. As you know, we have a consent decree on our jail, 2 of them, not 1. And certainly these are the priority items that we need to work on. But in addition, I just want to lay out a couple of things that's very concerning to me is whatever we're designing, obviously we need to have a significantly improved programming spaces, classrooms, and open areas, which is severely lacking, especially Main Jail North. Improving the safety and security layout to better protect both our custody staff and those in custody right now. That's not very safe. Oftentimes when I walk into Main Jail North, I feel the EBGBs of how unsafe it is. Third, of course, the comprehensive review of the seismic safety level of these facilities. I want to make sure that they are, and if they are not, then they need to be demolished and whatnot. So just want to make those points, some of my concerns there. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. And I'm not exactly sure who this question is best for, but I'm very interested in understanding how the scope of work will be defined for the consultant.
The scope of work, I'm going to ask the county executive if he wants to weigh in here, but the scope of work is defined around the things that were just mentioned, the programming, the treatment space, the health care, both mental health and physical health care. It also needs to take into account the 2 consent decrees we're under. And so those are the main framing objectives of an RFSQ like this. The facility needs assessment would take a look at what needs to be demolished, what can be remodeled, in a way that would give us the appropriate amount of program and treatment, classroom space, things like that. I mean, that's it from a very high level.
So I see 2 lights, Greta and James.
I just wanted to add, it's an assessment of the current facility condition, gaps, and needs. It's not, of course, design work associated with what a future facility might look like to accommodate the gaps that are identified through the needs assessment. So it's really to create kind of the baseline work product that could then lead to the community engagement process and then any proposals that might subsequently come before the board regarding what projects, and maybe multiple projects, may need to move forward for the jail facilities overall.
So just so I understand, just to say this back, James, I missed a couple of words you said. So this is really an assessment of what we have now and what improvements are necessary today versus what kinds of facilities we will need in the future.
And no, it's an assessment of trying of what gaps we have between what we have today and what we do need in order to comply with the consent decrees. So they are present day gaps, but the reason the population assessment is necessary to inform the analysis is because it needs to be looking forward to what population we reasonably think we may be obligated to care for.
So one request that I have is that we should, if we're doing an assessment, I think the question that we have to be able to answer is to what end, right? So are we trying to lower recidivism? Are we trying to improve health while people are in our custody? Because for me, one of the challenges is that those objectives, I feel like as a board, we've talked highly about them, but that we haven't said, here are the 4 or 5 objectives, and and based on the investments we're making while people are in custody, reentry, all of those programs to get us to where we want to be as a region and a society. And I think this really goes back to the point that President Ellenberg raised about how we're even having this conversation with the community, because we want both a high level of community understanding and a lot of buy-in. And I frankly think if we challenged ourselves to be thinking about outcomes as we're thinking about inputs, and that's one of my concerns about this, is that it's more of a, and even though we're responding to the consent decree, that's still within the framework of a set of laws versus a set of, well, I'm sorry, they do have goals and objectives that are actually very helpful, but versus us saying, here's what we want to make sure happens within our purview in these specific areas. And so I more say that because I'm really asking how we do it better and different than what's been done before.
Well, to my knowledge, we haven't done this type of assessment before.
Well, let me say what I mean specifically, and I'm going to go back again to President Ellenberg. You said something really critical about how the VASC got designed and how the hub got designed. And both the VASC and the hub, our initial challenges were that they were almost entirely developed by the staff that would be using them versus the people that would be using them. And we went round and round and round and round, and it was very difficult, honestly, to get us to look at what were the outcomes and the experiences we wanted to have at this facility, and therefore then what did the design look like? And so my point is that we haven't designed this facility, but we actually did do a study I don't know, when I first got here, that had a big building. So we did all of it and none of it. And so I'm really just asking if we're now eyes wide open, what are the things that we would do differently, and how does that impact, if at all, the scope, and how does that impact, if at all, the approach, and what our goals are as we're moving forward with these new investments that are significant. We should make them. I'm not arguing that. I'm just asking about how and to what end.
I was just going to add, I think consistent with the key questions you're asking sort of philosophically about how we're approaching this, what the goal of this assessment is really to take a look comprehensively at what foundation are we building from. So looking at the existing facilities on both of our campuses, Elmwood and Main Jail, identifying really profound facility deficiencies. So we know, to Supervisor Lee's earlier comment, what may be facilities that actually need to be taken out of use entirely, either because they are not seismically appropriate, therefore a type of inmate that we no longer have in custody, because we've now moved to a place where folks who those types of facilities were built for are now able to be supervised in an out-of-custody context, and then really understand what's the whole scope of the problem that we're trying to solve and build from, because that more comprehensive facility assessment, looking at both campuses of existing facilities and seeing what of our current facilities even map on to the population we expect to serve in the future in some way, and if so, how those facilities can best be used, because it may be that facilities we're currently using for one purpose can be used for another purpose. And so it's really trying to lay the foundational assessment of what we're building, what we still can use of what we've got today for the population we're projecting in the future, to calibrate what would be the scope of recommended additional facility modifications to advance whatever our policy goals are, in addition to just the more basic compliance challenges that we face, for example, with a booking environment that we can't.
100%, yeah. So Greta, then just concretely what you're saying is this is a today needs assessment that could, and maybe this is what James was saying too, that could and will broadly inform the next steps. Then one request I would make is that as you're designing the scope, it might be helpful just for, because to your point, if this is a layered approach, it'd be great to understand this is step one, this is step two, this is step three, and then how each of the steps gets informed. And even with that, I would still say, I would really challenge us to say, if we're right now at this recidivism rate, this is where we want to be in 5 or 10 years, because all of our programs should be designed to those specific safety outcomes. But thank you for that, very helpful.
Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. I want to try and reflect just quickly on comments made by colleagues, including Supervisor Chavez has just made comment about sort of like, all right, if there are some steps, what are they? Step 1, step 2, step 3, and some of the goals that colleagues have articulated. Supervisor Lee mentioned in passing that we have, I think, not one but 2 consent decrees that are in place. Yes, looking to staff?
That's correct.
And those consent decrees are, in part, a function, this is asked as a semi-rhetorical question, they are in part a function of the fact that the allegation that led to the consent decrees is that we're operating jails that don't meet constitutional minimums. Is that a correct recollection?
That's correct, yes.
All right. So I don't want to be misunderstood here. I think the aspirational goals are important, but if somebody asked me, what do you think step 1 ought to be? I'd say step 1 ought to be constitutional compliance. And we've had a range of views on this board about if, when, where, and how to pursue construction of a new jail facility under a number of different names. But what's been guiding my thinking on the subject is that at a bare minimum, we have an obligation to step up and ensure that we are constitutionally compliant in terms of the facility that we have folks obliged to occupy under the existing system and who are going to be there for the foreseeable future under the existing system, notwithstanding whatever aspirational goals we may have. So I'll just throw that into the record, which is, I think that ought to be job one, priority one, step one. And I think we have a motion on the floor, yes?
Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, I think just in terms of this process, because we've been at this now for a while, I'm thinking it's been 8 years since Mr. Tyree lost his life in our jails, that it might also be helpful if the maker and the seconder are amenable to direct the administration to include in or along with their next report on jail reforms and other related issues, some sort of strategy for coordinating their efforts so that we can be as efficient as possible. I think we need to make sure that the board gets the most useful information for decision-making purposes in a way that's sort of consistent across discussion and meetings, and that allows the administration to conduct these reform efforts as efficiently and effectively as possible. I clearly want to maximize public transparency and accountability, but I feel like we're having too many conversations and not enough action. So I'd like to reverse the ratio. So without the flip last-minute comment about reversing the ratio, I wonder if I could get the maker and the seconder of the motion to incorporate that direction to staff to kind of come back with us about how we can be a little more efficient in having these conversations as a board and/or at the committee level. Is that agreeable?
It's fine to the maker's own staff is clear.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
And I think
Supervisor Chavez.
I was the seconder, right?
Uh,
Who was? I'm just, was that you, Susan?
Seconder.
I was going to say, okay, you know, if I could, I really do not want my comments to be confused as wanting us to go slower. I was really asking really, that's, anybody up here who knows me knows that's not what I was saying, and I know that's not what Joe was saying, but I just want to make sure, for the record, for the future, that that's clear. I think what was catching my attention here is that it said that no comprehensive assessment has been conducted to identify all areas of potential need, and that was what I was sort of struggling with outside of the consent decrees, that it appeared to me that the way this was written, that those were two different objectives. But I appreciate that, and I want to reinforce that we absolutely need to make sure we're making the improvements that were required. And frankly, I think that the board's been really wanting to do for a long time. And at the same time, I do want to reinforce that I would like to better understand how these layer up into each other. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further comments. We have a motion and we have a second. We've heard public comment. Let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Samedian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
And President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Our next item is item 12. It's a referral for culturally appropriate food and beverages at community events. Supervisor Arenas, do you want to lead on that? Or not? Supervisor Lee, would you like to?
Well, this is awkward.
It's a very long day, no worries.
Well, it'll make sense when I talk about how important food is in revitalizing conversations and moments and events, which is part of why I'm submitting this referral. It is so important for us to celebrate in a meaningful way, and a lot of the times the way that we celebrate is or we connect with one another is through food. We just did that in the back, in the green room, I don't know how many hours ago. And we all shared a little bit about why it is, Supervisor Chavez, if you're okay, you shared that yes. I won't share everything, but we shared what we like. And that creates, it reminds us of a comforting time in our lives, potentially when we were growing up. And these are the kinds of elements that we want to create, to have within events that we create. And so, and it doesn't matter what kind of event. It doesn't have to be a culturally specific event to have culturally appropriate food. It just has to be an event, and we have to cater to the folks who are attending. And so I use in my referral an example about how Councilmember Candelas and I were doing an event, and most of the folks were going to be of Latino descent, and was going to be in the morning. We thought something easy, something quick would be breakfast burritos, right? Sounds super easy, but yes, no, it is not easy to find a vendor that can align themselves with our policies, that we ask for a light version of a burrito. I'm not sure what that means, but or that people would actually eat it. And the point is that what we want to do at these events is create an environment where people feel accepted, where people feel comforted, where people are reminded of something that they might have eaten when they were young, and and it's a comfort food. And so, and creating that kind of environment is important so that we can create relationships that will allow for us to have partnerships in our community. And so this is the reason why I'm submitting this referral, and it just provides some flexibility so that we can have culturally appropriate food, not necessarily at culturally specific events, but at any event that we have. And it just expands an opportunity for us to meet people where they're at, especially around food. So I hope that you all support me. Thank you.
That's a motion.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Do we have public comment on this delightful item?
I have no cards in chambers or hands raised in Zoom.
All right, I kind of love this. Also, I always provide bagels at my morning thing, so now I'm like understanding that we need to think more broadly and inclusively, as good as bagels are. Yes, but they are not broadly culturally specific, so thank you for that. Supervisor Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. Food is one of those things that bring our communities together, and it's often a vehicle for sharing different cultures. And while I appreciate my former colleagues' goal in creating the county's nutritional standard to curb obesity and promote healthy diets, it has also had the unintended consequence of limiting ethnic foods that we have grown to enjoy in this county. The standards have the intent of being flexible, but in practice, they have not been. Try celebrating the Mid-Autumn Moon Festival with only a portion of a mooncake because of sugar content, or planning a Lunar New Year event where you are limited in how much soy sauce or fish sauce you could use in traditional dishes because of the high sodium content. It makes planning for these events difficult, forcing officers to rely on outside fundraising to get around the standards to provide traditional dishes at these events. These traditional ingredients make these dishes what they are. By limiting their use, we essentially take the soul out of these dishes, rendering them, frankly, unrecognizable by the very communities we are trying to build trust and rapport with. And that's why I've joined Supervisor Arenas in issuing this referral to see what we can do to make nutritional standards more flexible in practice so that we can all continue to be the welcoming hub our county has become known for. Thank you.
My culture includes cake, too, so with respect to Supervisor Yeager, if we can bring cake back. All right. Let's, thank you again, both of you, for bringing this. Let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes, and I'd just like to thank Supervisor Lee.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian. Vice President Lee.
Aye.
And President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Congratulations. Item 13, just as much fun, I'm sure, is a referral for artificial intelligence fire detection sensors. Supervisor Lee.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to first thank our staff from the Central Fire Protection District, South Santa Clara County Fire District, and also Los Altos Hills County Fire District for working with our staff and office to provide multiple feedbacks on this important referral. As a member of the Santa Clara County Emergency Operational Area Council, enhancing our county's preparedness, prevention, response, and mitigation capabilities is extremely important to me. Wildfire detection and prevention is one extremely important aspect of this, especially given our geography and the changing climate. I've learned about the 10 AI fire detection sensors being installed in San Jose by San Jose Water at the EOAC, the Emergency Operational Area Council meeting, early in August, and San Jose Water has just purchased 5 more sensors just now. If this new technology can really help us identify and mitigate even just a couple of wildfires sooner than our other detection methods do, then this is truly worth it. Protecting the community's health, saving lives, and protecting wildlife resources and land is, of course, of utmost importance. Wildfires are only going to get more frequent and severe due to climate change, as we have already been seeing in the past couple of years. Residents are suffering not only from the poor air quality, the danger and the like, but also even from rising insurance companies. And many insurance companies are actually not even insuring. They're denying fire insurance coverage to many properties, especially nearby the rural areas. Taking steps to reduce the number of wildfires could help this issue tremendously. And when looking at the cost of implementation, the potential savings that these sensors could be responsible for is certainly important to consider as well. While countywide implementation across wildland-urban interface is the ideal goal, this referral is requesting information on what the most effective, viable coverage of the wildland-urban interface is determining to be. The wildland-urban interface is a geographic area identified as a fire hazard severity zone. The board adopted a map of these areas back in 2009. Again, this referral is only seeking information and does not have any funding requested at this time. And the county exec's office will have to work with multiple agencies to work on this, including the county's 3 fire districts, and I'm looking forward to receiving this report back and finding out if implementing AI fire detection sensors across the county is a potential option for us. Thank you.
I'll make a
Make a
second.
motion, yeah.
And I'll second it. And I just wanted to, if I may, through the president, first of all, I wanted to thank Supervisor Lee for bringing this forward. And what I wanted to just share with my colleagues is that in 2018 and 2019, Supervisor Wasserman and I made a similar request. And what came out of that was that we, the county, entered into a contract with a firm called Matrix in order to do an assessment of what kinds of technologies and tools we would need that included AI. As a matter of fact, AI was the first thing that we asked about, in part because of the wildfires that had been happening in Northern California at that time and really looking at early detection models. And so if it's okay with the maker of the motion, what I'd like to ask is if staff can locate the study that should have been completed by now. The company that we did the study with was called Matrix, to determine whether or not that study's already made some of the information available that Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Wasserman and myself requested so many years ago. If that's been done already, then that work should actually be available to the board relatively quickly. If that contract hasn't been completed, I would like to request that we get an off-agenda report about the status of that contract, how much money has been spent on it, what products came out of it, so that we know whether or not we can rely on that same company, so we're not starting from scratch. I'll just add one other thing. The reason I believe that we went to the outside consulting firm at that time, and this is testing my memory a little bit, was that some of the technologies that we were looking at, the emerging technologies, we didn't necessarily have a background in. Since that time, we had taken a look at drones, as you all recall, and some other tools. So if it's okay with the maker, if Matrix already did the research, I'd like the research to be available to the board. If they didn't, I'd like to know what happened to the contract.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we have any public speakers on this? Oh, apologies. Supervisor Arenas?
Oh, I just also want to thank Supervisor Lee for this referral. I think it's absolutely important for us to be able to rely on the latest technology to help us fight against some of the repercussions of climate change. And so I think this is absolutely wonderful. And I'm hoping that we can continue to coordinate with South County Fire District on this. As you know, we have plenty of fires on our side, very, very dry. So thank you so much.
I will then just add a comment as well before we go to public comment, which is I will support this item today, looking forward to it. I'm curious to know whether you've already done some outreach with County Fire to hear their take on this, is my first question. And then second, have you connected with Assemblymember Lowe, who seems to have quite a talent for finding funds and support for fire safety equipment in our county, and perhaps he can be of help?
Yes, we have consulted with our county fire chief, Chief Kirkle. She has given her comments and revisions to the draft referral that we provided, certainly. And we have also started talking with our South County acting or deputy chief as well on some of his concerns. But it's such a great idea to talk to our assembly members, Lowe, about this, and I'll talk to Assembly Member Lee as well. But yes, more money from the state is a good thing. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you. Do we have public speakers on this item?
There are no public speakers in chambers or in Zoom.
All right, we have a motion by Lee, second by Chavez. Let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye, and I apologize, Madam Chair, I have to step out for just a minute or two, but I shall return, but I wanted to be here for that aye vote.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
And President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item 14 is a report from our county executive.
I will provide a brief report today. Just a few items I wanted to highlight for the board and the public. First, as the board knows, the Clerk Recorder's Office and all of its services are moving to 110 West Hasman Drive on Monday, October 23rd. We will miss having happy couples and families in our building to obtain marriage licenses and birth certificates, but the new facilities are very high quality, and I think they'll be well received by the public. Wanted to highlight a few upcoming events. This Friday, October 20th, the Office of Disability Affairs will be hosting its first annual event celebrating Disability Awareness Day at the Vista Center Auditorium. The event is dedicated to raising awareness and improving accessibility for individuals with disabilities. This Saturday, the Sheriff's Office is hosting a recruitment symposium that will provide workshops and other resources to candidates interested in a career in law enforcement. The event will be held at the Justice Training Center in Morgan Hill. And also, this Saturday, the Reentry Resource Center's Rise Up and Run 5K event will be at Hellier County Park. The event raises money to buy new clothes for individuals reentering our community from jail or prison. It's not too late for folks to sign up and contribute to this important cause. And finally, and something that I know is important to many folks on our board and in this building, we're in our continued efforts to bring some additional food options back to Heading. We're piloting bringing new food trucks to the Civic Center here at Heading, and we will have one this coming Thursday, October 19th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the back parking lot. And that concludes my report.
Supervisor Lee?
Thank you. As we are seeing that the assessor's office just moved out, I just saw it briefly when the elevator door opens, and of course the place is totally empty by now, and that our first floor will also be moving fairly soon to the new space. As I've mentioned before, I just made it public that I've been complaining about our space among our supervisor's office. I would send my condolences to D1 for what you have to put up with in that space, especially your chief of staff. And we've gone through that for about first 2 years there, and every one of us who's gone through the office realized how inefficient and insufficient space. And frankly, honestly, the size for our offices are significantly lesser than what we really need. And of course, at that time, we didn't have the space to do it. So I would say this is absolutely the best time to get that going. So I would like to ask staff to come back with some preliminary drawings for the 10th floor in terms of moving some of the current tenants on 10th floor that doesn't need to be there, so that we can actually have a bigger build out for our supervisor spaces. Not just our own office, I'm talking about our staff really are the ones that's being squeezed. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Sylvia's cheering you on over here. So I had two issues that I wanted to raise and would like to ask the county executive to find an appropriate way to update the board on them. One is that we have had our gender-based violence contracts go out, and because of some perhaps misunderstanding with our contractors, we pulled the contracts back in, and then we're going to put them out at some future time. And what I would like to request is that we have the staff meet with the contractors together, both to explain what we did, why we did it, and what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I'd also like to make sure that our offices are informed of that same body of work. And then the second issue is that some time ago, we heard a number of concerns from our behavioral health providers as the state was making changes from their methods for payment, and we've been trying to support them through that effort. And I have concerns about whether or not our nonprofit partners have the support they need. And I know that that your staff and the chief executive officer, the chief, I almost called you a medical officer, Greta. The chief officer over here, Greta, chief operating officer, I know has been meeting with the leadership there, but I want to make sure that the board is fully informed as to the health and status of our nonprofit partners that are going through this change at the earliest, most appropriate opportunity.
And we are preparing a off-agenda memo to the board related to that, and that was discussed at the last HHC.
Do you know when that will be available to us?
The memo should go out by the end of the week.
Okay. And what I would just ask, again, through the president to our chief executive is, this is such a significant issue, and I know we have a report coming up, and perhaps the off-agenda report can be attached to that, so it would allow for, if there are concerns or questions, they can be addressed in that open forum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. County Council's report is next.
At the October 16th, 2023 closed session, by a 4-0 vote with Supervisor Arenas absent, the board authorized the county to initiate litigation in one matter. The name of the action and the defendant, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed once litigation is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Don't see any lights on for questions. I do now. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. And actually, this was for our county executive. I apologize that we're taking one step back, but I'll make it quick. I really appreciated, President Ellenberg, your moment of silence and your reflection at the beginning of the meeting. And it prompted me to think about how some folks may need just some short-term counseling in our community, especially those who are impacted by violence in other places of the world, including in Israel and Palestine. And I'm wondering, is there any opportunity for us to do like a short-term, come and reflect, kind of a day, yoga, I don't know, something that can be done to help people process feelings without having us commit to a long-term counseling?
We can certainly look into that. We do offer for all of our employees a very robust, and we've gotten really positive feedback on our EAP program through Concern, and definitely encourage any county employees to reach out to that with respect to all the things going on currently in the world, or anything with their families or at work, or any other circumstance. And again, have gotten very, very positive feedback with respect to that program. So that's available to all county employees, free of charge, provided by the county. We can look into what other things we might be able to make available.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Item 16 is the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program monthly report. Hi, Paul.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, members of the board. If your president would like, we can move directly to questions.
I'm happy to do that unless anyone wants a verbal update. Supervisor Lee, you have a question? Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon, Paul. My understanding regarding the VHHP SUTS program right now, it's SUTS being Substance Use Treatment Services Program, does have various different type of treatment, but methadone is not one of them yet, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So when my staff asked regarding like what type of treatment service are being provided via VHHP, the MAT, the Medicated Assisted Treatment Services, they provided was Suboxone, Sublocade, Vivitrol. And then the other thing they mentioned is that Suboxone support groups and counseling is part of these treatment plan. Is there any other substance use treatment services that you think will be added to this program, or is this basically what we're currently doing? We're not planning anything else at this point.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. So we work very closely with the Behavioral Health Department to complement the full continuum of services offered for substance abuse treatment and support and therapy services. And we will continue to do that and get further advisement as we work together. As you well know, we are returning to your board in, I believe, December with the full report of the full continuum of services that we do offer.
Correct. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Paul.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I'm pleased to see that we're able to get into North County. I know that's been a big effort. And I'm really interested in the addition of the homeless medical mobile unit. And I just want to make sure I understand. It's smaller and therefore more able to get into communities a little further. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. This is a Sprinter van, so it's more capable of getting to smaller areas where staff typically travel relative to encampments. So that is correct.
And in that instance, or this may be somewhat connected to it and somewhat disconnected, are the folks who get counseling in the community, like where they're homeless, do they also have the option to go into a facility if they choose to?
Yes, Supervisor, they do. So we provide the initial connection and support for them, obviously through these mobile services that we offer, including the backpack medicine program. And then what we try to do is refer them into a medical home where they can receive ongoing care and support, including social services, et cetera.
Excellent, thank you. Is there a motion on this already?
There's not.
I will move approval to receive the report. Thank the staff for their work.
Second.
Motion by Chavez, second by Arenas. I see no lights on for comments or vote.
Just a comment. I just wanted to thank you for doing this mobile health van, the smaller version of it. I know that people trek with all kinds of equipment, and so this will absolutely facilitate that, and I think and provide some level of privacy as well inside the van. So I think it's just fabulous. I couldn't stop smiling when I was reading about it. I thought, of course, this makes so much sense. This is great. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
No speakers in chambers, but there is one hand raised in Zoom at this time.
Thanks. Let me note for folks on Zoom, if anyone else is interested in speaking on this item, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. The queue will close when the first speaker begins speaking, so we'll pause for a few seconds to see if anyone else joins.
Still holding at one.
All right. Let's hear our single speaker, please.
Okay, we have Catherine Hedges. Please accept the unmute. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I was glad to hear this report. I'm so thankful that the county has this resource for our unhoused community so that they can get dignified health care that they need, and that the county has so much oversight over the program so that they know what's going on. The employees are county employees. We don't have the monthly turnover like we do with the contractors for other support services like homeless outreach and permanent supportive housing. And I hope that the county will consider providing other services to unhoused and recently housed people directly rather than through the contractors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was our only speaker.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Chavez, second by Arenas. Let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian is out of his seat. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
And President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion passes by 4.
Thank you. We're moving to item 17, which concerns the adult adolescent sexual assault forensic exam.
Thank you again, President Ellenberg. Joining me is Kim Walker, the program director for the SAFE program.
Do you have a presentation, or would you like us to go right to questions?
We can go right to questions. You have the report.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I wanted to just acknowledge that this is in response to a referral that was led by Supervisor Simidian, actually. And what I was very interested, first of all, I wanted to say thank you for the report, and I appreciate very much the framework of outreach and education. And I wondered if you could just take a moment to highlight the partners outside of our, like, is this an internal program relative to the hospital system, and or do we have partners that are helping us in this education program that's already being launched?
So we're looking at 3 areas of focus. We want to look at the website, building that up, internal partners with respect to how we can increase the awareness and education for those within the hospital system itself, so we are better seeing the patients as they come through and responding to them. And then outside, yes, we want to make sure that we are enlisting those who can help us with our outreach and education so that we're in all the spaces where our patients are. And we want to make sure that we can get our message out and the information out so that they know how to access our services and they know what services are available and when they're optimally available to them.
So as part of the contracts we currently have with our gender-based violence partner contract agencies, have they been given, I'm sure you're giving them training, but have they been given slices of this to integrate into their prevention and education work formally or not yet?
If you mean with respect to like the CBOs, the confidential advocates, we do annual training with them already. So they do have awareness of what we do. And then we do go out to the college campuses and we work with the confidential advocates there as well. But we are going to be looking more with the SARC committee and all of the agencies and response groups that will be working with us. That's one of the outreach and community outreach groups that we're looking to partner with and really make sure we're drilling down on how to seamlessly create a system or systems that work together so that the patient moves easily through all of them, that the burden is on us, not on the patient, to get to the care and services in a timely manner.
So one of the things I'll just share, that one of the reasons I appreciated Supervisor Simidian bringing this forward, and I don't think I would have noticed it, honestly, if I hadn't read the report, which is that I forgot, especially given the expansion into St. Louis and even our partnership with Stanford, that there's still a lot of education to do among our own staff. And I really appreciate you highlighting that. I think that's very critical. And it got me wondering a little bit about how we are partnering with the other hospitals in terms of somebody ending up in an emergency room. And is that part of this body of work, or is that another body of work that is going to need to be added to this body of work?
Do you mean within our system or in general in the county?
I'm speaking in general in the county.
There are a number of ways that we've engaged the emergency departments, and we will continue to do so. El Camino is part of the DV Medical Committee, and they're doing a lot of work with us, especially around the DV guidance that came out this week for healthcare providers. Certainly within the system, we are partnering and working amongst the staff developers to help us enlist and train those that are in our EDs within the Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. But then obviously we're with Stanford, do quite a bit with them, with their staff, and then working on getting into the other spaces with Good Sam, El Camino, Regional, and Kaiser.
What I would just ask is that I would be interested in that formal body of work, in part because I think making sure we're getting folks to the right locations is pretty critical. And then the other thing that I know we've started work on, but I know we're not as far down the road as we would like to be, is how we're working with the other hospitals on the appropriate approach for looking for date rape drugs, and even our own internal processes for examining them through our own criminal, our own. Well, I guess I know that we're not gathering all of the specimens that we need to consistently, and it's unclear to me that we're processing them consistently either. And I don't think that's a fault thing. I think it just has more to do with the fact that drugs are coming online new every day. And for my colleagues, just so you know this, that our criminalists are we don't have the equipment here, so we often have to send the specimens out to actually literally another facility in a different part of the country in Pennsylvania. Hopefully we'll remedy that by accessing getting the right machines here, so we can do that ourselves sooner rather than later. And so anyway, I want to say thank you. I am very interested in our partnership with the hospitals, and I'm also interested in making sure that as you're taking these kinds of actions, if there are areas that you feel we need to re-emphasize or we need to invest in, and by the way, it's not always financial. Sometimes it's having a conversation with another hospital or healthcare system. I'd be very interested in understanding how the board can be helpful if that is helpful for you. So thank you.
Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing what that brainstorming meeting results in. And I know you'll bring in a lot of different stakeholders to hear their feedback. I just want to make sure that I say South County once again. I know we just celebrated the opening for safe exams at St. Louis in the summer, which is much needed. It is such a relief for our residents not to have to drive so far to get the support and the help that they need. So that was absolutely fabulous. Our South County Youth Task Force is very organized, and I would love for you to invite members of that task force. As you all very well know, that research shows that the number one reason that young women get involved in the juvenile justice system is because of sexual assault. And so we need to make sure that we pull out those folks who are already in working with our youngsters, especially in South County, and in other parts of our county as well, right? I see you nodding your head, so I'm not going to make that into the motion. I'm sure that you'll recruit, and if you want to, we'll send you the list of those folks who belong in South County Youth Task Force. I was also really excited to see the community outreach and I think it was resource, the kind of outreach that you'll provide to our community to create awareness of the services that are available. But a lot of the times, we kind of recycle the same folks. We just went to a domestic, a gender-based violence conference last week, and then the week before it was or a couple of weeks ago, it was human trafficking. And I noticed, you recognize some of the same folks who were going. And in order to really increase our outreach, I'm wondering, what are some of those events that you will maybe tabling out at or flyering that are different? And I'm thinking about some of since we are in football season, and I only know this because my son is playing football, otherwise I wouldn't know. But since we are in football season, and I don't know if there's games already happening over in Santa Clara, that would be one of those events that we could potentially distribute more information, or in the bathrooms have the different type of postings that we see at the airports that are more traditional for the airports. Or even in just elementary schools. Are you feeling safe? I mean, we know what the research shows, that primarily it's young girls who are being sexually assaulted, and they know their assailant. And so I think that we need to make sure that we have messages that encourage those young girls, especially post-pandemic, as they were probably stuck in a household with potentially their assailant, that they could call in or text or have some of those resources, as many young girls are now having cell phones at their disposal. So I'm wondering if you've thought about any of those kinds of tactics that are not traditional.
Part of what we want to do is make sure that we're identifying everywhere, no, I can't see you, everywhere that people are that we are not seeing. We know that there are certain community groups that we need to do better at getting into their spaces and in a manner that is meaningful, in a communication style that they use. We also see in our team patients who are 12 and older. So there's going to be a variety of different ways that they communicate, whether you're young with your phone and they want never to make a phone call, but they only want to text, versus somebody who's older that is completely different. So we want to make sure that we are doing all of that, and we've engaged with our marketing and communications groups both, and so we are looking at ways that we can do better and get into those spaces. So that is definitely on kind of the early steps that we're taking to make sure that we are including that in the plan overall.
I love it. I love it. And the other group that I was going to mention, I had almost forgotten, was the underreporting of our Asian groups in this county for the population size that they are. It is greatly underreported, and so I think the strategies that are going to elicit or allow for some of those folks and survivors to report will be slightly different. And so it would be also very meaningful to pull in some of our Asian American community agencies or stakeholders to help us figure what those strategies look like. Thank you so much for the good work.
Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Walker. Thanks, Mr. Lorenz. I thought it was a thorough report. A little more personal note than I usually share at a board meeting. We've been working on this together for a long time. I don't know how you do it day after day after day. Frankly, it takes a toll on me, and I've only engaged with you as part of my board work, not in terms of my daily work. So please convey my thanks. I can't speak for others, but I would assume others share the view. Please convey my thanks to your team. As I say, it takes a toll just doing the work at the board level. As I say, I can't really imagine what it's like day after day after day to have to confront these challenges. Supervisor Chavez was too modest. She was a co-author on the request for this report, and again, only speaking for myself, My concern was it took a lot of work to get into the North County and the South County. It took a lot of work to then say, all right, how do we take them from what they were initially to a appreciably better place? And I think that work has been done, and thanks and kudos to everybody. But now, to the point that Supervisor Chavez and others have made, if people don't know that that's there, that resource is there, and where there is, then we're not helping folks the way we'd like to help folks. So that's why I so appreciated the report. And again, I thought it was comprehensive. I actually thought it was exhausting, frankly. But I do have a couple of questions. And let me start with the question would be, how can individual board offices help or participate without getting in the way or being off message? Each of us, Supervisor Chavez and I have sometimes joked about this. I think our county struggles with outreach. I'll look to Mr. Lorenz and say, MedAssist was a good example. Great program. Candidly, we struggled with trying to figure out how to roll it out. And eventually we figured it out. You figured it out. The team figured it out. But, the one thing that we sometimes talk about as a board is, one thing I can tell you about every one of these 5 people is they all got themselves elected to this office, which means they all figured out how to communicate with the people in their districts, which means they have some experience with that direct connection. And it's going to be different, to Supervisor Arenas' point, it's going to be different from district to district and even within districts. It just is. So, we know that, we have to communicate in different ways. So I'll stop talking and let you answer the question, which is, any thoughts about, and if you want to get back to us with an off-agenda report, that's fine, any thoughts about how individual board offices could be helpful? Let's try it that way.
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. So I first of all want to say, and I think you appreciate this given the report, that Ms. Walker has laid out for all of us a roadmap in terms of how we can go about raising awareness in the community in general and to individuals that really need our support. So to answer your question directly, outside of understanding what that roadmap is, I think what we can do is come back to you and be very specific in terms of what you can do as elected officials that represent a large constituency and have relationships in the community that will further this cause.
Thank you. And I don't want to prejudge what those might be, but as an example, I have, each one of our districts has, a unique set of territory and stakeholders and so on. I've got 9 different cities and towns. I got a number of small cities and towns. I got a number of different police departments. To Supervisor Chavez's earlier point, do each and every one of them really understand, where they can most appropriately serve someone who is in a moment of crisis? I don't know the answer to that question. And if it means, that you say, look, we'd like each supervisor to pick up the phone and call the police chief in his or her district, police chiefs, plural, okay. Now, maybe that's not what we need. I don't know. But if it means put it on our websites, because I know you're doing the work on the website that you talked about, and hope that will continue through as we're working with TSS on the website update. But, should it be on each one of ours, or is that not really a useful thing? I think, I guess what I would ask, and I'm not going to ask that it be in the motion, I'm just going to look you in the eye and say, if you came back and said, Supervisor, here are 3 things each office could do that would be a little bit helpful, I don't think we're going to single-handedly address the challenge of outreach, but I think you should ask me to do 3 things, and then I should do them, if I possibly can. So that's kind of how I want to tee that one up. Maybe I'm misremembering from just a moment or two ago, Mr. Lawrence, but I think you used the word exhaustive to describe the, or maybe I used the word exhaustive to describe it. I did. I'm imputing to you what I said. That sometimes happens. I do think, okay, here's the awkward moment in the conversation. We got the county executive who's seated over here, who I know is supportive of these efforts. we've worked together on that, and thank you, Mr. Williams. I'm going to say, do you have the resources you need to do all this? The county executive's going to say, of course, we want you to have all the resources you need to do all this, but we are in a difficult budget climate. See how easy it is when I just have the whole conversation all by myself? And then there we are. So I guess I would ask, how can we make sure that the resources are there, looking to mid-year and the June budget process? How can we make sure the resources are there to do all this? Do you feel like those resources are there? Is that a conversation that we need to continue? Mr. Williams, if you want to weigh in through the chair, okay. I think it's a hard question. I know I'm putting you on the spot with the county executive and the budget team.
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. I would just simply say, first off, that question I anticipated. And what this board should know is that internally we are looking at what resources we can redirect and redeploy to ensure that we fully meet the intent of this roadmap for this program. And I think the team clearly understand the importance of what this work means to the community. And so our first objective is to look internally to ensure that the program is supported.
Thank you. I think, Madam Chair and colleagues, you know, these budget trade-offs are hard questions. We've had the luxury for a number of years of having a relatively steady growth in revenues, which the county executive is now reminding us is no longer the case. Fair enough. I don't think, and this goes to some of the budget conversations that colleagues have brought forth to the full board, you know, it doesn't mean you can't do anything new or more. It means you have to say, yeah, everything's important, and some things are even more important than that. And so what I hear you saying, Mr. Lorenz, and now I am putting words in your mouth on purpose, so if I'm doing it wrong, please speak up, is you understand that our board has communicated that among the things that are very important, this is very, very important. Is that a fair summary?
That is, Supervisor.
And that with that understanding, you're going to try and find resources to make sure that even if we have to give a little over here, we can get to where we need to be on this very, very important item. Last thing is just I want to be sure I'm not anticipating something that isn't going to happen. As I read this, it looks like staff is planning to come back to the board in the first quarter of 2024 with more details about the campaign. Is it okay for me to assume that at that time you'll share any updates about progress on some of the outreach efforts detailed in the report? Just I want to make sure that when that time comes, you aren't suddenly being asked questions that you didn't anticipate we would ask, or that we don't have information that we were anticipating we'd get.
Supervisor, we will come back with that report that will provide a clear plan relative to our progress and whether or not there are any gaps relative to our objectives laid out in this roadmap.
Thank you. The last thing I'll say, Madam Chair, not a question but a comment, and I apologize to Ms. Walker because she's had to hear it 246 times, particularly when we're working with student populations where there is, by definition, a changing population, right? The young adults who are seniors at university this year will be gone 5 years from now, and there'll be a new crop of young adults who are seniors at the university at that time. That means that the outreach effort is never done. It means that we've got new resident advisors who need to understand. It means we've got new students who need to understand. And, you know, in addition to just this broader challenge of making sure that every one of the various stakeholders and participants in the process, you know, is engaged, and there's obviously turnover there, particularly in a student environment. We know we got to sort of, you know, go back and repeat the effort. Even if we say, well, didn't we just do that? Well, yeah, if you did it 2 years ago, that means more or less half the undergraduates have cycled through the system. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report back, and thank you for the really thorough way in which you've approached this important issue of reaching out to the community.
Supervisor, if I could just make one brief comment on the budget conversation a few moments ago, and I appreciate Paul's response, and I just wanted to affirm that, which is we are absolutely looking at how to prioritize and deploy resources. This is, of course, a program that's of exceeding importance, and so will be prioritized because of that. I just wanted to reaffirm that, and those are the kinds of decisions that we will now need to be making moving forward.
Thank you. Let's take public comment on this item right after Supervisor Lee speaks.
Sure. Again, I just want to thank so much for the great report. I just also want to acknowledge all the hard work that has gone into making this program a success for the past few years. Figuring out how to change from designated space to dedicated space was certainly no small feat at the Stanford Hospital. So thank you again, Kim, for all that awesome work and your team. And also want to reiterate my thanks to Supervisor Chavez' early leadership in getting rid of the rape kits backlog in our county. And certainly believe the most important aspect of making this successful is make sure that people know about it. And I appreciate the efforts already taken and those that will be taken. This report concludes with a list of groups that will play key roles in informing people about the SAFE program. And so I do ask, and as mentioned by Supervisor Arenas earlier, that this outreach plans really need to include so much more, right? We're talking about schools, like college campuses, whether it's four-year colleges, community colleges, at sororities, at bars, at cafes. We just need to outreach to even high school or even middle and elementary schools, and just basically anywhere that the young people do hang out. And we need to have the materials being made in language, right? Spanish and other Asian languages, and ethnic media as well. Social media, like Instagram, as my daughter told me that Facebook is only for old people. And I would like the future reports to include what we're doing to make sure that children and young adults are aware of this program and how to get the help they need, should they need, if they become victims of sexual assault. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have speakers for public comment?
We do not have any speaker cards in chambers and currently no hands raised in Zoom.
All right, let's vote on this item, please.
Did we get a motion in a second?
Good cue.
Motion to receive the report.
Okay. I'll second it. Motion by Smitty, second by Chavez.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez? Yes. Supervisor Simidian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
And President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5.
Thank you all. Item 18 is being held, so item 19, garbage recycling and organics franchise agreements is next, and it requires a Levine Act statement.
Item number 19 is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure.
Thank you. Who do we have? Oh, hello. Do you want to make some comments, and then we'll go to questions?
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, members of the board. I am Edgar Nolasco, your SEPA director, and today I have the pleasure of introducing item 19. Before we start, I just want to take a moment to thank and recognize some of our colleagues that helped us put this together. Our colleagues at the County Counsel's Office, the Procurement Department, and also highlight to my left, Deputy Executive Gallegos with her leadership on getting this together. This has been a team effort, and also want to introduce some of my colleagues that are with me. To my right is Vanessa Marcedejas, Program Manager 2, and behind me, Michelle Young, Senior Management Analyst, and Cliff Chu, Management Analyst for SEPA.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Today, we have a presentation highlighting the key RFP terms for the 2025 Garbage, Recycling, and Organics Franchise Agreements, and happy to answer questions at the presentation conclusion. So for a little bit of background, current unincorporated solid waste franchise services include residential and commercial services, so this is weekly collection of garbage, recycling, and organics, yard waste and food waste, extra waste and bulky goods, and drop-off opportunities through events and vouchers. Currently, the franchise term runs from July 1st, 2015 to June 2025, with an anticipated new service start date for a new agreement of July 1st, 2025 to 2035. Okay, this is a map of the current service area for unincorporated Santa Clara County.
This shows the service area broken by district. We have Recology servicing the east, Green Team servicing the west, and Green Waste servicing the south. In total, the unincorporated county service area is about 16,700 customers, a little over 16,000 residential and 546 commercial. These are the four main required updates as a part of a new solid waste franchise agreement. This is to align with the 2021 County Solid Waste Ordinance, align administrative costs to cover staff and program costs, and require compliance with the 2023 CARB Clean Fleets regulation, and add auto-enrollment requirements for mandatory collection. There are going to be a number of opportunities to enhance services through the RFP process. The county continues to maintain early adopter status with SB 1383, which is a mandatory organics recycling law. This includes on-site monitoring required for residential and commercial customers, additional funding for required food recovery program and compost procurement, streamlining mandatory service compliance, including monitoring, education, and auto-enrollment. Efficiencies by awarding no more than 2 districts to 1 hauler, so proposals will be reviewed for recommendation to the board in June of 2024. Also included is increased liquidated damages for customer service holds and more of an analysis for private roads. This is the current residential service matrix by service district. This is included in the legislative file. I won't go over this, it's quite a bit, but we can hold questions to the end. Customer feedback is extremely important to us. As with previous service agreement solicitations, we have quite a robust customer outreach plan. We've already communicated with current customers through communication with our haulers. We have what's called a POP, a Public Education and Outreach Plan. This is approved by the county, reviewed every year by staff, and implemented by the haulers. We do have regular check-ins as a part of that process. This includes multilingual outreach and customer service. Staff also conducted a survey in 2022 that showed a strong satisfaction with current services. We sent out a little bit over 6,000 surveys to randomly selected customers. Over 1,200 were completed, and responses from all service districts were received, which is about 19% of all service districts. And 84% of respondents rated our service excellent or good. We also included online focus groups held in spring of 2023, and also had direct phone calls with customers who weren't able to make those focus group meetings. Industry standard wage is being prioritized by the county to reassure reasonable wages for drivers and uninterrupted service to customers. Wages must be negotiated under collective bargaining agreement or not less than the general living rate of per diem wages or benefits paid in Santa Clara County for similar work. Staff does currently implement an annual process to survey waste management contractors and facilities to develop average driver wages. Industry standard wage for sorters is also being explored. This was provided as a piece of feedback that we received from the September 21st Hewlett meeting, which we'll get into in a further slide. Again, industry standard wage is the average wage paid to workers in Santa Clara County for similar work. An industry standard wage would be applied to a % of sorting time spent on unincorporated materials. And potential RFP options for this would include, first, a rating criteria for an industry standard wage, which would involve awarding points to those proposals that commit to paying sorters an industry standard wage for their portion of time sorting unincorporated waste collected under our franchise agreement, and a pre-qualification requirement for proposal eligibility. So only those haulers that provide an industry standard wage to sorters for their portion of time sorting unincorporated waste collected under our franchise agreements may submit a proposal in response to our RFP. Worker retention is also a priority of the RFP, and we're going to maintain a consistent workforce. The RFP does ensure that terminated contractor workers have a transition period. This includes confirming ongoing employment, obtaining new employment, and the grantee will retain workers from terminated contractor for 90 days and only termination for cause. After 90 days, the grantee will provide written performance and consider continued employment.
On September 21st of this year, staff presented the initial key terms to Hewlett and received valuable feedback that we've taken into consideration as a part of this process. The feedback includes bringing options to increase wages of sorters who work in mandated material recovery facilities to the board meeting, implement strategies to continuously improve customer satisfaction, prioritizing public education followed by enforcement and enforcement only if needed, ensuring streamlined transition planning, and implementing the enhanced services based on the customer input we receive through our process, which includes 1 free bulky goods service per year, free landfill voucher to support customers who can't attend in-person drop-off events, and additional outreach should help simplify complex services and regulations. Keeping rates is also important to us as a part of this process. So strategies to keep rates low include a 10-year agreement allowing haulers to amortize costs and propose the lowest rates. Hauler proposals on multiple districts will provide cost-saving options that staff can analyze. And pricing for optional hauler services allows comparison with county costs. So this could be route monitoring and procurement of compost and mulch as a part of SB 1383 compliance. We are asking for proposal rates for on-call emergency services and secure prices if those services are needed. This would be in the case of disaster debris cleanup bins and availability of collection vehicles. We will maintain the current rate structure of increased rates as garbage cart size increase. This creates an incentive for the diversion of maximum amount of recyclable and compostable materials. Customers get the lowest rates based on incremental increases in hauler costs to service. And this continues the market mechanism encouraging downsizing to the small service for customer needs. Service transition. Hewlett also provided valuable feedback for service transition. We are going to manage that when we get to that process in the following ways. Service areas will remain unchanged. The existing system for materials collection and sorting will remain unchanged. New haulers have updated route maps with private and hard-to-serve streets, existing service levels, and route day information. Existing carts and collection equipment with specifications can still be used, so they do not have to be replaced if not needed. Proposers will include a transition plan in their proposal, and the plan will be finalized and approved by the county if the proposer is awarded, so it will be heavily reviewed by staff. And there will be a minimum 9-month transition plan period included in the current RFP and transition timeline. And this is the last slide. This is a schedule of proposed activities. So we've been to Hewlett on September 21st, and again, we thank the Hewlett Committee for the valuable feedback given. Bringing this to the board, to you now, the 17th. A tentative release date of the RFP in November, early December 2023. We can expect proposal submissions in March of 2024. Evaluate and selection of finalists in the summer, June, July 2024. And staff will bring back the proposal to award in September 2024. Execution of the agreement in January 2025, and expected service start date in July 2025. That concludes staff's presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to look first for public comment. Please, do we have speakers in chambers or on Zoom?
No speakers in chambers, but one hand raised in Zoom.
All right, we're going to call on that person in just a moment. So if anyone else on Zoom is interested in speaking on this item, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. The queue will close when the first speaker begins speaking.
And we are still holding at one.
All right, let's hear our speaker, please.
Okay, our one speaker for this item is Robert Sandoval. Please unmute, and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Robert Sandoval, and I am the Political Director and Business Representative for Teamsters Local 350, which represents solid waste and recycling workers from San Francisco to San Benito County. Specifically here, the haulers that you're discussing, with the exception of green waste. We have green waste of Palo Alto, but not green waste of San Jose. With that said, I just wanted to call in to voice our support for option number 2, for the industry standard wage for sorters. We want to ensure that there are pre-qualification requirements for this proposal eligibility to ensure that these workers, which whether they're in a union shop or non-union shop, are typically one of the lowest paid classifications in the waste industry. So whether they're union or non-union, we want to ensure that there is a livable wage within Santa Clara County. Therefore, we are throwing our support behind option 2 for this, and we ask for your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our only speaker.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. I want to just start by saying thank you to the team for all their hard work. I know that you've already heard my comments in committee and have been very responsive, and I really appreciate that. I do have a motion already set up, but I just want to share with my colleagues a little bit about why this is fairly important to me and to all of us, because I don't know how you all recycle at home, or the stuff that you throw in the garbage that you may not have recycled. But it gets messy. And can you imagine if you had thrown your ring, your something important, you have to shift through that mess at home. And so do the sorters once they receive our messes at some of these places. Yet there is no guarantee in terms of exactly what they will be paid. And as you heard, they are lowest paid, even though I think they're doing a very difficult job. And so for me, it was really important to find something that could help answer and address that issue. We did this over at the City of San Jose. These contracts are slightly different. They're smaller, but I think it's still important for us to take into consideration the sorters and think about what they're actually doing for us. And with this opportunity with this new RFP, I think that we can build this in. So here is my motion, and there's two options here. Either we provide an option to have criteria that is awarded slightly higher, or a pre-qualification requirement, which is the option 2 that you heard from the speaker. And so here's my motion. It's 1, return to the board with full RFP language for board review and action. Adopt the Hewlett Committee recommendations for development of RFP and transition planning. Approve key terms as set forth, but for industry standard rates section, including option 2, which is a pre-qualification requirement for proposal eligibility. Adopt staff's option on worker retention for this RFP, and request administration and county council to return to the board with a general policy discussion on worker retention that would broadly apply to future contracts.
We have a motion and a second. Additional comments, Supervisor Chavez?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood that in this phase that, or I'm sorry, with this next contract, that it's possible for a single company to have 2 districts. Is that accurate?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. That is accurate.
And in the last contract, did we limit it to 1?
It wasn't part of the discussion, but given that it was a new redistricting of 3, there was 3 separate haulers.
Yeah, I remember a little bit about that. Did we consider, or did the staff consider whether or not it made sense to have labor peace language in the policy? Was that something that was considered?
Thank you for the question. I may not understand your question.
So, you know, so let me just say, I know these contracts are very complex, and they're complex for a number of reasons, not to mention new state law that is making the work even better for the environment and a little more challenging, maybe a lot challenging for the provider, and that these investments in terms of trucks and infrastructure really require amortization. So understanding all of that, one of the, I'll just say two things that I raised last time. One was that I was very interested in determining whether or not it was possible for us to actually align these contracts with other cities so that we weren't necessarily doing these ourselves, in part because the service areas and the number of customers are relatively small, and I thought it might be a way for us to have, to get to scale. And so I know the ship really sailed on that, but I would just encourage you, as you do your evaluation for this next 10-year time period, to look around and make determinations as to whether or not that makes sense, in part because one of my beliefs is that the very expensive equipment that's needed, I think we're going to see a lot more changes in terms of battery capacity and other things in the next wave. And so I would just want us to be thinking about whether or not it made sense to partner with other agencies. So that's just one issue. I don't think that impacts today, but I would just ask you to consider it in the future. But the second reason I was interested in whether or not we had labor peace standards, which very simply means, are we working with organizations that have strategies to work with their employees so we're not at risk if there's a strike? And as we think about two areas, it's one of the reasons I would not have it be in all three areas, is that for us, from a customer impact perspective, if there was a challenge with a strike or anything like that, or labor shortages, or even labor slowdowns, that we have more flexibility. So really it's asking what's their plan to work with their employees to make sure that their relationships are good, and also, frankly, there's early warning for the county if there are challenges in that arena.
Thanks for the question, Supervisor. I'm going to defer to my colleague to answer that.
Thank you.
Hi, Vanessa Markday, Program Manager. That is something that staff is looking into currently as a part of this process, and have looked at some draft language for that.
I'm so sorry. I just missed the last. I'm not kidding you. Every time I get in this room, I can't hear everything. So go ahead. Could you say it again?
Yeah, staff has looked into labor peace language and is considering that as a part of the RFP process currently.
Thank you. So we could see that when it comes back in its final form.
Yeah.
I would just recommend looking at it, since we're making some changes. I mean, relative to allowing for 2, and you may even decide you want to allow for 3, but in that instance, labor peace would actually be a very important policy for us. And then just to follow up on what Supervisor Arenas raised on the incumbent workforce policy, the way this reads right now, it appears that we're asking an employer to allow for folks to have a bridge of 90 days of employment, but not necessarily creating a process for hiring. Am I understanding that properly?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. We do have strong language in there in the current RFP that shows that the board's leadership is the only, to our understanding, the only municipality in the county that has language like that. There is a path to employment, has a 90-day provision, and that extends to not just the drivers, but all non-management staff. And there is a path to employment there that you cannot be terminated for other than just cause in those 90 days. We will hopefully work with a new hauler if that is given the opportunity to provide a smooth transition for those employees.
What I'm wondering is if there's a process by which we just make sure that there's a strong consideration of the candidate. And I recognize, I'm sorry that I can't remember I know we don't have a worker retention policy. I was actually speaking to Tony in his office, because I think actually we might need to bring that as a referral, but I do want to make sure that there's a clear indication to the company that, if it's possible to keep the person. Frankly, I think it won't be a challenge in this environment because we're so short workers, but I do think as a practice we should be encouraging, especially our franchisees, to maintain staff. And especially, to be honest with you, when I heard you talk about the satisfaction of our current clients, that has everything to do with both the service, the types of services, but also the way they feel like they're being treated by the actual service providers, which are those workers. So, as you think about that, refining that language, if you could just explain that when it comes back for final vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. Forgive me if this information is in the various reports we've gotten, and forgive me if I'm a little bit jaded by the experience that we had several years ago when Supervisor Chavez and I went through this previously, and colleagues who have not had the opportunity to go through it. This may seem like a ho-hum matter, but let me tell you, hell hath no fury like a community that doesn't get its garbage picked up. So sorry to keep raising this issue, but we asked repeatedly before the last contract went into effect in open and public meetings, are we good to go on the transition? We were assured repeatedly in April, May, and June, absolutely, supervisors. We then went on summer recess, July the 1st, and had all hell break loose in the 3 different areas because things weren't ready to go. The transition wasn't smooth. So I am fully aware that that was then and this is now, and that we get some different people sitting here. But I'm just going to say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not going to go through that again, and particularly not since we're being asked to essentially put these contracts together for what, in at least 2 of our cases, are going to be successor supervisors who are going to be sitting here saying, hey, what the heck happened? You know, they'd be mad at us. So I understand, I think, there's no change in service area, which we think will mitigate the potential for people to say, oh, I didn't know I needed a different truck, which is part of what happened last time. As simple as they didn't have the right truck to go down the street. Well, then why on earth did they bid on the, it wasn't the way I was going to say it, but I cleaned it up for, why on earth did they bid on the contract if they didn't have the right equipment? So, the service areas are not changing. On the record, please, is that correct?
That is correct, Supervisor.
Okay. Do you anticipate that the RFP will have a specific requirement that everybody attest to the fact that they have the appropriate equipment to get to all of the residences and commercial venues in the service area on which they are bidding?
Yes, Supervisor.
Okay. Supervisor Arenas will recall, but colleagues, I just want to say, you know, half full, half empty, fair enough. I don't think a 16% dissatisfaction rate is anything that people should brag about. This is a core municipal service. And, you know, if the brakes in my car didn't work 16% of the time, I wouldn't think that was something I was excited about. So do we have any provisions in mind for asking these folks how they're going to get their customer satisfaction levels up? Because when they're unsatisfied, you know, it means, in their view, somebody didn't do something that is reasonably expected of a garbage contractor. And, you know, it's hard work to Supervisor Arenas. It's you know, gritty and tough work, but it's pretty straightforward. Pick up the garbage. So if we get a 16% dissatisfaction rate, I think that's not something to celebrate. Any thoughts about how the RFP can address that issue?
Yeah, Supervisor, thank you for those questions. Staff has taken that to heart and the past experience as well and your feedback. We are planning on a revamped outreach just from the lessons learned from the last round. Transition planning, staff is going to spend a considerable amount of time on that while we're even in the negotiation process. So as a schedule that we shared, once we get the proposed awards, we do have an overlap in reviewing those transition plans that folks are going to submit and having a back and forth dialogue with the haulers if there is, potential haulers if there is any issues that we see.
Okay. Colleagues, Supervisor Arenas again will recall from the meeting that I had some questions about, I believe it's SB 1383, the diversion of organic waste requirements. And this is the requirement that leads to, literally, as I understand it, people poking through the garbage of our customers. Is that a fair characterization, to see what they did or didn't dispose of properly?
Yes, it's just a review of contamination levels.
Yeah, a review of the contamination levels, which, forgive me, means people are poking through your garbage, which means your privacy about what you tossed out is suddenly kaput, gone, shot. I was pleased to hear, want to have something I was pleased to hear. Pleased to hear that our department has taken a light touch and has focused on education rather than enforcement. But you know, I think I understand the authorization is there, but the notion of people prowling through somebody's garbage and sorting through what they're tossing out, not a very appealing one to me. So I hope we'll continue to see that. That may or may not need to be in the RFP, but I just want to express it on the record yet again at the full board level. I think the last question I would ask about is the duration of this contract is expected to be what?
10 years, Supervisor?
Did I hear 10?
10 years.
Any extensions on that 10 years? Like 10 years with an additional 5-year extension possibility, or is it a hard 10?
We can make that, the board can take that consideration once we get closer to the end of life of that contract.
Well, part of the reason I asked the question, colleagues, is because, and I know Ms. Gallegos will remember this all too painfully well, when we had this conversation before, I was concerned about the potential for cost increases to customers in the various solid waste districts we have, the 3 different districts, east, west, and south. And we ended up, as I recall, Ms. Gallegos, with a different contract term for the District 5, which is the west, because I said I wouldn't vote for it otherwise, and I was worried. And somebody said, well, you know, it's going to be adjusted, and, you know, it could go down. And I asked the provocative question, in 150 years of county history, had it ever gone down? And the answer was, well, no, actually, that's never happened. And I'm guessing during the life of these contracts, it hasn't gone down. In fact, we were asked to vote for an increase, which I supported, when we were looking at the reduced ability to recycle, given some of the international dynamics. I forget the term of art that was used. But what are you anticipating in terms of what I'm going to call price protection for our customers, if you can share that with us today?
It's a multiple approach, Supervisor. One of the biggest things is that will change, that's considerably different from this time that previously times, is the ability to a hauler, a potential hauler, bid on 2 or more districts, which then lowers their overall costs, then passing it over to ratepayers. Also taking other considerations to keep rates as low as possible as part of this RFP process.
All right, well, I'll just indicate at this time that when this item comes back, that will be a key consideration in my assessment of what we have before us and whether or not it's something that could be supported. As I say, I was troubled when we did this. Was it back in 2015 that we did this? I was troubled then that there weren't what I considered reasonable price protections. And, you know, for the folks out in the community, our constituents, they got 2 questions. Do people pick up the garbage the way they're supposed to? And am I being charged a reasonable price? End of story. The rest of it's details to them. So I want to make sure that those 2 issues get addressed. Okay? Thank you. Never thought I could get so passionate about garbage, but there you go. Thank you very much. I know this is a challenging bundle of work.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further comments, did we have a motion? A motion by Arena, second by Chavez. We took public comment, or we asked for public comment. Let's vote on the item. Hi, Curtis. You weren't there the last time I looked that way.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian? Yes. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries with 5.
Thank you very much. Items 20 and 21 are being held, which brings us to item 22, the County Pay Equity Work Plan Report. Good afternoon to all of you.
afternoon. Rosa Luna, Deputy County Executive. With me today is Julie Ramirez, who oversees the Office of Women's Policy and several other offices, the Division of Equity and Social Justice. And also with us is Diane Reynolds from ESA, and we're here to answer any questions. We don't have a prepared slide deck or anything, but happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. I have a few, but I'll look first to my colleagues. Supervisor Chavez, do you want to begin?
Thank you, thank you. The reason I wanted to hold this is, one, I wanted to say, which isn't a way of saying thank you, but thank you. I know this has been years in the works, and I just want to remember that one of the first folks who raised this issue was actually Supervisor Cortese relative to pay equity. There were a couple of things that I was really interested in better understanding. One of the policy initiatives that we had early on was to make sure that we were asking folks who were contracting with us to also have a pay equity standard. And what I was wondering is where is that in the work plan? And what I recall about that issue was that we needed some more support. I think it might have been from council to better understand how to do the assessments that made that a real policy for people who were doing business with the county.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Chavez. Thank you for the question. We reference this on page 5 of the ledge file, where we do ask the contractors to self-attest essentially whether they are in compliance or if they have any judgments against them. Furthermore, we share that if we were to go deeper on that issue, we could use a model offered by the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement and their food permit enforcement programs related to wage theft judgments, and use that as a guide to collect data from other agencies such as the California Division of Labor Standards or the California Civil Rights Department, and then analyze that data for compliance.
Thank you, and thanks for, I did read that, but I appreciate, and I think it's really helpful to say, hey, page 5, especially at 5 o'clock, so thank you for that. What I was interested in is that we set this as a standard, and one of the issues that I remembered that wasn't addressed here was that outside of, that we didn't have an independent way of assessment, so that somebody does a self-assessment that says, yeah, we're really great on this issue. Is then the point that you're raising that we don't have a mechanism, like there's no outside entity that can say, yes, they get the good housekeeping seal of approval on paying folks fairly, because that just doesn't exist, is that right?
The counter of that exists. We would hear if there were judgments, if we seek out that information from the agencies that I referenced before, but not like a positive seal of approval.
So the reason, here's the reason I'm asking the question. Outside of somebody knowing that this policy exists, if they were complaining, they would not be complaining to the county. So they would be complaining to the state, and we wouldn't do that kind of background check unless what we do now is when we accept a contract, we do search for all of those judgments. And maybe we do that, and I didn't know that.
Maybe I can add a few pieces to this. We have pretty robust contract language, and that language requires both prospective bidders as well as contractors to affirmatively certify and disclose to us any violations that have been sustained by the state, for example, as well as any court judgments. So they make an affirmative certification to us of that, and if complaints are raised, those are assessed. What we do not have is proactive enforcement or auditing, where we go and look through their payroll records to do our own assessment in the absence of a complaint having been brought forward.
I see the president wants to lean in on this. Is this the same subject? Is that why?
It is, and it's just a question about a system, and I don't know if you've already considered this, but I was a little bit concerned too with a system that relies on self-reporting, and we've received, 0 disclosures of violations. It's great if that's really the case, but you didn't mention the California payday reporting form that's filed with the state for contractors with at least 100 employees. Would that be helpful? I understand that we're not looking to dig in further, but if this form already exists, can we collect that along with the other data that we're using, just to have a little bit more of an outside confirmation? And excuse the interruption, that was
I
what I
really
wanted to ask
appreciate
about.
it. Thank you.
We could certainly do more proactive efforts if the board wishes to resource us to do that. What I just would share with the board is that these contract provisions are far and away, by many orders of magnitude, the most disputed provisions in contract negotiations with our vendors. And the reason for that is there's extraordinary sensitivity on the part of many companies we work with about disclosing to the county their payroll data. So there just is. And that's not a reason to not do proactive auditing if that's what the board wishes to do. But that's just something that the board should be aware of, because we don't, with some entities we have extraordinary leverage. For instance, CBOs that we primarily fund, and with other entities we have very little leverage and are in a very different situation. With some entities we're talking about global corporations, and with other entities we're talking about very small local community operations. So, I share that because it is a heavily negotiated term in contracts. It's often one of the most significant items that extends negotiations back and forth with vendors. And if we were to engage and resource ourselves to do proactive auditing, that's just something that the board should be aware of, that I think it would engender a very significant body of work. I think it would be a massive initiative. That's not a reason not to do it, but that's something the board needs to understand before we initiate that body of work.
Well, let me just say that I don't, let me say a couple things. One is that one of the key initiatives of the board as we think about almost every body of work that we're dealing with is that we're dealing with folks who are at a poverty level wage. And our goals, if we're not going to be in the business, frankly, of if we're going to be in a more sustainable business, part of it is that we need to make sure people who have jobs get paid fairly, and particularly, because otherwise there's no way for us to sustainably do what we're doing. I think we all question how sustainable our work is relative to that. So we need to fundamentally make sure that people who work hard and play by the rules get paid a fair wage, and that if you're a woman and you're a woman of color, that wage is in fact fair. So what I would be very interested in understanding is what kind of options we should be considering in this area. And as an example, I don't know, well, and I'm going to come back to what companies are willing to disclose or not disclose, but I am interested in what President Ellenberg, the point you raised about if somebody is, well, let me back up. Today, it's much easier to know what people make than it was 5, 10, or 15 years ago. And there are lots of websites that help you if you are applying for a job, understand what the wage range is within those jobs. And frankly, as part of the Women's Summit, we even teach women how to negotiate their salaries and give them a whole list of resources to go look them up. And I think people are more willing to disclose their salaries. I guess what I want to better understand is there a best practice in terms of, especially as it relates to women in the workforce, in terms of understanding when there is some level of discrimination that we haven't taken a look at yet? And I also am not suggesting we start a whole nother department to do this. What I'm actually suggesting is that, and I think we have a couple of our own Office of Labor Standards, but is there a way to make sure that we at least spot check, not everybody, but take a look at some number of our contracts annually through our Office of Labor Standards to determine whether or not, when people tell us, oh yeah, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, they are in fact doing what they're supposed to be doing. That's really what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at us. In fact, that's why we have the Office of Labor Standards. It's why we set these terms. And to be frank with you, part of the way that we impact economic development more than any other single thing we do is act as an employer and have contracts with people in the community. So is it possible for us to take a look at a more strategic, surgical way to assess whether or not our contractors are in fact living up to the standards we've set forward relative to pay equity?
If that's a motion,
So
I
moved.
would second it and include a recommendation that we find an existing database to use so that we're really minimizing administration's time implementing, and that was my reference to the California Payday Reporting Form that's filed with the state. And if we have access to that, it might be a straightforward answer. So I would just include that for investigation.
Thank you, and I'll include that. And then the only other thing I wanted to add was that we need to take a look at adding disabilities more as a class too. I know we didn't start out with that, but I got a letter today from somebody saying that. And I thought, oh, of course, right? Like that's absolutely what we need to be including. And is that something you were already considering as part of this work?
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for the question.
Can you go closer to your mic, please?
Sorry, thank you for the question. This is something that we will consider as we start moving through our data. It's not information that we collect at the current time for current employees or for our candidates, but it's something that we can look into incorporating into this study, since we are looking at multiple, we're looking at data from all types of sources. And I do believe and agree with the letter that it is an important area to look at. So
Great.
we can add that to our considerations.
Oh, that's excellent as you look at that analysis. And it would also be interesting to know, I know there are, I don't know how we do that statewide, but I'd also be interested if these databases do take a look at what are, what opportunities there are to address this issue. Unfortunately, I think to the point you were raising earlier, it might have been, Julie, that you were raising, is that there are some companies that are getting the Good Housekeeping seal of approval, whether it's through a nonprofit that looks at disability affairs or women. And one thing we might want to consider is whether or not there are Good Housekeeping seal of approval that folks could attain that would give them extra points when they apply for us. Maybe that's a way to think about it instead of trying to go at it the other way. I don't know if those all exist in these categories, but it would be something worth taking a look at. And I'll ask my staff to look at it too. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Don't see other lights. I just want to add kind of a quick highlight of appreciation here for some of the work that is continuing to be iterated here. I really appreciated seeing the intersectionality data in the pay equity dashboard, as well as more detailed, the fact that you're collecting more detailed data for applicants and employees. And I think all of that should help to help us find better and consistently better ways to improve equity and really promote a welcoming work environment for everyone. So really appreciate that. We need to be a top employer, and we need to be able to recruit, pay for, and keep talent, and these efforts help with that. So thank you.
Thank you, President.
Supervisor Simidian, then Lee.
Good news, bad news. Bad news is I have a long story. Good news is late in the day and I won't make you listen to it. But I'm going to lean in because I know that sometimes when board members are silent, the staff wonders, does the rest of the board feel the same way? Short answer is yes. So I know I don't have to persuade anybody in the organization that this is a righteous issue or an important one, but I want to lean in and say, trust us is not a viable approach. You know, the old Russian saying that was adopted, I think, by President Reagan of all people is trust but verify. And I think that's what Supervisor Chavez is suggesting, that we need to find a way to verify. I thought it was intriguing when Supervisor said, you know, maybe it's a random audit, because to Mr. Williams' point, a lot of work to go look at 10 companies or 100 companies. Whole lot less work to say we're going to look at 1 in 10 or 1 in 20, but then put all 20 on notice that they could be audited, and maybe we get some better compliance. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't work, but I think it's worth pursuing. And the reason I leaned in is I just want to say I think you can count on this being a board-wide concern, and I'll make you listen to the story some other time, maybe. Thanks.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes, just a quick question. The interactive benefits guide will soon be made available in Spanish, according to the report. Any ideas if we could get that into other threshold languages, some of the Asian languages as well?
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. At this point, we're still working with our consultant and our language access unit on refining the interactive benefits guide that would be released with our open enrollment season. At the current time, we are not planning on adding additional languages until we work through this process to make sure that we cover any nuances that could happen in word-for-word translations, references to links to outside sources, and areas where it would just maybe not fall into translation for the user.
Yeah, so as we use this not just for our employees, but also for contractors, and we are trying to get more minority contractors in our system, I think that would be something that would be useful moving forward. So I would certainly want something of that sort. If you can come back to this board and keep us posted where the progress is.
Yes.
Another thing I'm thinking is, if this is something online, because there's all kinds of online translating resources which is available, which is far less costly, if that's another way to meet that need. So I just want to throw it out for you to consider when you bring back to us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have a motion by Chavez, second by Ellenberg. Let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian. Yes. Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries with 5.
Thank you. I believe our final item today is 61. Is that the case?
That is correct.
And if you could
Item number 61
slide the
is
screen.
subject to the Levine Act. Item number 61 is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure.
Hi there.
Good afternoon,
And
Board President Ellenberg and members of the board. Consuelo Hernandez, Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. This action is related to 2 loans you previously approved. One would acknowledge that the county paid for and acquired the property for $10 million, and that requires us to deduct the amount of money that is outstanding. The second is a bridge loan that the board approved. This would authorize for a partial payment with the balance of that going towards Phase 3 improvements. These improvements have been discussed extensively with the development partners, the city staff, the council, the folks that live at the building. And I did want to share that Mayor Montano was here to support the action. She's specifically interested in seeing the Phase 3 improvements. Unfortunately, she had to head back because she has council tonight. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Curtis, do we have public speakers on this item?
I had one card from Carmen Montano, who I believe we just heard about.
Okay.
And it looks like we have currently one speaker in the Zoom queue.
All right, let's give that an extra second. And perhaps if Mayor Montano was joining by Zoom, she could still make her comment. To folks on Zoom, if you're intending to speak on this final item today, please raise your virtual hand right away, and we will get started. Still holding?
It's holding at 2.
All right, Then let's hear our two speakers, please. Thank you.
All right, our first speaker is Lisa Reeve. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for hearing from the tenants of Hillview Court. I sent you all an email because I knew I would not be able to squeeze everything in the 2 minutes here. I know that this is basically a done deal, but what I would like to express, and you can see it more in my email that I sent, is that the tenants have a seat at a lot of these tables. The county has stopped having meetings with us and Jamboree, and we've been asking several times to have those meetings back. There are a lot of construction issues. The fence, the security is not what it should be. If you're going to reconfigure the front doors, you need to have the security stop letting people in the side doors. You need to have security stop partying with the people that live in the building on their off time. It doesn't make for a lot of trust. There are a lot of construction issues. The fencing kind of makes it sound like the fencing is going to go wrap around us, but the fencing, from what we are understanding, is only going to be between us and the office building next door. And there's just a lot of fluff in the documents that I read behind this, and I would like you guys to take a closer look at it. And I would like to ask that in this funding, that the Tenants Association has a seat at the construction table and has a say in what is happening at Hillview Court, and that we resume the meetings that were promised to us by OSH and Jamboree. And we've gone through 3 security companies, so I'm not sure that this money is going to make.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Hedges. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. This is Catherine Hedges. I'm a member of the Affordable Housing Network with Lisa, who just spoke, and I second everything she's saying. I think it's really important that things be done right and done with the input of the tenants, and they're the residents. They know what's going on there. And I'm just appalled to hear that security is partying with people. That is just totally inappropriate. And I hope that you can make future changes to the plans around Hillview Court. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, I'm going to make a motion to move forward to accept the recommendation, the report here first, and I'll get a second, I hope. And I just want to say first, I want to thank Consuelo for staying here too late today for the Office of Supportive Housing for these efforts with Jamboree. And this Hillview Court, I would say, out of all the permanent supportive housing sites that we've been working with in our district, this is probably the one that our office has spent most time on working. I know today we only talk about modifying the existing loan, but I certainly want to make sure that we provide the opportunities for the community to raise some of these concerns that Ms. Lisa Reed and Ms. Catherine Hedges has mentioned. And there were some concerns regarding the meetings. Apparently, there's some meetings that used to happen regarding the construction, and Consuelo, maybe you could highlight how we can make sure those meetings were to happen so that the tenants' inputs are being considered.
Thank you, Supervisor. Now that the mayor is hosting a monthly stakeholder meeting, we have eliminated one of the bi-monthly meetings that we were hosting because the city staff essentially are attending multiple meetings. There is one pending meeting to be scheduled. Lisa is correct in that. It is a meeting between Jamboree, the service provider, and the property manager, and our office. So previously, 3 meetings were happening, and there was a lot of miscommunication of information. So our recommendation is that there's one meeting with Jamboree, the property manager, the service provider, and our office.
Right, and so this meeting hosted by the mayor, Montana, unfortunately, she's not able to stay longer. This is the meeting that will be attended by all these entities, OSH, Jamboree, and the security folks and also the abode will all be at these meetings?
Yes, Supervisor. So essentially, there will be two meetings. One meeting will be the mayor's meeting. That includes stakeholders. In addition to those that you listed, it includes neighboring business owners, and a few residents of Milpitas. The internal property meeting has not been scheduled or has not been rescheduled. I believe the last one that was held was in August. That will be rescheduled, and that will be now one meeting, an internal meeting with the Tenants Association, Jamboree, the property management company Domus, Abode Services as the service provider, and then somebody from my team to be at the meeting.
Would this be monthly?
I believe the intent is monthly.
Great. Okay, good. That's wonderful. Now, again, I mean, please keep us posted. As you know, our office has been monitoring these conditions and these safety improvement projects to, just to help make this project improving to be a safe living area for all. And so please keep us posted on this, and I'll make sure that our office also attends as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no additional lights, so let's vote on this item, please. It was a motion by Lee, second by Chavez.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries with 5.
Thank you very much. Before we adjourn, I just will thank our Office of the Clerk of the Board and the CreaTV team and my colleagues and all of our long-suffering, hardworking staff members, as well as county staff for hanging with us through a long meeting and lots of important discussion today. Have a good evening, everyone.